Strange spatial gates have appeared in the world, and inside are extremely dangerous strange beasts. To survive, humans awaken the gene codes of these strange beasts. Each person can only awaken one strange beast, and their power is evaluated by a nucleus value. But our protagonist can awaken an unlimited number of strange beasts, and his first strange beast is Godzilla. His nucleus value has an incredible number of digits. Even the World Alliance's system couldn't determine his abilities and kept reporting errors. With just 10% of the Godzilla gene code's power, he became the nation's top scorer. His second strange beast is the Colossal Titan. His body can reach a height of 1 kilometer. Not only that, but he can also combine the gene codes. Even the admin doesn't know what he'll finally become. And okay, without further ado, let's begin. The story begins in a spacious room. On the wall are banners hung high with encouraging messages for the university entrance exams. Ihi's eyes were full of confusion. Have I returned to the time before the high school graduation exam? What kind of kick was that strong? At this time, in the Xia Kingdom, and City First High School, Class 3 to 7, Ihi slammed the table and shouted, startling everyone. He held his head, his face full of horror. What kind of horrifying plot is this? If I had to be reborn, it would be better to be reborn after starting university. For those who don't know, from ancient times until now, humanity on Blue Star has always faced a disaster called Secret Realm Invasion. They are more ferocious than other creatures. The secret realms connect to another world. Inside, it's filled with terrifying demonic beasts. They take advantage of the cracks in the secret realms to invade the human world. Powerful demonic beasts are strong enough to destroy dozens of countries, threatening the entirety of human civilization. To fight against the demonic beasts, humanity developed the demonic beast gene system, injecting special types of genes into the body, injecting demonic beast genes to awaken a monster template, unlocking genetic talents. Only such martial artists can save the entirety of human civilization. A person with demonic beast genes can fight a horde of monsters alone. This also led to the status and treatment of martial artists being much higher than that of ordinary people. The entire Blue Star entered an era that valued martial arts. Everything else is inferior. Only martial arts practice is noble. The system displayed incomprehensible messages about traversing worlds. At this moment, a mechanical sound echoed in Ihi's head. He held his head and thought to himself, Ihi, high school student. The whole class turned to look at Ihi, laughing loudly and saying, look at that. That trash, Ihi is daydreaming again. This kind of trash wants to take the university entrance exam? Tong Tong turned around, her face full of contempt, and said to Ihi, you should drop out quickly. Go home, you useless bum. Be a worker at the bottom of society. Or just hide at home until you die? Ihi thought angrily to himself. As expected, in every story where the protagonist gets bullied, there's always a ringleader girl. He put his hand on his chin, thinking, it seems the original owner's reputation in class wasn't very good, because his parents had an accident in the 11th grade. This left the original owner with no mind to train and study, and as a result, his performance, which was originally quite good, dropped sharply, making him a thorn in the class side. So that's how it is. Seeing him, Tong Tong immediately got angry. What are you looking at? This is a martial arts class. You want to fight? Ihi felt wronged and thought to himself, was I looking? I was just thinking a little. The original owner didn't study hard, but I'm the unlucky one. The teacher stood on the podium and spoke loudly to encourage the student spirits. Are you all ready? We're about to start the gene modification drug injections. Just believe in yourselves. The 3 years of hard training to improve your chi strength were all for today. As for those who didn't put in the effort, Ihi rested his chin on his hands, thinking and smiling. How ridiculous. The one who didn't train diligently was the original owner. What does it have to do with me? He gave a dangerous smile and said, but since I've taken over this body from the original owner, I should help him clean up some of this mess. All the students were gathered in a room. On a table, 4 boxes were neatly placed. The students were talking among themselves. Hey, what monster gene do you think he'll awaken? Maybe a grade 3 raging mountain leopard or a grade 4 armored sea dragon. I bet it's a grade 1 farting beast. Suddenly, the box opened, and a puff of white smoke came out. Inside the box were vials containing a blue liquid. This is the Gene Awakening reagent. It contains all the types of genes that martial artists have collected up until now. The teacher picked up a syringe containing the blue liquid and explained its function. After injection, it will absorb any of them and begin the awakening process. Generally, the stronger the body, the stronger the demonic beast gene that awakens. Don't be hasty. After injecting the Gene Awakening reagent, you must calmly accept this power. When I call your name, come up and get your reagent. The drug was injected into the body. Each student began to radiate energy of different colors. He turned to look and said, "They all get so strange after the injection, huh? It seems very painful too. Looks like this isn't easy to obtain." He gritted his teeth, injected the drug into his body, and said, "Forget them, let's just do it." His eyes widened, but there was no reaction. He looked at the teacher and said, "Sir, did I get a fake one?" The teacher also looked at him with a helpless expression and said, "Ehe, it seems like there's no change in you at all." A laugh rang out. It was Dong Dong. She walked closer and said mockingly, "Look, everyone, it seems he couldn't awaken." She got closer, poked Dee's face, and said, "A martial artist who hasn't awakened is like a bird without wings. Doesn't that mean he can only wait for death? Isn't this just what you wanted? This way, you don't have to become a martial artist anymore. Just go home and wait to die." He thought angrily. This girl is so annoying. Is she the one who led the bullying against me? Just then, he started to feel something in his body. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Dong Dong asked with a confused expression, "What are you doing? If you can't awaken, just accept it. What's the point of pretending?" He tried to give a kind reminder. "You guys should leave, quickly." She didn't understand and asked again. "Leave? Go where?" He tried to remind them again. "If you don't go now, it'll be too late." At this moment, a monster appeared from within He's body, and it sent Dong Dong flying. The power from He's body sent all the nearby students flying. The students shouted one after another. "The shockwave is so strong. Who awakened what? This aura. I can't withstand it." Qingzhu was surprised and turned to look. Chu Zhou glanced over, thinking to himself, "There's someone stronger than me." The system's voice sounded again. Template, Legendary Grade Godzilla. Bloodline Abilities. Atomic Breath, Bloodline Pulse, Atomic Energy Absorption. Evolved Form, Burning Godzilla. Can only be activated when compatibility reaches 100%. Current compatibility, 3%. He weakly stood up and said, "Godzilla Grade Template. Infinite Monster Templates." He looked at his hand and said, "Could this be the golden finger the system gave me?" Some students looked at he with a sense of awe and said, "Was that caused by he?" In just a moment, he blew away everyone around him. Dong Dong woke up after being thrown. The students said, Wang Dong Dong was also blown away, and she awakened a level 2 beast, the fire lizard. What kind of monster could he have awakened? He walked over, smiled, and said, "My apologies, the commotion from my awakening was a bit loud. I did tell everyone to get away, but you didn't listen." A voice came from a speaker on the wall. "All 12th grade students have completed their injections. Please proceed to the stadium for the bloodline test. The gene breakthrough test device can check for demonic beast bloodlines and martial arts levels." The information panel for Li Xinyuan appeared. Li Xinyuan from our class awakened the centipede gene. Level 3 wind type. Before awakening, he was just average. Now, he shot up to the top rank. Bloodlines are truly hard to comprehend. Chu Zhou truly deserves his title as the top student. Not only is he a level 9 martial disciple, but he also awakened the top tier, level 3 Ice Demon Dragon. The top scorer title for In-City this time will surely be his. At this moment, Kingzu's information panel appeared, causing many people to exclaim in amazement. "Look, Miss Liu is also a level 9 martial disciple. I wonder what she awakened. Whoa, a rare level 4 bloodline, the Nether Sparrow. She's definitely at the top now. A level 4 demonic beast bloodline. When it reveals its true form, it can destroy more than half a city. In front of them, martial artists are no different than ants. To fight them, you'd need to be at least a grandmaster." He stroked his chin, thinking, the monsters they awakened are all level 3 or 4. Why is mine grade A? Next, from class 12 to 7, Dehe. The announcement from the speaker startled Dehe. Is there a need to be so dramatic? All the students looked at Dehe, murmuring amongst themselves. That shockwave was so powerful. He might become a major figure in the future. I should get on his good side now, so I can ride his coattails later. Oh, my handsome god, a girl thought to herself. This world truly reveres the strong. He slowly stepped into the testing device. Everyone looked at Dehe with admiring eyes. It's Dehe's turn now. That aura from before was definitely from a high-level bloodline. What kind of bloodline could release that much power? It must be incredibly strong. This time, our high school. And city number 1 high school is going to make a huge splash. At the back of the line, Chu Zhou watched Dehe, thinking. So his name is Dehe. He's certainly someone to look forward to. Dehe's information panel appeared, leaving many people confused. Class 12 to 7, Dehe. Martial Disciple Level 3. Demonic Beast Bloodline, Unknown. At this, the crowd of students burst out laughing and said loudly, Martial Disciple Level 3? Uft. Even my little brother in middle school could beat him. Unknown Bloodline. Don't tell me he doesn't have one. What good could a Level 3 Martial Disciple awaken anyway? So embarrassing. What a letdown. Dehe is just trash, and will always be trash. Dehe stepped out, thinking. As expected, the scanner didn't detect Godzilla. The prompt said Infinite Monster Templates. As he was thinking, the system panel appeared, saying, Infinite Monster Templates Upgrade Guide. You can gain more extraction chances for living monster templates by completing missions or increasing your reputation. Number of extractions remaining, 0. Dehe smiled and thought to himself, my template's level might not be like theirs, but this is very interesting. Dehe said aloud with a fierce expression. As long as I meet the conditions, I can extract and use countless monster templates. Doesn't that make me the king of the monsters? And city number 1 high school. The man turned his head as he drank his tea and said, What? You want to take a leave of absence to study at home until the university entrance exam? And only come back then? Do you think I believe you'll actually study diligently at home? Properly, huh? Dehe said to the teacher with a determined expression. Sir, I really want to improve. I know I've fallen very far behind. To improve, I need a special training regimen. If I just follow everyone else's pace, I definitely won't be able to catch up. The man's face darkened as he said, Dehe, you must know that the only way to become a martial artist is to enter a university. I know you've awakened a bloodline, but you have no foundation. There's no way you can pass the university entrance exam. So, you should prepare to repeat the year and try again next year. There's no need to rush. Dehe said, his eyes sparkling with determination. Sir, only by sprinting can I make progress. You may not know this, but I have now awakened a bloodline. A powerful one. As long as I train hard, I can definitely succeed. Please, look at the sincerity in my eyes. I'm not lying to you. Startled, the teacher broke into a sweat and said, it does seem very sincere. All right then. If it doesn't work out, you'd better come back obediently next year to repeat the grade. A center named Haiching Martial Artist Center. Dehe, carrying a backpack, said as he walked. The house my parents left me can be mortgaged for 600,000. Including the compensation money from their accident, it's over 1 million yuan. I have quite a bit of startup capital for now. I have to increase my level. The second is to increase the compatibility for a martial artist. With the Godzilla template, he was thinking about the system's mission. The information in the monster template. Unlimited. Each new template only has 1 compatibility point, but the legendary Godzilla has a full 3 compatibility points. 2 points. Where did they come from? An image of a syringe with the test drug appeared in his mind. There's only one answer. The Godzilla template absorbed the power of the gene awakening, granting 2 extra compatibility points. Dehe smiled as he walked. This shows that the science and technology related to genes in this world can upgrade my own template's abilities. Compared to extremely arduous training, spending money on medicine to level up is more suitable for me. He continued, I need to buy the medicine quickly and increase my strength. He arrived at the gate and placed his card on the scanner. Beep student card. His eyes widened in shock when he saw something. As martial artists passed by, the images of beasts appeared from their bodies. Everyone here is a martial artist who has awakened their bloodline. After I awakened the legendary Godzilla template, I gained its unique sensory ability, the life magnetic field. A beast appeared behind him. He was lost in thought. Godzilla can sense the life signals emitted by living creatures. Through the life magnetic field, I can clearly feel the scorching chi and blood burning like a furnace, and the beastly roars within the bloodlines of these martial artists. He smiled and said, "Martial artists, demonic beasts. I can barely suppress the urge to fight that's welling up inside me. After all, the legendary Godzilla is the king of the monsters, a sovereign that wants to conquer all creatures on this earth. But right now, I'm just a newbie. I can only grit my teeth and endure the boiling in my bloodline, waiting until I'm stable and mature enough to display the power of the king of the monsters." Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder, startling Dihi. A voice rang out, "Hey, friend." Dihi turned around and saw it was a girl. Liang Lei spoke up. "Don't stare at people like that." Dihi said, "Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to." Liang Lei replied, "It's fine. You must have just awakened your genes, right? It's normal not to be able to control your abilities. What are you here at the Martial Artists Center for?" He said, "I came to buy gene medicine, but this place is so big. I haven't been able to find the right place yet." "Beautiful, sis. Could you show me the way?" She said, "You want to buy gene medicine? Do you need it urgently?" He said, "Huh? Is there something I should be wary of?" Liang Lei shook her head and replied, "Not really. It's just that, on one hand, this medicine isn't cheap. On the other, it's very easy to develop a resistance to it, so its effectiveness will decrease over time." Liang Lei raised a finger and continued, "To maximize the medicine's effect, martial artists usually use their bloodline to break through a bottleneck before using it. How much is one vial? At this stage, you can only use the basic strengthening medicine. The price is about 400. He choked, thinking to himself, and said, "So expensive. So even if I withdraw all my money, it won't be enough to buy 5 vials. Do you know anyone who could give me a discount?" Liang Lei took out a business card and gave it to him, saying, "How about this? Take my card. If you're referred by an experienced martial artist, you can get a discount." He turned away and said goodbye. Liang Lei said, "Thanks a lot, sis." Liang Lei bid farewell to Dihi. "See you around, little friend." A pair of blue eyes watched and said, "All right, what's next is?" Dihi went to the cashier counter. Then he went to the weapon shop. He said loudly, "Shopping spree." At this moment, the system's sound echoed. Legendary Godzilla monster template. Compatibility, 3% to 4%. Host, Dihi. Overall physique, 8 to 10. 10 to 15. Martial apprentice, 7th level. Dihi wearily dropped his hands to the ground and complained, "This is the thrill of leveling up. It feels great. But right now, each injection of gene medicine increases my physique by 2 points. When I used the last one, it only increased by 1 point. It seems that as my physique improves, ITLL get harder and harder to strengthen it this way. But this is already not bad. Just a dozen minutes is comparable to 3 years of someone else's extremely hard training. And this is just my bonus normal state. If I activate the bloodline power within me, then..." He looked at his hand and smiled, saying, "I might even be able to win the top spot in the university entrance exam. If I can't even beat those geniuses with a cheat like this, then this cheat is useless. Time to go. Let's head out to the secret realm." An image appeared showing islands divided by ranks. Secret realm rifts are divided into 6 levels, from S to E. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more powerful the demonic beasts inside. The demonic beasts in an S-rank secret realm are something humanity basically has no way of controlling. Once they invade the real world, they will bring disaster upon humanity. And city number 3, E-rank secret realm. He said while walking with his hands in his pockets. "There are fewer people here than I imagined. It's probably because this secret realm was discovered a long time ago. After all, it's an old secret realm, so all the treasures inside have already been taken." He said to the gatekeeper, "Hello, I booked a ticket for secret realm number 3. The gatekeeper replied, "Sign the life and death waiver." "Hey, race your entrance ticket." In front of he was a blue portal, and he said, "So this is a secret realm rift?" He said with a smile on his face, "This is the beginning of my journey to become the king of the monsters." He shouted and ran into the portal. "Here I come." As he entered, it felt like falling into a pool of water. A moment later, He landed. He appeared in a forest. In the sky were planets. He looked around and said, although the textbooks describe what secret realms look like, it can't compare to seeing it with my own eyes. It's truly magnificent, he said as he walked, not knowing that a rabbit had just appeared behind him. I can even see the blue sky. An information panel appeared. Level 1 demonic beast, saber-tooth rabbit. The saber-tooth rabbit bared its fangs and grew claws. It lunged at him at high speed. Just then, he reached out and grabbed the rabbit's head directly. He smiled and said, "Fool, did you really think I couldn't sense you?" An information panel appeared. Template ability, life magnetic field. He crushed its head without hesitation. A beast core appeared in his hand. He said, a beast core. From a common white-blooded saber-tooth rabbit. It can be sold for 1,000. I've already earned 1,000 just a few minutes after entering. The efficiency is quite high. A normal person works hard for a whole month to earn only 3 or 4,000. He held up the beast core to examine it and spoke. Behind him, a shadow quickly darted past. But getting a lot of beast cores from level 1 demonic beasts is useless. It's best to get them from level 2 demonic beasts or higher. A demonic beast appeared and an information panel appeared. Demonic beast level 2, demonic corpse bug. He drew his knife and said with a smile, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." And city number 3, E-rank secret realm. At that moment, he was fighting the demonic corpse bug. He glanced at the demonic corpse bug and said, "I've seen it in the demonic beast illustrated guide. Compared to the tough carapace on its back, the demonic corpse bug's abdomen is obviously an easier part to break through." Just then, the beast curled up and lunged towards He. At this moment, he mustered strength in his hands, creating a blue light, and said, "Martial arts." A stream of blue light shot from his hands towards the beast. The beast shot 2 rapidly spinning fangs towards him. He watched and thought to himself, "It can even shoot its fangs?" He quickly leaned over to dodge the 2 fangs flying towards him. He angrily yelled and cursed at the beast. "You bastard, do you know how much this shirt costs?" He looked at the beast and fell into deep thought. With my current martial path level, I can't deal with this demonic corpse worm. Without powerful martial arts to back me up, no matter how profound the martial chi and blood energy in my dantian are, I can't even unleash half of its power. It's all because the original owner was too lazy. I can only use my bloodline. At this moment, the veins on his eyes bulged as he shouted loudly, "Godzilla bloodline, activate!" His eyes turned blue. The image of a phantom appeared and his hands transformed into claws. The beast opened its huge mouth. He pushed off the ground and rushed towards the beast. Blue cuts appeared on the beast's body, and patches of its skin were torn. Along those cuts, he passed through its body. His body emitted white smoke as he said, "After my physique stat shot up to 21 points, I have more than enough power to deal with a level 2 demon beast. To cancel the transformation, I need to expel the thermal energy from my body, which makes me feel like a jet engine." He looked at the knife he just bought and sighed. "The short blade I just bought has already been poisoned and corroded by the demonic corpse worm's toxin. This 250,000 yuan piece of equipment can't even deal with a level 2 demon beast. What a loss. The quality is so bad, I have to file a complaint." He rubbed his rumbling stomach and said, "Hunting a demon beast for the first time really drains your stamina. I'm so hungry, and I didn't even bring any rations." He smelled a fragrant aroma and exclaimed, "What's that smell? It's so fragrant." He looked at the demon core and thought to himself, "It's the demonic corpse worm's demon core. Moreover, it smells quite tempting." He opened his mouth, dropped the demon core in, and swallowed, saying, "Whatever." He swallowed the core. The core gradually dissolved. The system's voice rang out as He's body emitted a burst of blue light. "Monster template compatibility has increased," He said joyfully. "I spent hundreds of thousands on a potion that only improved my compatibility by 1%. Yet, eating this single green demon core increased it by 0.3%. If I had 3.4 of them, wouldn't that be equivalent to a whole potion? This proves that the white demon core from the fanged rabbit must give at least 1% compatibility." He cried tearfully and lamented, "Damn it, my money." He took 2 glowing blue fingers and placed them on his forehead. Let's turn this pain into motivation. Tonight, he must hunt to my heart's content. After that, circles began to spread out around him. Activating life force field. The system's voice rang out. Godzilla template, compatibility, 9%. Total physique, 158. He slowly walked out of the gate, thinking, after my compatibility reached 9%, swallowing white demon cores no longer increases it. Looks like I can only sell them for money. The buyer, upon seeing the pile of demon cores, exclaimed in shock. A total of 20 white demon cores and 1 green one. Is this real? You're just a high school student, yet you hunted so many demon cores? He turned and walked away, leaving behind admiring gazes. According to government regulations, harvesters are subject to a tax. For every green demon core, a tax equivalent to 5 white cores must be paid. At another gate, a group of people was nearby, discussing a matter. Lynchu said, the last time we searched this place, we successfully found the approximate location of the blood jade fruit. But because old Chun was injured by a monster, he can't enter the secret realm with us this time. Little he said, so there are only 5 of us? Xiao Yu continued, that's right. But the rule is that a team must have at least 6 members to enter a D-rank secret realm. Lynchu turned around and pointed to a young man in a hat, saying, it's fine. I've already contacted an agent who introduced us to a new hire. He picked his nose while pointing at Lynchu, thinking to himself, because I'm still a student, I'm not qualified to enter a D-rank secret realm. I could only find a black market broker to create a fake identity to join a team. And it cost me 100,000. These black market guys are such crooks. Are you Joshua E., 9th Dan Martial Apprentice, right? He replied, that's right. Lynchu said, Joshua E., that name's a bit weird. He said with a weary expression, can't be helped. Just go with it. The two stood opposite each other and talked. Lynchu said, never mind. It's just an alias anyway. With your level as a 9th Dan Martial Apprentice. The whole team got in the car and set off into the gate. The scene that appeared was a vast desert. At that time, everyone was chatting with each other. He looked out boredly and thought to himself, last time it was a tropical rainforest. This time it's a desert. It seems the worlds inside these secret realms are all different, huh? Just then, several beasts appeared from behind. Huda shouted to the team leader, Captain, there are earth demon rats. They're targeting us. The captain ordered, Huda, take care of them. And he obeyed. He turned around and threw several shurikens swiftly towards the beasts. The beasts were instantly eliminated. The team's vehicle sped across the desert. Huda turned back and said to the captain, it's done. He thought to himself, the martial skill and the darts. After hitting the target, they explode like a bomb. This guy is decisive and a man of few words, huh? At this time, along the road, some strange plants and a large oasis appeared. Everyone got out of the car and walked in that direction. He asked, why aren't we driving anymore? We're still some distance from the oasis. And Lynchu replied, because the monsters in the oasis are extremely sensitive. The sound of the off-road vehicle would definitely be detected by them. Let's assign tasks for the operation. Lynchu spoke up and assigned tasks to the team members. Little he, in a bit, use a stun grenade to lure that beast out. Little you, Huda, you two set up traps. Old Lu, flank it, pin it down, and he'll be in charge of the frontal assault. He pointed at He and said, you, stay back and observe. He replied dejectedly, okay. At this moment, something glowing shot straight into the sky. It exploded and broke into many small pieces. A stun grenade containing high-level demonic beast pheromones, making some demonic beasts think that their territory is being invaded, thus luring them out. A beast rushed over. Second-tier demonic beast. Earth dragon. Everyone shouted warnings to each other. Newbie, be careful. The demonic beast is here. The silhouette of a man walked past where Huda's knife was. That person picked up the knife. A bald man laughed and licked the knife. Giant planets appeared. Lynchu fought against the horde of beasts all by himself. Just as he defeated it, 2 people ran over. One person called out loudly, Captain Lin. The other immediately reported, the Earth Dragon has been dealt with. Lynchu smiled and put away his weapon. Let's go find the blood jade fruit. Suddenly, the beast's claws attacked him from behind. Captain Lin, watch out. Suddenly, Someone leaped up. He appeared with a cold expression. Then, he unleashed a pillar of power, striking the beast directly. Lin looked back with a shocked expression and said, "He's just a first-tier martial apprentice, yet he can shake the power of a second-tier demonic beast." Xiao Xia ran over and said, "That move was so powerful." At this moment, next to Xiao Xia clapped and said, "That landslide fist of yours is really amazing." Xiao Yu put his arm around Yi's shoulder and said, "To think it could kill a second-tier demonic beast." Lin watched from the side and said, "Thank you for saving me. From now on, we're friends." Yi stood in the middle with a calm expression and said, "It was nothing." Someone shouted, holding up the blood jade fruit, and said loudly, "Found it. The blood jade fruit." Xiao Xia pointed at the blood jade fruit and said, "We also got the crystal core this time. We've gained quite a lot from the earth dragon." Xiao Yu, with hands on his hips, looked up and asked, "Is this bright red thing really that valuable?" Yi watched from a distance, drooling, and thought to himself, "It seems to be another name for the Saintus fruit." Lin laughed and said, "Although it was a bit dangerous this time, we were able to smoothly defeat the earth dragon and find the blood." Lin suddenly cried out, "Huda!" From behind, he stabbed Lin with a knife and said, "No matter what you think, it's useless, Captain Lin." At that moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xia both shouted loudly, "Captain Lin!" Lao Lu cried out, "What's happening?" Lin swung his arm back and asked, "Huda, what are you doing?" A tall figure walked up beside Huda and said, "What is he doing? Isn't it obvious just by looking?" "Of course, he's doing something that will make him rich." A voice rang out, "Huabang." Yi turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Do you guys know this bald guy?" Xiao Yu clenched his fists and said, "Huabang. That guy specializes in robbing the spoils that martial artists obtain while exploring secret realms. To think he'd target us. Bastard." Lin's body trembled. "There's poison on the knife. Huda, you traitor. How did you know about this place?" Even my own teammates only learned the location of the blood jade fruit after entering this secret realm. At this moment, Yi remembered. It was the throwing dart. He hid his aura on the dart. Huda's expression changed. "You're pretty smart, kid. You must still be a student, right? The university entrance exams are coming up. Instead of studying properly at school, you insist on choosing the path of death. On this little trip." Yi stretched his neck and replied coldly, "That's right. The university entrance exams are coming up. I'm really looking forward to winning the top scorer prize." At this, Huda threw a weapon at his opponent and shouted, "Arrogant." Yi stopped the dart with 2 fingers. "A turncoat like you dares to bark in front of me? Now that's what I call arrogant." Then he crushed the weapon in his hand. "So noisy. I want to deal with this trash." Huabang then craned his neck and said, "You're an interesting kid. Huda, I want this kid's head." Huda immediately complied and attacked Yi. Yi tensed up, quickly creating a shield to block the attack. A moment later, there was no one in front of Yi. Someone reminded me. I should be careful. Huda was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, Huda appeared. The person who reminded him. It was from above. Ihua quickly formed a hand seal on his forehead. Just in time. Try my newly comprehended skill. A moment later, he controlled it to pierce through Huda's body. Origin Energy Palm. Lin's jaw dropped as he said, "He killed Huda with just this one move. Is he really a martial apprentice?" Ihua blew the dust off his hand and coldly turned his back on Huda's falling corpse. Over here, the astonished Huabang pointed his finger. "Gene Art, you're a descendant of which great family?" Ihua's figure flickered coldly. "Family? I am a member of the Demon Emperor clan. Are you going to kneel down and beg for your life?" At this moment, Huabang unleashed his power. "Little brat, even if you have a gene art, it can't make up for the huge gap in our martial cultivation." A moment later, a ferocious bear appeared behind him. Bloodline activation, violent tyrant bear. His entire body bulged with muscles. He charged towards Ihua like a wild beast. Martial skill, mountain exploring strike. Ihua crouched low to deliver an attack. "First, he'll attack your lower body." A moment later, a domineering voice of Huabang rang out. "My leg." Just as the opponent launched his attack, Ihua leaped high into the air. Huabang also jumped up after him. He brought his 2 large hands towards his opponent. A second-stage martial artist is truly different. Even my atomic breath energy couldn't dissolve his ankle. Huabang's hands clapped together as if swatting a mosquito. Suddenly, Ihua appeared from behind. Are you done attacking? Next, it's my turn. Ihua clenched his fist, which radiated a cold aura. He delivered what seemed like hundreds of consecutive punches. At Huabang, he was beaten to the ground. The onlookers were astonished. So strong. His face. Huabang's face was twisted. So, within your gene art, there's a type of poison. How despicable. Someone like you, an evil martial artist, will surely be punished. I curse you. Ihua's face darkened, his eyes glowing. The number of people who curse me just keeps growing. What makes you think you matter? Scene change, and city center. The stadium. A major event is taking place. Greetings, students. This year's Martial Arts University entrance exam is about to begin. First, I wish all of you great martial fortune. On the stage, the MC spoke continuously. The university exam will use a tournament format. Contestants will compete in pairs. The winner will advance to the next round. The exam will last for 3 days. The first 2 days are the preliminary rounds. The high school students will participate in the exam on the 3rd day. Strange symbols appeared on the large screen. Each student in the preliminary round must fight 3 matches. Students who advance to the qualifying round will have to continue fighting until this year's university exam champion is chosen. The MC's face was full of excitement. You all carry the future of humanity on your shoulders. For yourselves. For humanity. Show your true strength in the university exam. I declare, the in-city university entrance exam officially begins. Scene change to ring number 1. 2 contestants were charging at each other. Scene change to ring number 6. 2 other contestants were also fighting. Scene change to ring number 6. There was only one figure. The MC's voice rang out. It seems ring number 6 has encountered a problem. A late contestant has yet to arrive. The MC adjusted his mic. Let me see. Both contestants, Huang Tongtong and Ihua, are from in-city number 1 high school. Right now, only Huang Tongtong is on the stage. According to the rules, if student Ihua is still not present after the match begins, he will be considered to have forfeited. Tongtong put her hands on her hips and spoke up. The gene assembly where he embarrassed me was the humiliation of a lifetime. I originally planned to use my scorching fire lizard to humiliate Ihua, but that weakling is hiding and won't come out. How boring. In the stands, the crowd grew impatient. So annoying. He doesn't even dare to come to the university exam? He's probably at home, hiding under a blanket and trembling. This kind of person doesn't even deserve to go to high school. Just go out and sweep the streets. At this moment, the referee blew his whistle. Time's up. In city number 1 high school. Suddenly, the crowd below seemed to see something. Something is coming here. The bearded man said coldly. Such a powerful aura. A bright green ball fell from the sky. Is that a person? With his glowing green eyes, was diving down. What kind of immense power allows him to fly in the air? A second later, he landed forcefully on the ground, causing Dong Dong to step back. She was a little on guard. What kind of trick is this? A second later, something appeared in front of Dong Dong. Then it directly sent the opponent flying. Brushed his hand dismissively. How dangerous. I almost had to come back next year. Over here, Dong Dong lay unconscious on the ground. The MC's voice rang out. Wins. Hearing this, his face was full of confusion. I actually won. Is that right? The crowd quickly changed their tune. This is really strong. He finished his opponent with a single kick. His finishing method is so cool. Could this be the move? That falls from the sky? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Said with a dark expression. Captain Lin gave me the blood jade fruit to thank me. The blood jade fruit takes some time to improve one's physique. Next, I can watch the fun unfold. Soon, the rankings were updated. In the next match, threw a kick. Long Tao of in-city number 4 high school versus of in-city number 1 high school. Wins. Next, he kicked his opponent straight on. Long Dao of in-city number 3 high school versus of in-city number 1 high school. Wins. The crowd cheered joyfully. Is so strong. He finishes every match with a single kick. He never drags it out. It's truly a one-kick Superman. Clenched his fist. Ihi in city number 1 high school, 3 consecutive wins. Advancing to the 3rd elimination round. Scene change, in a room. A voice rang out. Classmate, Ihi, take a look at Dongshan University. Ihi suddenly gained many fans. A girl said, Classmate, Ihi, join us. Another person said, Hey, classmate. Although we are a private university, we have generous scholarships and tuition subsidies. Would you like to learn more about it? Others crowded around. Classmate, Ihi, our university really needs a strong martial artist like you. The man in green interjected. Classmate, Ihi, do you have a university you wish to attend? Hearing this question, he turned around. A university I wish to attend? Ihi excitedly pointed at himself and said, Sorry, I want to apply to Huadu University. A second later, the crowd dispersed while saying, He's only reached the final round, and he's already acting like this. Wait until he gets slapped in the face. Then he'll come begging us. Classmate, Ihi, if you fail, remember to contact me. Hearing this, he was startled. You're kidding me. You people don't believe in me that much? But I can't blame them. Huadu University is the best martial artist university. It's Xia country's top university, ranked in the global top 5. It's a sacred place in the hearts of all martial artists. He gave a cunning smile. In a place like in city, a second-tier city, only the very top students are qualified to enter that sacred place. Well, anyway, martial artists speak with their strength. Wait until I win the championship, then we'll see what you all have to say. Suddenly, 2 people walked in coldly. Classmate, Ihi, please cooperate with us. We need to re-examine your martial artist level now. The guard held up the device, shocked. Martial apprentice 9th stage. Classmate, Ihi, half a month ago, you were clearly only at the martial apprentice 3rd stage. Hearing this, he looked at the other party with doubt. It's impossible to improve so fast in 3 short months. You mean you suspect me of cheating, right? The other person continued speaking. After investigation, we discovered that you frequently visited an E-rank secret realm after leaving school. Why would you go to such a dangerous place before the exam? He put on an act, so I could calm myself down. Before my father left, he said one thing. To surpass humanity, I had to stop being human. So I continuously went to the secret realms to fight. In every battle, I broke through my own genetic locks. This statement left the other 2 dumbfounded. What? You said? You broke through your locks. A second later, they ran off shouting loudly. This matter cannot be ignored. It must be reported immediately. Hearing this, he got goosebumps. He had an unsettling feeling, as if he had inexplicably become a special surveillance target. He sat watching the interview. The camera panned to a father. Keep it up, son. Then to a mother. Daughter. Just do your best. The camera panned to another person, old Wang. Once you get into a top 1 or 2 university, we will throw a celebration party for you. He leaned back and said, There's even a live interview with the candidate's parents and relatives. He looked up and said, It seems there's no one to cheer me on. Truly, no one cares about an orphan. Meanwhile, his teacher was extremely worried. Come on, Ihi, come on. In the ring, Ihi coldly looked at his opponent. The MC's voice echoed. The first qualifying round. In city number 1 high school, Ihi versus in city number 3 high school, Luo Xian. He was arrogant. It's Luo Xian. I remember he's the top 3rd year at number 3 high school. Big brother Luo Xian is an 8th-stage martial apprentice who has awakened the rare 2nd-tier demon Thorn bloodline. Both his parents are martial artists. His opponent is done for. He scratched his neck and said casually, You can make the first move. Hearing this, Luo Xian's veins bulged with anger. Don't you know who I am? Whether I know or not, it won't affect the outcome of this match. A second later, he transformed into his beast form. You're not wrong. The result is that I will definitely win. A second later, he charged towards Ihi. I hope you're a little lucky. Not to the point where you die right here. His claws came close to Ihi, only to be seen coldly blocked by Ihi. Quite an impressive aura, but it's still a long way off from that bald guy's impact. Luo Xian's face turned pale. My hand. A second later, Ihi forcefully raised his hand. Then, he used his strength to slam his opponent down. Ihi gave a demonic smile. He didn't look like a candidate at all. The MC's voice rang out. and City Number 1 High School. He wins. Luo Xian lay unconscious on the ground. One move again, and the one who was defeated was the number 1 seed, Luo Xian. Voices filled with shock echoed. Holy crap. That aura of Luo Xian looked so powerful. How did he end up on the floor in the blink of an eye? He shot straight to the top of the live stream. As casual as a master. His strength is not on the same level as the other candidates. The gap is just too big. He's so handsome. I want to have his babies. The crowd cheered. Nonstop. Although he used his hand this time, it was still just one move. He's too strong. No wonder he's one-kick Superman. I love you. He can definitely make it to the finals. Luo Xian was carried out of the arena on a stretcher. Chuzhou stood coldly and mentioned his name. He frowned. No wonder he's the man I've set my sights on. I will definitely defeat you in the finals. Scene changed to the online admissions office of Huadu University. Someone shouted loudly. In half an hour. I want all the information on him. In another place. The promotion qualifiers. The second match of the bracket is underway. A live comment appeared. The battle between beautiful geniuses. I, Lu Ilio, will watch under my real name. Tai Xiaoling. Known as the Queen of City Number 2 High School, she pointed and said, Young Miss of the Lu family. I really hate that robotic expression of yours. Qingzhu stood silently opposite her. Lu Qingzhu. The Ice Queen of City Number 1 High School. The comments became lively. Come watch the beautiful girls fight. You horny guys, calm down. The whistle blew. The match begins. Xiaoling rushed towards her opponent. All right. Let's see how you hold up when I throw you to the ground. Qingzhu coldly made her move. Lu family's martial arts secret technique. Floating silk bind. The power wrapped around Xiaoling's leg. The next second, it flung her away. Xiaoling retaliated like a wild beast. Get serious with me. Qingzhu was seen attacking again. Xiaoling worried. Damn it. I fell into her trap. She panicked. Her hand was caught in an air wave, bound tightly. She couldn't pull it out. The next second, a surge of power slashed across Xiaoling's face. Witnessing this, the excited MC shouted loudly. A profound rank martial skill. A high school student has actually mastered a profound rank martial skill? With this kind of talent, she no longer needs to prove herself. By passing the college entrance exam, she could even be directly admitted into Huadu University. A fierce tiger appeared behind Xiaoling. It charged fiercely towards Qingzhu. The MC's voice rang out. This young lady unexpectedly possesses a bloodline of Tier 3 King level. Frightful Shadow Tiger King. A King level bloodline is very difficult to control. Not to mention the frightful Shadow Tiger, which is known for its violence. This young lady has a boundless future. The competitive Xiaoling said. Quickly release your Nether Sparrow bloodline. Qingzhu replied coldly. This is enough. Her words infuriated Xiaoling. This is enough? You think you can defeat me using only martial arts? The next second, the two of them clashed fiercely. Qingzhu effortlessly parried her opponent's attack. Xiaoling aimed a kick at her opponent's lower body. Qingzhu's eyes gleamed. She was seen lightly blocking the attack. The two fought like a whirlwind. The MC's dramatic voice rang out. The martial chi of Lu Qingzhu and Sa Xiaoling are clashing violently. The arena was covered in dust and smoke. In the stands, the crowd looked bewildered. Who was the winner in the end? A moment later, the face of the stunned Xiaoling became visible through the dust. It's Sa Xiaoling. She's still standing in the ring. The MC's voice hesitated. Wait a moment. Her eyes. Xiaoling's eyes were vacant. The MC's emotional voice rang out. Sa Xiaoling's strength is exhausted. She has fallen. Lu Qingzhu is still standing on the stage. Qingzhu stood coldly amidst the MC's words. Using only martial skills, she managed to defeat Sa Xiaoling, who is also a 9th Dan martial apprentice, and has awakened a king-level bloodline. No wonder she's the once-in-a-century genius girl. Lu Qingzhu wins. The comment section exploded. Goddess Lu is too strong. So amazing. Another person typed. I told you. Who can possibly fight against the top scorer of City? Someone else said. Someone upstairs said she is the top scorer of City. Do you guys know what her awakened bloodline is? It's the Tier 4 Nether Sparrow bloodline. A comment popped up. A Tier 4 bloodline. What kind of monster is this? Then most martial artists can't fight her. The large screen displayed text. Tournament round. Championship bracket draw. Yihua stood coldly before the lottery table. Below, we have Yihua from number 1 high school of N City drawing his lot. As he finished speaking, he drew slip jia. The tall and large Luo Su held a jia slip in his hand and said, I also drew jia. It seems we'll be fighting each other. My name is Shin Huang. Qingfeng Private High School. Yihua, after listening, replied coldly. Yihua, N City number 1 high school. Then Luo Su pointed to the side. We have the second match. So let's watch their first match first. The MC's voice suddenly rang out. The first match of the quarterfinals. Qingfeng Private High School's Luo Su versus N City number 1 high school's Chuzhou. Chuzhou stood coldly on the big screen. Luo Su is very powerful. He's a student who was held back a year. He's trying to get into a university. Huadu this year. So he is extremely proficient in controlling his awakened bloodline. But against that Chuzhou, he really has no chance of fighting back. Chuzhou's cold face appeared. Yihua repeated the opponent's name. Luo Su immediately replied, That's right. He's also from our N City number 1 high school. Don't you know? As he spoke, the MC's voice cut in. N City number 1 high school's Chuzhou wins. Meanwhile, the principal of the private high school. Green wind soothes the soul. Damn it. He lost as soon as he got on stage. At this moment, Yihua turned and asked his opponent, How does that guy compare to you? He scratched his head and replied with a smile. Compared to me? I am the top student in martial arts at Greenwind Private High School. In terms of combat strength, my other 2 companions combined couldn't defeat me. A moment later, his eyes. He suddenly frowned. Actually, in this college entrance exam, I think you are my strongest opponent. Shin Huang glanced around, sizing up his opponent. I've had keen senses since I was a child. I can feel it, Yihua. You're like a dormant volcano with a giant beast inside your body. Returning to the present, Shin Huang smiled, pointed, and said, Let's go. It's our turn. The 2 quickly stepped onto the martial arts stage. The MC's voice rang out. The second match of the quarterfinals. The 2, with a clear difference in physique, stood facing each other. Between Shin Huang from Greenwind Private High School and Yihua from N City's number 1 high school. Under the stage lights, the MC's voice echoed. The quarterfinal match of the N City University martial arts exam is incredibly intense. Both sides are locked in a fierce struggle. Yihua versus Shin Huang. The strength of both sides is evenly matched. The light from their power made the crowd shield their eyes. Shin Huang gritted his teeth and said, A nosebleed. Is this your bloodline power? He said with surging momentum. It's really strange. It can directly target and destroy cells. Meanwhile, Yihua thought to himself. Shin Huang has used martial qi to create a shield outside his body, blocking the nuclear radiation. His eyes lit up. Such a miraculous martial art. This guy in front of me is a monster worth conquering. Shin Huang immediately released his power source. Then I'll let you witness a bit of the martial arts passed down through the generations of my Shin family. A python opened its huge mouth. Form intention fist. A moment later, 2 fists shot out. Go. Yihua's expression changed instantly. He thought, so fast. A powerful punch aimed straight for his stomach. The MC's voice rang out. So strong. Yihua, the one previously known as One-Kick Superman, has been hit for the first time. The blow made Yihua spit out some blood. You can see just how powerful Shin Huang's form intention fist is. Yihua retreated, clutching his stomach. Shin Huang didn't give up. He charged forward fiercely, shouting, Where do you think you're going? The small figure of Yihua stood to block the attack. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Shin Huang's attacks aren't just simple physical strikes. He also incorporates martial qi into his body, causing double damage. My previous opponents were all weaklings, so I've never fought an experienced and powerful martial artist. Just as he was still thinking, a hand wrapped around from behind. Shin Huang appeared forcefully, gripping Yihua's neck. You're half right. I don't just channel martial techniques into the body. I can also lock your martial techniques, making it impossible for you to use them at all. Then Shin Huang coldly tossed his opponent high into the air. Shin Huang crouched on the ground. He jumped up and tossed Yihua. He relentlessly attacked his opponent. Yihua covered his face with his hands. Shin Huang's voice rang out. Dihua, you can't defeat me. Next, a pillar of power rained down. Shin Huang laughed heartily. The MC's voice was heard. Shin Huang unleashed a series of moves, leaving Dihua with no strength to fight back. Two medical staff members quickly appeared. The medical staff outside are ready to enter. Just now, Shin Huang's combined form-intention fist techniques would have taken half the life of even an ordinary martial artist. It seems the winner has been decided. Green Wind Private High School. Shin Huang. The smoke gradually cleared. Suddenly, Shin Huang became alert. A powerful figure appeared. Such a powerful aura. A claw appeared. Dihua spoke. You really are strong, Shin Huang. Dihua leaped out. Your bloodline is awakening. His eyes began to glow. As a reward, you'll be the first to witness this form of mine. The voice was filled with intense surprise. The MC's voice rang out. It's a true beast form. To think that in a small place like Anqing City, besides Lu Qingzhu, a martial arts genius, there's another bloodline genius. The look in Luo Su's eyes was full of shock. True beast form. He approached. Luo Su's voice. For your awakened bloodline to actually reach such a high standard. The long-bearded old man was stunned by the MC's commentary. Each judge is equipped with monitoring headsets to keep track of the contestants. His expression suddenly changed when he saw the nuclear power value. What's going on? The nuclear radiation is off the charts. A large sphere appeared. The MC said, it seems the judges have found a problem with student He's true beast form. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Is this He's awakened bloodline? How stupid. Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? From which beast? From number 1 high school. I heard his awakened bloodline is unknown. How can such a powerful beast be unknown? He's eyes were full of judgment. It seems Blue Star doesn't have a creature like Godzilla. No wonder they don't recognize it. Luo Su looked at his nosebleed. It's starting to bleed again. It seems my weapon's protective barrier can no longer withstand He's energy. It seems. I can't drag this on with him for too long. He then awakened his beast. The MC's voice rang out. Another one. A Tier 3 King-level bloodline. This university entrance exam is truly a gathering of masters. He looked at his opponent coldly. The two of them quickly rushed at each other. A stream of blue power was unleashed. Luo Su's arm ached. My arm. If I hadn't dispersed the impact force in time, I'm afraid my entire arm would have been shattered. I was boasting so much before, now I've been slapped in the face. It really hurts. He stepped forward and said, You're already very outstanding, Shin Huang. But unfortunately, you can't change the outcome. Luo Su gritted his teeth. True beast form. Luo Su and He, the fight is still at a stalemate. The MC's voice rang out again. In the second match of the quarterfinals, I can't believe another Tier 3 King-level bloodline has appeared. Moreover, his opponent possesses a powerful, unknown beast bloodline. Truly a rare sight. Luo Su's heart was in turmoil. He's strength after awakening is truly unfathomable. I have no way to counter his weird martial arts. Now I can only retreat to advance. At this moment, He suddenly charged forward. Big guy, don't let your guard down. He lunged forward, aiming his claws straight at his opponent. Luo Su retaliated. His arm wrapped around his opponent's. Luo Su slipped behind him and said, As expected, I can't hold you down. But my goal was to get behind you. Then, he leaped up powerfully. He's feet stood firm. A large pillar of light shone above his head. Luo Su's leg, as large as a temple pillar, struck down forcefully. A moment later, he landed on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes. He froze for a few seconds. He stood coldly with his arms crossed. A moment later, he lifted one leg and said, Next, it should be my turn. He gathered his power. A powerful blue light appeared. Just as he was about to charge, Luo Su suddenly knelt down. Then he bowed his head and said, Brothery, I surrender. Surprised, He's jaw dropped. Bro, I was all ready to go. How could you pull a stunt like this? This leaves me completely unsatisfied. A moment later, he relaxed his hands. Forget it. He let out a big sigh and said, Ugh, the energy in my body is still rampaging. Then he transformed back into his human form. Anyway, according to the rules, after one side surrenders, the other side is not allowed to attack. At this moment, The MC's voice announced, "The match is over." Launching number 1 high school. He wins. The crowd erupted in cheers. Brother E is awesome. Brother E is so awesome. Brother E is so amazing. Online, people were constantly commenting on the match. His pictures quickly climbed the hot search rankings. He's fan group on Top, named X. The top 3 groups were promoting him. All the fights were meticulously recorded. Watch all of He's matches in the university entrance exam. Follow me. Such spectacular fights. Your fights are going viral online. The top scorer of this year's university entrance exam is definitely our Brother D. What Chuzhou? Or Lu Qingzhu? None of them are a match for Brother D. Over here, in the seats for the leadership of Azure Wind Private Academy. He's furious. We lost just like that. I bet everything on Shin Huang. He roared and pointed at Luo Su. How dare you admit defeat? Do you know how much money we spent to train you? You ungrateful wolf. If you don't pay back all the money, don't even think about going to university. Suddenly, Luo Su placed a heavy hand on the man's shoulder. What do you want? Luo Su looked at him and said, I couldn't take that punch. To avoid damaging my Bodis foundation, I had to admit defeat. If I hadn't admitted defeat, could you have gone up there and taken that punch for me? As for the money you spent training me, I will pay it back slowly in the future. But you should know, you cannot threaten a martial artist who is stronger than you. Hearing this, the man's face turned pale. Fine. You have a point. The 4 strongest contestants appeared on the big screen. The MC's announcement rang out. After intense competition, the top 4 of this year's university entrance exam have been officially revealed. Encheng First High School has become the biggest winner, taking 3 out of the 4 spots. Over in the leadership seats, the head of Encheng First High School was grinning from ear to ear. It seems old Lu has dedicated many years to the school. Now it's time he gets a promotion. Over here, the teachers were cheering. He is amazing. The MC's voice rang out again. Next up is the drawing for the semi-final round. He looked bored. Group A again. Suddenly, Qingzhu held up her lot and said, I'm also in Group A. A moment later, the MC announced the semi-finals. University entrance exam, first match. Encheng First High School Civil War. He versus Lu Qingzhu. Hearing this, the online comments exploded. I've been waiting to see them fight. The strongest battle in the history of Encheng's university entrance exam. Go, Goddess Lu. He looked at his opponent awkwardly, while Qingzhu was full of hope for the battle. The most anticipated duel of all time. Brother D will definitely win. Qingzhu stood coldly with her powers. The poster above. I think Goddess Lu has a better chance of winning. News has leaked that she has already mastered 2 Xuanhuang-level martial arts techniques. That alone is enough to suppress a king-level bloodline. And her 4th stage Nether Sparrow bloodline hasn't even fully awakened yet. He, on the other hand, is no slouch either. Shin Huang also had a king-level bloodline at the 3rd stage, and he was crushed by He, forcing him to awaken his bloodline form. Although the bloodline of He seems to be very high, probably also a 4th stage bloodline. But compared to Goddess Lu, who also has a 4th stage bloodline and a profound martial arts foundation, he can't compare. Online, everyone agreed with this comment. Scene changed to the semi-final arena. The crowd was roaring and cheering nonstop. The announcer's voice rang out. From Encheng First High School, Lu Qingzhu. From Encheng First High School, He. Immediately, the referee shouted. The match begins. He stood coldly, his hands in his pockets. Lu Qingzhu was forced to shield her face from the aura of his power. 2 glowing eyes appeared in the dust. That startled Qingzhu. Those eyes. She focused intently. He. I hope you are strong enough. He versus Lu Qingzhu. The match had just begun. He suddenly released a massive amount of steam, enveloping the entire arena. In the stands, a few voices called out, What's going on? What's happening? I can't see clearly. The MC shouted excitedly. The genius girl of the Lu family, Lu Qingzhu, faces this year's dark horse, He. How will she handle this? Let's wait and see. Could it be that He has activated his bloodline awakening again? In the white mist, He looked at the dark silhouette and thought, in terms of martial arts, Lu Qingzhu far surpasses me. Thanks to those miraculous martial techniques. No matter how much power I have, there's no way to injure her. His eyes didn't waver. This kind of martial arts genius has an incredibly high intelligence. The longer the fight goes on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. I must use my full power from the start. That's it. He immediately used the mountain-splitting fist, throwing a punch forward. On the opposite side, Qingzhu crosses her hands, taking the initiative to attack. In that case, I'll use my martial energy defense to counterattack. But Dihe powerfully ducked his head down. When she saw his attack, Qingzhu sneered slightly. So shameless. He actually used a trick. His movements are extremely fluid. He feinted with a punch. But in the end, he used a whip attack. A wide mouth with countless sharp teeth opened. Dihe flew down from the sky, preparing to punch, while Qingzhu was using both hands to block. A few lines of comments appeared on the screen. Damn you, Dihe. He actually used a feint. He has no martial ethics. Poor Goddess Lu. In a martial arts duel, all is fair in war. At this moment, Dihe seems to have the upper hand. This is bad. Goddess Liu's rhythm has been completely disrupted by this move. Qingzhu took a punch to her midsection. Dihe's pursuit was too fierce. Lu Qingzhu had no chance to escape. He crossed his hands in an X shape. Dihe used his martial energy to send Lu Qingzhu flying. This time, she was able to get away. A sharp claw just appeared. Qingzhu quickly turned her head back. It won't be that easy. And she immediately dodged the powerful attack. Her eyes. King's eyes widened. The palm strike was covered in martial energy. She tried to lift herself to avoid the aura. Then, an explosion occurred where the light originated. But suddenly Dihe appeared right in front of her, grinning. Don't run. Student Lu. Then he continuously struck Qingzhu. She thought to herself while blocking with both hands. This kind of high-intensity attack. Isn't he tired? His stamina is too good. I have two Shin Huang martial skills. One is defense-oriented. The Lu family's secret art. Fleeting flower, transforming shadow. Her thoughts raced one after another. One is offense-oriented, the soul origin jade finger. If I could just use either one of them, I could escape this situation of being relentlessly pursued by Dihe. Qingzhu's body was right at the edge of the stage. But unfortunately, Dihe isn't giving me any chance at all. I can't hold on for much longer. He'll fall off the stage. He'll lose. Her pink eyes didn't waver. There's no other way. At this moment, feathers appeared on her skin, and Dihe just watched intently. Her eye color suddenly changed to a brilliant purple. I can only use my final trump card. Bloodline Awakening. The nether sparrow gradually took form. Then, something quickly flew up high. Its wings spread out. A few feathers fell. Qingzhu appeared in a completely different form. It's a Bloodline Awakening. This is the first time Lu Qingzhu has shown her demonic beast bloodline. The nether sparrow. She said softly in a solemn tone. Student Dihe, you must be careful. In this form, I have no way of controlling my power. But Dihe grinned fearlessly. Is that so? Your words are more than enough. Because up until now, I've only been using 50% of my strength. Next, I plan to go all out. Then he roared. Behind him, Qingzhu hovered in the air behind and used her Shin Huang martial skill. Soul Origin Jade Finger. Done. Dihe refused to back down. He wore an excited expression. Atomic Burst Fist. The two streams of blue and purple power clashed violently. It made everyone in the stands exclaim. So strong. The attack is too intense. I can't even open my eyes. In the sky, Qingzhu used her hands to shield her face from her opponent's powerful energy blast. Something caught her attention in her purple-pink eyes. In front of her, a muscular body with bulging muscles appeared. His two eyes glowed brightly. His mouth was constantly wide open. The first semi-final match of the university entrance exam. A drop of sweat beaded on Qingzhu's cheek. This kind of energy fluctuation. This is not good. The announcer's powerful voice rang out. What is this? Dihe's true demonic beast form is actually gathering power. He narrated what was happening. The spinal fins on his back seemed to be accumulating a huge amount of energy. His fang mouth opened. Inside was a dazzling light. At the same time, it's moving bit by bit towards Dihe's mouth. His opponent crouched slightly and used atomic breath. The blinding light enveloped Qingzhu's entire body. She used her wings to cover her body. After a moment, Qingzhu slowly opened her eyes. The potential awakens. At this moment, a powerful blue light shone directly on her. Meanwhile, Qingzhu was trying to use her feathers. Reflection. Done. The announcer's voice was still booming. This is not good. Yi's breath attack has been reflected by Lu Qingzhu's feathers. This scene made some people feel terrified. In the air, there were countless honeycomb-like golden fragments of light. A few blue rays of light pierced this side of it, and it was the same on the other side. Instantly, the mayor of an city, Huang Jing, gradually appeared. He requested in a low voice, "Watch closely. The strongest top scorer in city has ever seen will be born today." Seeing this, the announcer was extremely excited. It's a good thing Mayor Huang is here to protect the audience. Blood dripped onto the floor. Qingzhu, her clothes tattered, stood exhaustedly on bent knees. Her eyes were half closed. There was a trail of blood from her mouth. He shattered my nether sparrow's defense with a single blow. Can I really defeat him? A memory from her childhood appeared. A voice echoed. Lu Qingzhu. You are the hope for the Lu family's revival. You cannot lose. The ancestors of the Lu family are all watching you. Don't let us down. But Qingzhu could only stammer. The white-haired woman was also pressuring her. Qingzhu, I used everything to raise you so that one day you could revive our Lu family. You are not allowed to be willful. This made Qingzhu hesitate a little. The two went back and forth. You must not only win this match. You must keep winning from now on. But mother, I can't breathe anymore. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion. I'm so tired. Looking at her opponent, she remarked, Yi is really strong. Her expression didn't change at all. Facing such a strong opponent, it's only natural that I can't win, right? Then, Qingzhu quickly rushed forward to attack, revealing this opening. Perhaps he can seize it. Hurry up and finish me. As she struck her opponent's chest, Qingzhu was extremely surprised. Why didn't you dodge? Yi replied calmly. Student Qingzhu, why have you lost your will to fight? These words stunned her. Meanwhile, Yi just said in a low voice, Are you even fighting me seriously? He raised his fist and swung it hard. I want to become the top scorer fair and square. But Qingzhu was still in shock. But Yi didn't stop, punching her straight in the face. He opened his palms slightly as a warning. Get serious for me. Then Yi repeatedly struck her, asking, Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? At this point, Qingzhu couldn't take it anymore and screamed, You villain! Ever since I was little, no one has ever dared to hit me like this. She bowed her head, holding her face. She continued, I was clearly about to hand you the victory. So why won't you let it go? All her strength burst forth. Don't hit my face. A woman. You bastard. But Yi remained indifferent. That's how it should be. If you don't want to be hit in the face, then get serious for me. At this moment, Qingzhu used a forbidden technique. Human blood art. True beast form. In her eyes, there were a few sparks of lightning. Student Yi, as you wish. I will use my strongest state to attack you. Yi watched as Qingzhu descended towards him. He had probably waited for this moment for a long time. So you've finally revealed your true beast form. Now this is interesting. Yi also quickly unleashed his power. If that's the case, then I can't hold back either. This technique is also called hard Qigong. This is a physical technique. A combination of Qigong and Yi's demonic Godzilla template. It is called Luminous Combat Technique. He even voiced a challenge. Let's have a satisfying fight. Qingzhu no longer wanted to back down. She immediately unleashed the tearing wind attack that can blow away anything. The battle now became intense. The two strongest were fighting each other. Quick as the wind, Yi switched his method. Explosive fist. Qingzhu seemed to execute a plan to suck all the evil energy into her mouth. Like a madwoman, she unleashed all of that terrifying stuff. One above, one below, the two were struggling to take each other down. He angrily stood firm to unleash an even more terrifying power. Yi's eyes were filled with calculation. Do you think you're the only one who can summon it? The electric current pierced through to her, causing it to crack into pieces. Qingzhu was no ordinary person either. She had gathered all the strength she possessed. It's that same move from before. This time, I won't back down. He'll drop my defenses. She forgoes defense to unleash the Lu family's strongest technique. She promised herself, I will face you head on. Qingzhu uses the atomic breath technique to shatter everything. She was like a madwoman trying to wreak havoc. Bloodline power. Qingzhu continuously delivered fatal blows that would instantly defeat a weaker opponent. Nether Blood Thorn. The two powers were about to converge. It's unknown who will be the one to claim victory. Ihi's atomic breath and Qingzhu's Nether Blood Thorn created two ferocious attacks. The spectators discussing the match were more excited than anyone. Not good. If these powers collide, it's not something those two martial disciples can control. Inside the battle, Ihi thought of another way. To sit still and cultivate until he succeeded. Gene technique. A magic formation was laid out. Earth Vein. Divine Wall. This might be able to take down the opponent. The boulders couldn't hold up under the impact of such powerful forces. Everyone watching from the outside had to admit it. This impact is truly powerful. Was that barrier just now created by the mayor? Does the mayor want to stop the attack between the two? If the mayor hadn't intervened, I'm afraid we would have been affected. Even Huang Jing seemed to be pondering something hesitantly. The three Earth Vein Divine Walls were prepared too hastily. So they weren't as sturdy as usual, ultimately still allowing Ihi's and Qingzhu's attacks to collide. Who could have imagined that this year's university entrance exam would have two contestants so unimaginably powerful? Blood dripped from Qingzhu's hand. She clutched her injured arm in pain. The power of the demonic blood beast true form has been exhausted. I can't give up. I can still fight. At this moment, Ihi's footsteps were approaching. His figure was truly immense. Ihi felt that in terms of power, Qingzhu wasn't just good, she was his equal. My attack clearly hit him. Yet he's not injured at all. He even spoke up to remind her. If you don't get rid of the nuclear radiation on your body, then in the future, you could be crippled. Qingzhu trembled. Upon hearing of its terrifying consequences, she angrily looked up, her eyes filled with tears. I never wanted to fight you at this level. Why did you drag me into this fight? Ihi quietly sat down to face her. He spoke clearly, word by word, so Qingzhu could hear. Did you really not want to fight me? Or are you just being rebellious, unwilling to admit you're competitive? Just now, when I risked my life against you, I could feel your thirst, your hope to win. Now, she couldn't make any more excuses. She thought it over and felt he was right. He's not wrong. Just now, I really did want to defeat him. That's why I dropped my defense and launched an all-out attack. But what's wrong with me? I clearly hate fighting. I just wanted to beat him quickly, but during our fight just now, I truly felt it. I felt that blissful feeling of combat. Not for anyone else, but only for myself. Ihi gently pushed Qingzhu's hair back with his hand, making her face turn completely red. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Your fighting is mixed with too many distracting thoughts. That is the reason for your defeat. Hearing this, Qingzhu looked closely at her own hand. The wounds and radiation on his arm have already healed well. Ihi couldn't help but acknowledge it. But you are still the strongest opponent I have ever met. Ever. Next time, if there's a chance, I'd really like to have a pure fight with you in a match. Qingzhu. Her eyes widened. In surprise. Classmate, Ihi. The mist has cleared. It's Ihi. He's still standing in the arena. The semi-final match has ended. Ihi of City No. 1 High School wins. After Ihi defeated Qingzhu, Chuzhou also, as expected, claimed victory. The greatest climax of the City University entrance exam, the battle for the top scorer, is about to begin. This is a fiery duel between City No. 1 High School's Ihi and his opponent, also from City No. 1 High School, Chuzhou. The number of live viewers for this match has been increasing non-stop. The City University exam finals now begin. Chuzhou had a cold expression. Please enlighten me. Ihi was also in a state ready for battle. Come at me. He's charging through countless layers as if he's flying straight ahead. He stands there waiting without hesitation. A majestic stance, fearing no one. If their powers combined, it would become a terrifying force capable of defeating anything. Atomic. As Chuzhou got closer, Dihua quickly used explosive fist to blast everything away at top speed. He's trying to dodge to avoid getting hurt. Too lazy to find my real body. Instead, you use a simple and brutal move to bombard all the clones. Chuzhou tries to find a way to fight back. With his defensive power, he basically can't stop Dihua's destructive force. It could be said, among his peers, Is there truly any martial artist who can fight Dihua in close combat? He's truly a monster. If there's no way to get close and fight you, then he'll wear you down from a distance. He decides to use his awakened bloodline ability. A dragon that can breathe fire appears. Chu Zhou is very confident in his ability and his own power, bloodline power. If you're not careful against this ice bloodline, you'll be taken down. Someone commented, praising him for this match. That Chu Zhou can actually create a mountain of ice. This kind of freezing power is incredible. It's as if the demon dragon is alive. Chu Zhou is so cool. Dihua's fans also started cheering for him. Fight the great demon King Dihua. Go for it. The guy can create ice. Right now, the powerful force of Chu Zhou's ice bloodline has formed a mountain of ice in the arena. Dihua has been sealed inside the ice mountain. Chu Zhou is also gradually running out of energy, suddenly releasing such a powerful icy force. It's still a bit of a burden on his body. Let's see. The ice mountain has started to melt. That iceberg was shattered, releasing a powerful energy. His eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? How could it be broken so easily? Chu Zhou tries to control the power rushing towards him. Everything exploded and erupted. Such a powerful iceberg was shattered so quickly. Dihua's footsteps stopped. Your ice demon dragon power has no effect on me. Your body is covered in icy mist. It seems. I completely counter you. To the point that even Chu Zhou has to admit defeat. The difference in our strength is truly too great. Dihua, take this final move of mine. This move is the current limit of my martial arts. I originally saved it for Qingzhu. He becomes more frantic than anyone. He musters all his power to use the soul-wounding sword intent. Huang Jing had been standing outside watching the match all this time. This is sword intent. How old is he to have such strength already? Chu Zhou rises up, wanting to bring his power to his opponent. Droplets of blood, from somewhere, began to drip down. Dihua already had his own plan. Wait until you get a better sword. Maybe then you'll have a slight chance. He suddenly notices something. A piece of the sword has fallen to the ground. My sword is. Chu Zhou asks Dihua with a look of contempt. How big of a chance? He smiles. Cheerfully. Slightly greater than the chance of a lightning ball succeeding. Then Chu Zhou raises his hand to surrender. I give up. The university entrance exam finals. And city. Dihua wins. The fan club couldn't stop screaming when they heard the news. I knew I wasn't wrong about Brother D. He's so cool. Although Chu Zhou is also very strong. In front of Dihua, he's simply no match. This dark horse, Dihua, really went all the way. I heard last year he was at the bottom of his class. This year, he defeated the top student to become the champion. So inspiring. The standard of this year's university entrance exam is much higher than in previous years. And to be able to overcome this challenge, Dihua is naturally the strongest champion and city has ever had. Even in the future, no one will be able to surpass him. Dihua's fanbase grew day by day, and they were willing to wait just to see him. The match commentators became even more excited. To the audience present at the venue and watching the university entrance exam via livestream of City for the year 24. After 3 days of fierce fighting, the martial arts champion of the university entrance exam of City has finally been decided. He is Dihua from City No. 1 High School. He is also being interviewed. Student Dihua, I heard your strength came from gradual development, from long-term accumulation. Now that you've won the title of champion, do you have anything you'd like to say? Dihua thought to himself. As expected of cultured people, even the way I use my power is described so elegantly. You even cleared your throat before speaking. First of all, I must thank my teacher. He was the one who didn't give up on me when I was at my lowest. He encouraged me, which gave me the motivation to keep fighting. Your teacher, watching on the screen, was also deeply moved. I really don't deserve your praise, I'm just a teacher who didn't want to lose. My job. I failed to recognize your potential. I truly feel guilty about it. Even the principal is here. And I want to. He was extremely surprised. He never would have guessed the principal would be here. The principal raised his hand and gestured. 2 million, Promote our city's No. 1 high school a little. I will award you a 2 million scholarship. Seeing the money, Ihi's eyes lit up. I must also thank my school. Thank you to my principal. If not for your wise leadership, How could we have achieved what we have today? Finally, I want to thank myself. If not for my own hard work and intelligence, then he absolutely could not have achieved this glory today. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the title of top scorer. Reward: 1 random monster template lottery draw. He didn't know he would get such a big reward. The top scorer title. So, monster templates can also be obtained from the system's achievements. At this moment, in the stadium corridor, crazed fans. He's out. Student Ihi, do you feel any pressure after winning the top scorer title? How did you get so strong so quickly in just half a year? Ihi, are you planning to go to Huadu University? He was scared, so he ran away. Stop chasing me. I need to use the restroom. Someone even ran up and asked directly. Student Ihi, who do you think is prettier, Qingzhu or Xiaoling? Or do you prefer Shin Huang or Chuzhou? Ihi really didn't want to answer questions like these, so he quickly fled. I don't have time to waste on these reporters. Student Ihi, wait a moment. Student Ihi, I still have one last question. On the basketball court, the morning light shines in beautifully. Ihi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I guess I finally escaped those reporters. The beast template isn't the only one. I didn't expect to get rewards through the system as well. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared here. Student Ihi, congratulations on winning the top scorer title. In that moment, he froze. Still more reporters? The man took off his hat and explained, don't misunderstand. I'm not a reporter. I'm from Huadu. Next, let's talk about the matter of the gene lock. He had never heard of this. A gene lock? I haven't unlocked any gene lock. All of my abilities come from the monster templates. Could this person know about my abilities? Who on earth is he? The man asked Ihi a question. This gene lock. Did you hear about it from your father? He immediately answered, that's right. According to the memories of the original owner, that is the case. The man took a document out of his bag. Student Ihi, aren't you curious how your father, an ordinary taxi driver, knew a term that is completely unrelated to his profession? Ihi looked at him doubtfully. Could it be that he's a master? Then the man held out some sort of document in front of him. Because your situation is special, Huadu has authorized the declassification of a top secret file for you. Ihi opened it and read it carefully. This is, in the past, the research institute in the field of biological genetics on Blue Star was once a giant. But due to an incident, the entire research institute was sanctioned and its members hunted by various nations. A large number of core researchers were forced to go into hiding and live secretly in the city. In fact, the gene lock was a key project of theirs in the past. He could no longer remain calm. You're telling me you see my convenient father as a high-level researcher for Tamil? And I am the secret research result of the cunning fox? The man continued to reassure him, rest assured. The country will not give you any trouble. I only came here to help you understand the situation. After all, you're involved and have the right to know. He could tell this person was overly worried. Big bro, I'm telling you, I'm calmer than you are right now. Do you believe me? The man continued to explain nonstop. Furthermore, you are a key development target for the country. We will always protect you and keep you safe. He had been holding back his laughter for a while now. How troublesome. The more famous you are, the more attention and trouble you get. This society is truly all about power. He finally said his goodbyes. Then he'll be leaving first. D had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He's finally gone. This time, I scored quite a lot in the university entrance exam. Not only did I get a ticket to Huadu University, but I also received a 2 million scholarship from the principal plus an 800,000 bonus. Of course, the most important thing is that I can draw a new monster ability template. He excitedly started drawing the template. I can't wait any longer. Above him, a mystical circle appeared. He looked up at the sight in amazement. A circle that could attract anyone who would be mesmerized by it. He was facing a strange monster's form. It's the template. D rank. Ability template. D rank template. Super. Colossal humanoid. Bloodline ability. 60-meter gigantification. High temperature steam. The advanced form is elemental humanoid. It was the first time he had heard this name. Super colossal humanoid. The abilities of different templates can be stacked. If the super colossal humanoid template is combined with the Godzilla template, what would happen? It would probably turn into an armored kaiju king. In another scene, in a dark room, Big brother Hualong. You mean you have some personal business to take care of soon? You're not taking any more missions? That's right. I will clear my entire schedule for the time being. Understood, I know what to do. The ceiling above was already cracked. His footsteps could bring this place down. Not only that, his eyes were filled with danger. Unfortunately, we couldn't find your younger brother's body in the secret realm. But we did find some of his remains where his signal last appeared. Through analysis, there were traces of nuclear radiation. He shook his head, having already known this truth. Little brother, I told you not to get mixed up in this world. Don't get into this business. Why didn't you listen? Mother told me to take care of you before she left. And city finals. Dihi wins. He stared at the face of him. Dihi. He's definitely a rare genius in city. Huadu University will also fight over him, but unfortunately, Dihi won't live long enough to enroll. At Dihi's place, a package arrived. He was very curious. I was just about to go test my new template in a secret realm. Who sent this to me? The sender was Chu Zhou. Dihi. According to the investigation by the Huadu Central Research Institute, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, a new secret realm rift will open at Gongshu Mountain in the suburbs of City. The secret realm is expected to be around C rank. I want to explore this secret realm. Do you want to form a team with me? After reading those words, Dihi felt it was so corny. Seriously, big bro? What era are we living in now? And he's still using letters. Is this guy a transmigrated too? At the peak of City's Gongshu Mountain, everyone had crowded here since early morning. So many people. There are at least more than 1,000 people here. As expected, new secret realms are always highly sought after. As soon as Chu Zhou saw Dihi, he greeted him. You've gotten stronger again. Dihi cheerfully put on a fake smile. This guy Chu Zhou's senses are unexpectedly sharp. I used the money I got from the university exam to buy a few gene potions and raise the compatibility of the super colossal humanoid template to 35%. It seems that low-rank monster templates also have their advantages. They can produce results quickly. He spoke up and asked Chu Zhou, which university are you planning to apply to? He hesitated before answering, Huadu University. Dihi replied warmly. Looks like we'll be classmates then. His expression, Chu Zhou's expression seemed a bit off. Suddenly, everyone shouted. The secret realm is opening. The fire dragon monsters have appeared. Appearing before everyone was the body of a monster. It was a three-headed vulture. It spread its wings and flew out to attack the crowd below, who were staring at it in shock. A martial artist below pointed up at the monster. That three-headed vulture. He called out to everyone. The secret realm is open. Brothers, kill. Kill that demonic beast. Charge into the secret realm. Then, many other martial artists charged forward, each one filled with killing intent, gathering their chi and launching their attacks at the monster as if they had seen a treasure. It cried out in fear. Oh no, I used too much force when I came out. Why are there so many martial artists? They look like easy prey. Retreat quickly. We can't go back. We're trapped. A moment later, only a few feathers of that bird remained. The poor bird was thrashed and cried out continuously. As expected, even the early bird can get beaten. The River Tree Mountain secret realm is actually a strange, wild forest where the trees grow in a very peculiar way. The people outside quickly stepped inside. He also stepped inside. His demeanor was calm and composed, not rushed. He walked with a steady, natural pace. A smell wafted up from somewhere. It hit Ihi's nose, making him uncomfortable. The stench of blood is too strong. Then he suddenly realized it was a beast tide. These bastards were already lying in ambush for us. A horde of ravenous monsters with human skulls for faces appeared. Their bodies were shrouded in demonic energy as they charged, eager to fight the martial artists. On this side, the martial artists also eagerly charged towards the horde of monsters. Using all their strength, someone shouted, "All martial artists." According to national law, the priority is to eliminate demonic beasts and fight back against the beast tide. During the fight, a martial artist managed to behead a monster. Next, a giant python was stabbed through the head by a martial artist, dying in agony. Chu Zhou. He raised his ice sword with a sharp gaze. Bloodline power. Then he swung his sword towards the monster approaching him, creating a powerful shockwave. Suddenly, a monster rushed from behind, trying to sneak attack Chu Zhou. but he detected it. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Atomic burst! Destruction fist!" A streak of light shot out, hitting the monster that was about to ambush him from behind. The monster's internal organs splattered everywhere. He used his right arm to shield himself from the force and the flying debris from its corpse. He rubbed his left wrist and looked at Chu Zhou, saying, "Watch your back." He had clearly just saved him. It made him remember it in his heart. He said, "Thanks." At their feet were the corpses of a group of demonic beasts they had dealt with, their blood and flesh mixed on the ground. He told him that none of the demonic beasts in this secret realm were worth fighting, showing contempt for the low-level monsters. It made Chu Zhou shudder. Chu Zhou's face showed his astonishment as he spoke. He has already killed this many? He thought. The demonic beasts he killed look like all their flesh and blood has been dissolved. He's using wide-area nuclear radiation. Looking at the bones gradually crumbling on the ground, he was terrified. It's difficult to defend against. And it all happens silently. The most terrifying part is that it directly attacks the creature's cells. Right now, he is no different from a true demon descending upon the world. Everywhere he went, monsters were annihilated by the atomic chemical radiation emanating from his body. Everyone looked at him as if they were seeing a demon enthroned. Damn it! Why are they clearing them out so fast in the back? Could it be that they have a high-level martial artist helping them? Everyone was looking towards Yi, marveling, and thought, no. Among them is this year's university entrance exam top scorer from its city. Someone spoke up to answer the question. Another man was still stunned. The university top scorer? Isn't he just a martial apprentice? How can a martial apprentice kill so many demonic beasts? Kid, the person behind him asked, did you not watch the live broadcast? This year's exam, right? That's right. What's so great about watching high schoolers fight? The kid over there laughed and said, idiot. That high schooler could take on 10 of you. It made the man shudder involuntarily. Afterwards, many martial artists gathered in front of him and wanted him to lead them in annihilating the demonic beasts. Herd the demonic beasts towards the top scorer. A person with a sword stood at the front and shouted. Under the forest canopy, the words were passed from one person to the next. There's a signal from the front. The leader of the beast tide has been eliminated. Everyone cheered with joy. We won. But they continued to advance, fighting to push back the demonic beasts. The beast tide is starting to retreat. Chu Zhou wiped the sweat from his tired face after the battle with the beast tide. He sighed with emotion. Well, luckily, we withstood the first wave of the beast tide. Everyone around looked extremely exhausted after this battle. In the beginning, there were over 1,000 martial artists gathered here. Now, only a little over 800 remain, and many are injured, too. Everyone's heart was heavy because of the sacrifice of their comrades and friends in the fight against the demonic beasts. Yi, carrying a large rock with crystals on his shoulder, sighed tiredly. Chu Zhou, how am I supposed to carry all this loot back? His helpless expression in front of a bag of loot bigger than himself astonished Chu Zhou. Where did you get so many demon cores? Chu Zhou took out a small ring and gave it to Yi. This is my spatial ring. For now, put everything in here. Hearing this, Yi's smile gradually lost its humanity. A spatial ring is worth thousands. I didn't expect you to be this rich, Chu Zhou. His mind started thinking of something wicked again. A martial artist said, Boss Wu Sen's group is back. The two of them looked in the direction of the voice. Luckily, he was here to kill the Overlord-level demonic beast. Otherwise, we would have died of exhaustion among the horde. Everyone looked up in admiration at the tall figure approaching them. He said, Hello, you're the top scorer of the Incheon City University entrance exam, right? Wu Sun, captain of the Incheon City branch of the Silver Wolf Martial Guild. He looked down at Yi. Wu Sun extended his hand to shake Yi's. I just heard from my members about your valiant performance. I was wondering if you'd like to join our martial guild. It won't affect your university studies. On the contrary, you'll even receive a generous subsidy. I, Wu Sun, am willing to sign an S-rank member contract with you. Yi looked up at him. The other martial artist's eyes lit up as they watched the two. Big brother Wu Sun is personally inviting Yi to join the guild. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without the support of a martial guild, it's hard for a lone martial artist to bear the exorbitant costs on the path of martial arts. Besides, The Silver Wolf Martial Guild is one of the largest martial guilds in the Xia country. An S-rank contract with them is something even an ordinary student from Huadu University might not get. A girl with purple, short-cut hair, riding on the back of a tiger-like demonic beast, approached. Wu-san, I was wondering why you ran off so fast. So this is why? She cut in between the two of them. She looked at him. Fellow student, please join our thriving martial guild. Although our guild scale is a bit smaller than the Silver Wolf's, she smiled. But I can guarantee that after joining, you will receive 15% of the guild's training resources every month. The eyes of the martial artists nearby lit up, forming heart shapes as they looked at her. What? 15% of the training resources? Isn't that equivalent to becoming a shareholder? A high school student is making two major martial guilds fight over him with such insane concessions. He picked his ear and looked away. Sorry, but I have no intention of joining any martial guild at the moment. Wu-san chuckled lightly. As expected, it seems winning over the university's top scorer isn't so easy. No problem, Let's just consider this as making a friend. In the future, if you need any help, feel free to contact our Silver Wolf Martial Guild anytime. The two shook hands. Our thriving martial guild is also at your service, she said. He replied. Even though you can't join, we can still be friends. Is this the hand you just used to pick your ear? He paid it no mind. Don't sweat the small stuff. Chuzhou approached him. The beast tide has been repelled. We can start exploring freely now. This place is a forest of giant trees. Let's get to the treetops to observe the area's situation, then we'll decide what to do. He agreed. All right. He used his ability to fly away. Chuzhou ran after him. So fast. The two stood on a red canopy, looking around. Chuzhou looked into the distance, astonished. What is that? In the distance were colossal figures, so tall he couldn't see them clearly. Bodies this massive. Must be over 1,000 meters tall. It's truly hard to imagine. He looked at them excitedly. It's not hard to imagine. We are still young. In a few years, it's not impossible for us to conquer the demonic beasts in this secret realm and even uncover the truth behind it. As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly. Chuzhou broke into a sweat looking at him. As expected of Yi, when facing powerful beings of unknown origin, I feel fear, but Yi is confident he can defeat them. He watched the excited Yi intently. He thought to himself, it seems I'm not only inferior to Yi in martial arts, but in willpower as well. Yi is what a true beast core martial artist should be. Your cores will all be mine sooner or later. He activated his life magnetic field. Strange. My life magnetic field can detect the distribution of life throughout the entire secret realm. His eyes turned blue as he looked ahead, but to the southeast there's a void. That place is like a completely empty vacuum. A monster emerged from the sea, creating a huge wave. It rocked the large boat. Something unusual must have a cause. The stormier the waves, the more precious the fish. His eyes shone as he looked toward the sea. He raised his hand and pointed forward. To the lake. He shouted. Chuzhou, look to the southeast. There's a lake over there. Let's go check it out. In a creepy forest. Looking around, Yi suddenly brightened. Wu Lishu. Surprising Chuzhou. Wu Lishu greeted him cheerfully. Isn't this our top scorer, Yi? I never expected you to be so powerful, kid. A bald man stood beside her with his arms crossed. Oh, Wu Lishu. You know our little top scorer from Inching City? A cheerful girl with glasses added. That's right. Hurry and introduce us. Top scorer Yi was truly majestic while fighting the beast tide earlier. So awe-inspiring. Yi stepped forward. Wu Lishu. How long have you guys been here? Wu Lishu replied. We just arrived not long ago. Two of our teammates who are good swimmers have gone down into the lake to scout ahead. Suddenly, a young man surfaced from the water, gasping for air. He exclaimed happily, We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. Wu Lishu calmly said. Explain clearly. How do we strike it rich? He immediately. There are ruins at the bottom of the lake. We're about to strike it big. Wu Lishu was joyfully surprised. Really? This is fantastic for us. He asked blankly, ruins? What is that? Seeing how excited they were, Chuzhou explained. In the world of secret realms, there are mysterious structures suspected to be left by a previous civilization, which experts collectively call ruins. It is said that the theoretical foundation of modern human martial arts, and much of our gene technology originated from those ruins. A man suddenly noticed them and laughed loudly. There's someone else? His hand immediately drew his sword. He asked fiercely, "Who are you two? How dare you eavesdrop on us?" Wu Lishu immediately stopped him. "Stop, Wu Yang. He and Xu Zhou are the top scorer and runner-up of this year's City University entrance exam. Their strength far surpasses most ordinary martial artists. Let them join us this time." He nodded in agreement. "That's right, old brother. Don't get agitated. The two of us can also help you. Explore the ruins." The man asked agitatedly, "How will the spoils be divided?" He raised his hand. "We are outside reinforcements. We'll split it based on contribution. However much we contribute is how much of the spoils we'll take." The man thought for a moment and said, "In that case, all right, you can join us for now. But don't try anything funny. The top scorer and the third place. Two future big shots. It's best not to make enemies with them." Underwater, the man led the way with everyone following behind. Into the cave, the man explained. "Once we pass through this cave, the ruins will be right inside." Then he looked around, searching. "Strange. Where's that guy Li Wei? Didn't we tell him to stand guard here?" A bald man spoke up. "Maybe he found some treasure and went ahead on his own." The man gestured. Hey, Li Wei, answer me." Hey, the woman with glasses asked. "You've been to this underwater cave before. Did you check for any signs of demonic beast activity?" The man replied. "Li Wei and I already put out bait to lure the demonic beasts, but not a single hair of a beast showed up." The woman with glasses trembled. "This place seems quite dangerous. Li Wei has also gone missing. Should we continue exploring?" The man shouted angrily, "Explore? We must explore. Fortune and glory are waiting right in front of you. If you don't dare to take it, you'll be a low-level martial artist for life. If you're afraid of dying, then get lost. If you want to get rich, then stay." Everyone was worried. The man continued. "If no one is leaving, then let's go." The man led the way. Everyone followed him into the cave. Under the flashlight's beam, a few footprints appeared. He observed in silence. He suddenly mouthed some words. "Something's wrong." Xu Zhou agreed. "Indeed. The timeline doesn't add up." Wu Lishu said her team had just arrived near the lake, which means it was only within the last 10 minutes or so. But they managed to enter the cave under the lake, pass through the underwater passage, and find a secret path leading to the ruins. It's really like turning on map hack in a video game. Xu Zhou gestured. "It's clearly a trap. Should we warn your acquaintance and get out of here?" He smiled. "Don't worry. I have a trump card." Inside the cave, there were many vines. A voice rang out. "This is a beast core. It has lost its luster. It seems its power was drained long ago. No wonder. We didn't see many demonic beasts in the water on our way down. Turns out they've all been eaten." Wu Lishu said worriedly. "Wu Yang, where did you say the ruins were?" The woman with glasses suddenly screamed. That's drawing everyone's attention. "Li Wei is dead." Everyone was terrified. The man clutched his head and screamed. "Where are the ruins? Why are there no ruins here? Where did the ruins go?" He clutched his head. "Li Wei is dead. How did you die?" The vines. I think I've also been caught by the vines." "You guys run." After being entangled, he exploded. Thousands of vines shot out. Everyone was terrified. Wu Yang. Could it be that he was? A flash of light shot forward. Instantly, it was knocked far away. He was calm. "I didn't expect that a demonic beast could be this intelligent," he said, looking at the red orb. "After hunting and killing 2 martial artists, it even parasitized the brain of one of them, using him as bait to lure more prey. It seems we've been lured into its hunting ground." Everyone shouted worriedly. "The demonic creature has already blocked the way we came in. It doesn't want us to escape either." Xu Zhou was calm. "I've read about this kind of vine-controlling demonic creature in a book before. A demonic beast of rank 2, devil vine." Wu Lishu was terrified. "Rank 2, a blood parasite class. They basically can't be judged by normal ranks. This rank is fundamentally not something that first-rank martial artists like us can fight against." He was angry. "I don't care what rank it is. Watch me blow it to pieces." The cave suddenly exploded. A martial artist appeared out of nowhere. "I'm here to take your life," surprising everyone. Blood Chi Wolf Smoke. It's an 8th Dan martial artist. He turned his head and asked the big guy with a body more massive than a mountain behind him. Someone still remembers me? He looked down on Ihi from above like a god looking down on a mortal. Disgusting. I heard that in the Gongsho Mountain secret realm, someone used nuclear radiation abilities to fight the beast tide. I knew you were there. I just needed to follow the traces. The residual radiation could be used to track your whereabouts, to avoid being detected by you. I held my breath and focused my spirit. I followed you all the way to this underground cave. I didn't expect you to still discover me. You even used a large rock to block the entrance and stop me from coming in. I completely stopped my heartbeat and breathing, playing dead, and yet you still realized. As expected of the person who drove us, the Ho brothers, into a corner. He put on his most innocent face. Maybe. You're just stupid. Uncle, who are you? Suddenly barging in and spouting a bunch of strange words. Do we know each other? The big guy got angry, raising a fist that flashed with a crimson light. He aimed at Ihi, cursing. Stop pretending. Go die? He swung his arm down. His voice trembled with anger. Could this be the lair of the devil vine? Luring me to a monster's lair and letting the monsters attack me. The big guy, looking like the cart titan, screamed in frustration. His mouth was open wide enough to fit an elbow. Damn it. Is this also part of your plan? Ihi. He punched wildly at the air, ranting nonstop. The devil vine's characteristic is to absorb martial chi and secrete a neurotoxin. If this keeps up, it'll definitely die here. Damn it. You dare to trick me? Watching him from afar, he couldn't help but complain. Uncle, you're imagining things a bit too much. This is the first time we've met. The big guy was furious. He punched with earth-shattering force. He punched and then yelled, Die, you bastards. My target is that bastard Ihi, not this bunch of dried grass. Liang Li looked at the large and small rocks falling from above in panic. This is bad. This cave is about to collapse because of their fight. She turned around in confusion at the voice echoing from behind her. Get out of the way. The gold-wearing guy, unclear if he was man or monster, began to form a pressurized, bright blue orb in his mouth, covering the entire space around it. He fired the orb. Wherever the orb flew, that place was torn apart by the dazzling blue light in the space. Seawater forcefully swept up the large rocks that were scattered by the pressure. From the orb, Chu Zhou yelled urgently to Liang Li, Sister Wu Li, you guys go first. Take this. Swinging a fist like a firestorm. Gritting his teeth, he threatened. Don't even think about running. Frost Soul Spear. Chu Zhou deployed a technique like a sharp block of ice to block his fierce punch. His brilliant blue eyes flashed with a cold light. With me here, don't you dare harm a single hair on Ihi's head. The gold-wearing guy gave a twisted smile that reached his ears. His pupils constricted as if stimulated. Mocking. You brat. I am a gold-wearing martial artist, a little bit of frost, and you think this little bit can hurt me? Ihi rushed in from out of nowhere, taunting him. You talk too much, old man. Where are you looking? At the same time, raising a fist that seemed to be turning to ice. Nuclear energy bombardment fist. The technique, like a tornado, struck him head-on, knocking his entire body backwards. Ihi stood in front of Chu Zhou, speaking without turning back. You go first. This guy is a high-level martial artist. It'll be a bit tough for you to deal with him now. Leave him to me. Soaking wet, Liang Lei and the others looked down at the calm lake surface. She was worried. The demonic ghost vine has gone completely berserk. It wants to stir up the entire bottom of the lake and make a total mess of everything. Chu Zhou emerged from below, struggling to lift his heavy body. Liang Lei immediately approached and asked, Where's Dihi? Chu Zhou just turned his head back, looking down at the quiet lake without a word. The lake's surface suddenly rippled violently. A huge source of energy shattered its original piece, like waves of lightning striking deep into the lake. A giant emerged, pulling another small figure along with it. A ruined body, its features unrecognizable as if burned, floated in midair. Chu Zhou and the others looked up with apprehension. The giant gradually merged into the smoke that filled the blue sky and disappeared. Chu Zhou rushed over to where he was trying to crawl ashore. He, completely naked, struggled to open his mouth. Chu Zhou, Lend me a set of clothes. Chu Zhou asked a question. What was that explosion just now? He, sitting on the ground with his hands on his thighs, answered. That mysterious martial artist actually brought a plasma bomb to take the demonic ghost vine down with him. Chu Zhou asked doubtfully. A plasma bomb? Isn't that a restricted military item? What kind of person could get their hands on something like that? Moreover, I also felt that the explosion just now seemed even more powerful than a plasma bomb. Chu Zhou continued to search his memory. It seems there was also a giant in the smoke. He's face went pale, forcing a smile that couldn't be more awkward. No, it must have been an illusion created by the explosion. You saw it wrong. He said one thing, but thought another. Phew, I managed to fool them. If they found out about my monster template ability, it wouldn't be good. I went a little overboard. I ground that martial artist to dust. Couldn't get any loot from him. Luckily, I got the demon core of the demonic ghost vine. Liang Lei waved goodbye, leaving with the others. We'll be leaving first then. I'm so sorry. Not only did we make you come here for nothing, but we also made you save us. When you leave the secret realm, we will compensate you. He replied politely. Don't be polite, Sister Wu Lei. Consider this repaying the favor you did for me before. If you really compensate me, wouldn't I just owe you another favor? After speaking, he turned and gave Chu Zhou a sinister smile. Next up is happy monster grinding time. 3 days later. Entrance to the Gongshou Mountain secret realm. Just as they set foot, the two of them looked up with stunned expressions. He's trembling voice was filled with surprise. No way. In just a few days, this place has been developed into a small town? There's even a transport machine. The construction capabilities of the Xia Kingdom are truly terrifying. He placed the huge bag on the reception counter. The receptionist gently suggested, Sir, please be a little more gentle. If these things get damaged, it won't be good for you either. He scratched the back of his head. He smiled sheepishly and replied, Sorry, but I have too many things on me. If I don't take them out quickly, it will probably be very difficult for you to finish the inspection before noon. The receptionist continued, Please rest assured, sir. We are all professional staff. He calmly took out the ring on his hand, pulling out 2, 3, 4, 5 bags. He took out the last bag from the ring, which seemed to expand like a storage warehouse, and sighed in relief. That's the last bag. The receptionist's face turned pale as she watched. She thought to herself, These bags. Are you trying to sell all this? She opened her mouth, trembling. Sir, are you done yet? He gave a sinister smile. I'm done. But you'll have to hurry up with the accounting. We still have quite a few spirit herbs. At the Spirit Herb Appraisal Center, a noisy crowd looked at the pile of spirit herbs on the table, taking turns shouting in amazement. This 7-star leaf is at least 300 years old. This type of spirit herb usually only grows in extremely hidden places. Even professional herb gatherers rarely see it. What kind of dogshit luck does this kid have? He actually managed to find a 6 harmonies flower. This is a key ingredient for refining chi-si pills. Even if these spirit herbs don't look good, their market value is at least 30 million. Some of these are rare spirit herbs on the market. They might be even more expensive. This martial artist is incredibly lucky. He struck it rich overnight. Old man, are you really that muddled? How could someone who collected so many spirit herbs just be lucky? A person with this kind of ability absolutely cannot be offended. He watched the noisy crowd from a short distance, muttering to himself, The blue and white beast cores can no longer help me improve. I can exchange them all for money. And while fighting the beast tide, I got 5 blue beast cores from level 3 beasts. But the green and patterned beast cores from those level 2 monsters are the real biggest harvest. The money has been transferred to the card. 27,507,000. He walked out of the center, still talking to himself. The beast cores are dealt with. Now I need to find a buyer for the appraised spirit herbs. Suddenly, a luxurious foreign car stopped in front of him. An old man with graying hair approached and introduced himself. Hello, young friendy. I am Li Yudian, the owner of Peace Pharmacy Hall. I heard you collected a large number of spirit herbs from Gongshou Mountain. I wonder if you would be willing to sell them to me. I'm willing to buy them for slightly above the market price. He observed him and thought, My personal information really isn't secure. It seems the people at the appraisal center leaked my information. It doesn't matter anyway. It's just when I need to sell these spirit herbs. Someone came knocking on my door for business. It saves me a trip. A moment later, the high-end foreign car drove away, not forgetting to leave a farewell. Next time you have spirit herbs, remember to find me. Young friend Ehe. The money has entered the bank account. 7,450,064. Ehe muttered. So much money. Yet it's not even enough to conveniently upgrade myself by another 10%. Personal strength is the ultimate truth. The common potions on the market and the white beast cores. And blue ones can barely upgrade me anymore. He sighed. The monster template's appetite is really picky. Even pickier than its host, me. What was it? A blood jade fruit. I don't even have the right to compete for high-level items like that. That's right. There is still a way. He remembered something. Martial arts. During the university entrance exam, my abilities crushed people like Lu Qingzhu. All thanks to the powerful abilities of the Godzilla monster template. But in terms of martial skills, I'm far behind those martial arts prodigies. Therefore, what I need to do now is find those powerful martial skills. He urgently dashed off, not forgetting to shout, "Old man, I'm here to get some gold from you." In the principal's office at Anqing First High School, the principal poured tea into the teacup on the table. He had him sit in his principal's chair. Ahem. Ehe. I didn't expect you to keep in touch with your old school and come back for a visit. Ehe smiled sheepishly and replied, Principal, you don't need to be so polite. The principal retorted, How could I not be? You are the top scorer of the university entrance exam. You're a role model for me, for the school, and for all the teachers and students of Anqing. Ehe handed him a bottle. Said, Principal, this is medicinal wine I brought from Boss Lee's Peace Pharmacy. This isn't a gift. It's a sign of respect for my elder. This is a fine tradition and principle of our Xia nation. Seeing this, the principal's eyes lit up. Ehe, look at you. Truly a student with both character and knowledge, who respects his teachers. What a good role model. Ehe then got to the main topic. Principal, it's actually like this. I want to learn some powerful martial skills. Do you have any connections? I haven't entered university yet, so I can only seek help from the martial artist families. The principal advised. You've already passed the exam for Huadu University. Your admission is practically guaranteed. Why don't you wait until you're in university to learn martial skills? You're being too hasty. Ehe used a gaze as sparkling as a gemstone, shining brightly as he looked straight at the principal. Persuasively, Principal, I want to improve even more. The principal was finally powerless against his enthusiasm. Of his. All right, I can help you with a little introduction for this matter. After all, you are a special talent. We are educators. Of course, we must teach students according to their aptitude and not be stuck in our ways. Ehe leaned closer to him and started laying on the flattery. Principal, you're right. The rules are fixed. But people must be flexible. The education sector having someone like you, who understands the need to adapt, is truly a blessing for the education sector. The principal's eyes crinkled with pleasure. He beamed with a smile that reached his ears. Hee. You flatter me, you flatter me. The next day at noon, Ehe received a call from the principal. The voice on the other end said, I've already arranged everything for you. You can go now? Ehe asked back, Thank you, principal. May I ask which family of martial artists it is? He was a little flustered. The Liu family of City is willing to teach me their family's secret techniques? The outskirts of City, a vehicle was speeding along the highway. The blonde girl in the back seat exclaimed in admiration, Brother Jia, you're driving so fast. You're so powerful. Seeing this, the young master turned his head back. What's this? I'm even stronger. Before he could finish his sentence, that duck-faced fellow, Ehe, peeked over. He gave a friendly reminder, my friend. You shouldn't get distracted when driving at high speeds. Reckless driving will make your loved ones shed tears. The young master jumped in shock and shouted, Damn it, are you crazy? You scared me to death. You dare to race me on a public bicycle? After speaking, he twisted the throttle hard. He left Ehe to eat his dust, while constantly cursing. Someone of your status is worthy of riding alongside a young master like me? The blonde girl praised him even more. Brother Jia is so strong, so manly. Being humiliated, Ehe squinted his eyes. A second later, the young master and the blonde girl were startled by an explosive sound from behind. He, with insane speed, rode his bike like a rocket, overtaking the young master. Let's go, brother. The bike sped up faster and faster. Its path left a dazzling green trail. The other two were scared stiff, breaking out in a cold sweat. Can a bicycle really go that fast? This speed is almost like a plane's. Anyway, we've arrived. He got off the bike. He shielded his eyes from the sun, looked up, and mumbled, as expected of a martial artist family. Their residence is this luxurious. Several auras appeared within the life force field. They were incredibly powerful. The gate opened. A pair of beautiful legs approached. The beautiful Qingzhu waved in greeting. You're here. They? Ihi greeted her. Classmate Qingzhu, are you really that unhappy to see me again? Qingzhu shyly lowered her head. No. Ihi continued to tease. So you mean you're very happy to see me? Qingzhu shyly urged him on. My mother told me to come and get you. Let's go see her now. Ihi walked behind Qingzhu across the vast grounds. They entered through the crimson door. Qingzhu looked up and announced, Mother, Ihi is here. A noble foot stepped down the stairs. The head of the Liu family, Qinlan. She spoke. Welcome, Ihi. Ihi gasped, his face flushing red. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, he thought, Chancellor, I understand now. After the university entrance exams ended, at the magnificent mansion of the Liu family, Qingzhu stood before Lady Liu, deep in thought, closing her eyes and sighing. She opened her teary eyes to look at her mother. Mother, I. Qinlan raised her hand and waved it dismissively. Qingzhu, there's no need to be so tense. She was still choked up, unable to speak. I. Recalling her daughter's match on the live stream, she gently comforted her. I watched the live stream of the battle between you and that boy named Ihi. You performed very well. Ihi's strength, even in the Huadu University entrance exams, would make him a dark horse. You don't need to blame yourself. Qingzhu just stood there, trembling sadly, not knowing what to say. Qinlan stood up and continued. Your younger brother's aptitude is limited. He is fundamentally incapable of inheriting the Liu family. The Liu family, in your generation, only you can shoulder this burden. She walked over, lifted her daughter's face, and whispered, But you are a girl, after all, and a very beautiful one at that. Your father passed away early. Right now, our Liu family doesn't have a grandmaster to rely on. The family's power had to retreat to a small place like in city. If a great family wants a marriage alliance with you, we have no right to refuse. And that would mean the Liu family would be swallowed whole. Our 100-year foundation would be handed over to someone else. I want the two of you to be together. What do you think? After hearing Qinlan's suggestion, Liu Qingzhu's eyes widened in surprise. Qinlan continued to offer persuasive reasons. Dihua is outstanding. His talent is extraordinary. His family background is simple. His future is limitless. From my observation, he's not the type with a wolf's ambition. She stammered hesitantly. Her mother cut her off decisively. You, right now? You don't have to answer. First, try getting to know Dihua. Soon after, the Liu family invited Dihua to their home. He was now standing before Mrs. Liu, coughing a few times to hide his awkwardness, then lowered his head to greet her. Hello, Auntie. This is a small gift I brought. Qinlan stood above and replied graciously. Welcome to the Liu family, Dihua. Her sharp, charming face showed a hint of interest as she asked. I heard from the principal of No. 1 high school that you want to learn some profound martial arts. He nodded in reply. Yes, that's right. Let Qingzhu take you. Dihua was a little surprised, thinking to himself. She agreed so quickly? She walked down and passed in front of him, instructing. Qingzhu will take you to the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. Because the martial arts in the pavilion cannot be taken outside, you only have 1 day to learn. Deep inside the martial arts pavilion are 3 sets of Shin Huang grade martial arts. Whether you can learn them or not will depend on your own ability. At this point, her eyes, Qinlan's eyes involuntarily flashed with a deep, inscrutable look. Dihua clasped his hands, bowed his head, and replied sincerely yes. This Dihua thanks the Liu family. Qinlan glanced at him and thought. He's thanking the Liu family, not Qinlan herself? It seems this means he has made a promise to the Liu family. Very good, Dihua. In the future, This Lu family will let you fulfill that promise. This child is truly intelligent. The more I look, the more pleased I am. Her gaze turned sparkling, as if she were looking at a treasure. It made him feel a bit creeped out. He kept feeling that her gaze toward him was a little strange. Lu Qingzhu stood in the distance with a face full of question marks, not understanding what was happening. Afterwards, she led him into a cold stone passageway. Dihua followed behind and took the opportunity to ask, "Classmate Qingzhu, why do I feel like you're always avoiding my gaze?" Qingzhu flinched and denied it. "Am not." He moved closer to her, his face full of teasing as he asked, "Is that so?" Flustered, her face blushing, she took a few steps back and stammered, "What are you doing, getting so close?" Dihua laughed heartily, pleased with his successful teasing. They arrived at a giant, monolithic stone door. Lu Qingzhu turned to introduce it. This is a power-dissipating stone door. It's a special type of stone excavated from within a secret realm. It can nullify an attack from a Shin martial master without shattering. He looked at the door for a moment and then asked, "Can I punch it once?" Her face a mix of 70% confusion and 30% contempt. She reluctantly replied, "Go ahead." Inwardly, she was silently judging him. This person's thoughts are so strange. Shouldn't he be marveling at how miraculous this stone is? He gritted his teeth, took a stance, and gathered spiritual power into his fist. Seeing this, Qingzhu flinched, her neck shrinking back, traumatized. It's that fist technique again, the one that emits a blue light. The terrifying memory came flooding back. Dihua threw a powerful punch to test the wall. The wall was struck with a loud bang. However, the wall was obviously unscathed, as if the previous strike was just a mosquito bite. He clenched the fist he had just used, pouting in confusion. How strange. The moment I touched the rock wall, it felt like punching the ocean or falling into a swamp. More than 90% of my power was absorbed. Lu Qingzhu's voice sounded. "Let's go. They'll take you inside to choose a martial art." Her voice sounded normal, but she was secretly laughing gleefully inside. So even Dihua can be baffled like this? The two of them entered the scripture pavilion. Inside, there were vast rows of martial arts manuals, neatly arranged and categorized. Qingzhu introduced as she walked. The martial arts here are categorized by movement techniques, defense, and body refinement. Swordsmanship is also divided into different levels. Whichever one you want to learn, just use this card to unlock its permissions. Yi then wondered, what about the Shin Huang martial arts? She led him to the door at the end of the room and answered, "It's inside the deepest small stone room. You also use the card to enter." She pointed to the secret room in front of them and kindly reminded him, "But you basically can't comprehend a Shin Huang martial art in just one day. At most, you'll only learn the basics. I feel that my mother giving you the right to learn a Shin Huang martial art isn't necessarily a good thing for you. I can help you choose a few martial arts that are just one tier below Shin Huang, but are suitable for you." Standing beside her, he started to tease her again. "Are you worried about me?" Qingzhu was fuming, but still had to hold it in. "I don't want to talk to this bad guy anymore." He coughed a few times and continued, "You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. If I'm going to learn, I'll learn the strongest. If a Shin Huang martial art is laid out before me and I don't dare to learn it, then I might as well just obediently go home." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly realized something and asked, "This door is made of black force-absorbing stone." Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a password being entered rang out. Lu Qingzhu explained as she pressed the keys. The secret room storing the Shin Huang martial art must naturally be more secure. This black force-absorbing stone is extremely rare. To gather enough stone to build this wall of black force-absorbing stone, my family has been collecting it since my great-grandfather's time. The secret door slowly opened. The lights throughout the entire room automatically turned on. Inside the room were 3 iron safes. Large ones, standing imposingly inside. Among them, the cabinet in the middle contains the Shin Huang martial art, demon imprisoning fleshly body. She continued to explain the rules. The way to cultivate a Shin Huang martial art is not by reading, but by sensing the martial charm that the creator of the martial art left behind in it. If you can't sense it, or if the martial artist's attributes conflict with the martial charm, then you cannot begin to cultivate the Shin Huang martial art. Simply put, A Shin Huang martial art is a living thing. It's not the martial artist who chooses the martial art, but the martial art that chooses the martial artist. At this, he let out a sly and delighted laugh. Well then, that's great. Demon imprisoning fleshly body. I am the one chosen by this martial art. The safe door creaked open. He looked inside, completely frozen, breaking into a cold sweat. A Shin Huang martial art isn't a book. It's a statue. Before him was a statue, a bit ugly and rough, but its seated posture looked incredibly cool. He sat leaning against the wall, looking back at the statue behind him. His eyes sharpened as he realized. Is this the so-called sensing of martial charm? Have I now entered the world of martial charm? A Shin Huang martial art isn't a book. It's a statue. Before this, Qingzhu had already reminded him about this. It's not just statues. It could also be a painting or a Dharma artifact. Anything can become a vessel for martial charm. This is the mystical power of a grandmaster. As she said this, her eyes shone with admiration. Only a grandmaster can refine martial charm and imbue it into an object to be passed down to their descendants. From here on, you're on your own. After saying that, she left. A confused Ihi called after her. On my own? Hey sis, you haven't even told me how to learn this thing yet. Lu Qingzhu just coldly left him with one sentence. Sense the martial charm. If you are fated, you will naturally sense it. Ihi was utterly bewildered. Then he decided to lie down and nonchalantly declare, all I need is fate, right? In that case, he'll just take a quick nap. In the monitoring room, Lu Qingzhu was trembling with anger, clenching her fists and muttering, I can only say, that's just like you. In another space, he stood discussing with the system. So this world of martial charm is like a spiritual world, right? Right now, I don't have any martial energy. Even the nuclear reaction of the demonic emperor monster template can't be initiated. It seems I've returned to the state of a weak, ordinary person. The system's emotionless voice reminded him, detection complete. The host consciousness is in a special space. To prevent the host from unleashing destructive power, the attribute panel will only display the host's spiritual body. Ihi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the monster templates are still here. The statue from before suddenly burst out laughing, its voice full of arrogance. My martial arts can only be inherited by a true man. Otherwise, I'd rather let it rot in the ground. Now the statue had changed its pose to resemble Spider-Man perching on a branch, laughing slyly and taunting. Kiddo? Prove to me that you're a man of steel. His eyes widened in shock as he thought. This person looks exactly like that statue. The figure of the Shin Huang martial art began to ramble on again. Wait for a stormy, thunderous night. There will be 100 ghosts parading. At that time, you must guard this ruined temple for me. Do not let the wrathful bodhisattva be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, they'll reluctantly pass on my skills to you. But if you fail, you will be torn apart by 100 ghosts until your mind collapses, never to practice the martial way again. If you are weak, then hurry up and run away. The crossbeam on the ceiling had somehow started collecting streaks of water that gathered and dripped down. A single drop fell onto his face. Dihua looked up. Is it raining? It seems the trial has begun. It wasn't just a small water stain. Large, round drops of water were now condensing in front of him. He drew his sword, gripping the hilt tightly. Suddenly, hundreds of glowing red eyes filled with killing intent appeared before him. Dihua's expression gradually turned cold and solemn. The vengeful spirits shrieked terrifyingly and rushed towards him with a roar. Dihua nimbly dodged. Then, he charged left and right, swinging his blade alone, cleaving through their remnant souls. After fighting for a while, he chuckled as he realized. As expected, how could the trial expect a martial artist to fight 100 ghosts barehanded? There must be a hidden item somewhere. In the midst of the storm, he charged into the mountain-like horde of resentful spirits without hesitation, frantically hacking them down one by one. The spirit of the Shin Huang martial arts sat on the roof, judging him with contempt. In this trial of martial fortune, the 100 ghosts all contain my killing intent. A mere martial disciple dares to rush out from the shelter of the ruined temple, truly courting death. It seems another fool has come to take the trial this time. Martial artists truly are getting worse with each generation. Every time, I have to collect their corpses myself. Below, Dihua was still struggling with the 100 ghosts. A ghost took the opportunity to attack him from behind. But as soon as it touched Dihua's body, it slipped to the side as if on a banana peel. The Shin Huang martial arts spirit exclaimed in shock. The 100 ghosts can't even get near his body. The ghost froze in utter embarrassment, its face full of question marks, doubting its own existence. Dihua looked at his body and realized. It seems that in this spiritual world, the attribute panel automatically protects its owner, putting me in a state of immunity to all attacks. His face gradually took on a smug, triumphant grin as he laughed loudly. Isn't this an invincible golden body? Then, a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky, piercing straight through the 100 ghosts, scattering them. The Shin Huang martial arts spirit was still lost in confusion, wondering to itself, this brat is somehow unaffected by the martial fortune? How on earth did he do it? Dihua flexed proudly. It's nothing. Just diligent and arduous training. The 100 ghosts knew when to retreat. They automatically backed away from him. That guy's booming voice began to echo again. A fine diligent and arduous training. If you can subdue the 100 ghosts, I will naturally not go back on my word. I will pass on the inheritance to you. But it depends on whether you can handle it. In the rain, Dihua stood there, his expression unreadable, standing silently amidst the roaring thunder. The temple was now in ruins, revealing a well overflowing with chilling, killing intent. Dihua placed a foot on the well's edge and peered down inside. The Shin Huang martial arts spirit continued to drone on. This well contains the essence of the killing intent I condensed over my entire life. The demon imprisoning body technique is also down there, if you can refine it. Before he could finish, Dihua jumped straight into the well. The spirit froze, stunned. Good, very good. A junior with such personality. This is the first time I've ever seen one. Back when I was alive, when I was at my peak, I was once a figure of outstanding renown in the mortal world. I even surpassed a level 5 secret realm. My success was due to the demon imprisoning body, and my death was also because of this demon imprisoning body. When I grew old and my vitality began to wane, the killing intent and resentful souls suppressed within my body began to backlash, causing a cultivation deviation. I even ended up killing those close to me, to avoid making any more mistakes. I could only end my own life. Before I died, I infused all the killing intent and resentful souls into my martial fortune, fusing them together, and molded them into a vessel within this statue. Although 100 years have passed, the killing intent in this martial space has dissipated quite a bit. But for a mere martial disciple, it is still too much to bear. If you can subdue this killing intent, then on the path of cultivating the demon imprisoning body, you will surely surpass my former self. In the monitoring room, the Lu mother and daughter were still there, observing the situation. Lu Qingzhu jumped in shock. She frantically asked the person next to her, "What's happening?" On the monitoring screen, Dihua's physical body in the real world suddenly levitated, trembling uncontrollably. His entire body was drenched in blood. In the observation room, Lu Qingzhu's face was filled with confusion, her voice laced with worry. Just a moment ago, Dihua was sleeping soundly. There was even a smug smile on his face, as if he was having a pleasant dream, but now he's suddenly convulsing, and his entire body is bleeding. Qin Lan, who was standing nearby, calmly smoked and said, "This third Xuanhuang rank martial art is something your grandfather chanced upon in his old age. He once tried to cultivate it, but unexpectedly, even with his grandmaster realm cultivation, he was directly rejected by the martial aura within this statue. He even suffered internal injuries. From then on, no one from the Lu family has been able to successfully cultivate this martial art. If it represents extraordinary power, then the way to obtain that power is not something an ordinary person can endure. To wear the crown, one must first be able to bear its weight. If Dihua has chosen to accept the power of this martial art, then he..." As she said this, her eyes widened in astonishment. Dihua on the screen woke up, stretched, and yawned refreshingly. Qingzhu now joked happily, "Mom, Dihua's cultivation doesn't seem as intense as you described. Just now, he had successfully absorbed all the killing intent in the well and turned back to thank the statue. Thank you, senior, for imparting your skills. The statue no longer looked arrogant, but like a gentle senior praising him. Young man, you are the most talented genius I have ever met. Perhaps you can uncover the truth of this secret realm. That is something we seniors have never achieved, and now we pass it on to juniors like you. Dihua's shameless expression appeared as he chuckled with delight. Senior, you've mistaken. I'm just using hacks, that's all. Flesh prison demon. Body like an Azura. Although the attributes on my status panel haven't increased at all, now that I've mastered a Shin Huang rank martial art, my combat power is at least twice what it was before. Clearly, after absorbing the secret art, Dihua exuded a completely different aura. The mother and daughter from the Liu family rushed in to ask, Dihua, you've mastered it? He winked mischievously, taking the chance to show off to the girls. That's right. I've mastered it. Qinlan asked again, somewhat in disbelief. How is that possible? Even with Kingzu's talent. It would take her a whole week without sleep in the martial aura space to just grasp the basics of a Shin Huang rank martial art. Dihua, how long did you take? It's only been an hour. Can you really learn it? Just by taking a nap? Lu Qingzhu looked at him, lost in thought. Everyone else calls me a genius. But the real genius is right here. Dihua showed off proudly. It seems you two don't believe me. Then let me show you. With that, he released a torrent of killing intent like a tsunami. This is the killing intent that I comprehended from within the world of martial aura. If I had to explain, it's like an enchantment effect in a game. It can be applied to my martial energy, greatly increasing my martial energy's damage. He flexed every muscle, clenching his fist to control the immense power. Lu Qingzu's eyes shone with shock. Such a powerful wave of fluctuation. This. I think I can hear the shrieks of demons within it. Perhaps this is the killing intent Dihua was talking about. Qinlan was so moved she stammered, Dihua, it really is. Dihua jokingly acted like the prime minister, stroking his chin. Madam, your daughter is still standing right here. Can you restrain yourself a bit? I don't want to be labeled as the prime minister. Lu Qingzhu made an offer. Classmate Dihua, since you've already mastered one Shin Huang rank martial art, would you like to learn the other two? You still have one day to learn. This made Qinlan cover her face and sigh. My dear daughter, are you pretending to be naive, or are you really that naive? Your mouth says you don't want to be with Dihua, yet you turn around and hand our family's assets over to him? Although I'm investing in Dihua, and am prepared to accept him as my precious son-in-law, I can't just give him all of the Liu family's assets at once like this. Dihua tactfully refused and found an excuse to leave. No need. Classmate Qingzhu, one Shin Huang rank martial art is already enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't be learning any more martial arts. Auntie, I'm a bit tired. Besides, I have a few things to take care of at home. Qinlan quickly agreed in an instant. All right. In that case, Qingzhu, you can see Dihua home. Auntie heard from the butler that you came on a public bicycle. Do you know how to drive? Go to the garage and pick one. It'll be more convenient for you anyway. Speaking of cars, he suddenly remembered. A car, now that you mention it. I ran into a pretty cool guy on a motorcycle earlier. He was stylish while riding it. He even laughed at me and called me poor. He asked politely, Auntie, do you have a motorcycle? Madam Lu quickly replied, yes. Does he like motorcycles? You're just like my worrisome son. He'll give you his most prized one. At this moment, Kingzu's younger brother was swaggering through the courtyard, talking to himself. I heard from housekeeper Hong that mom invited another potential son-in-law. Let's see what kind of character he is. My sister is both talented and beautiful. A rare genius beauty in city, 1 in 100 years. Not just any ordinary person is worthy of her. Thinking about that poor guy on a bicycle, I can't help but get angry. That punk on the shared bike earlier was so annoying. He scared off the girl I was just hitting on. Don't let me see him again. Whoosh. He sped past him on a motorcycle like a flash of lightning. Startled, he turned his head to look. The thing that just passed. Wasn't that the guy on the bike from earlier? Moreover, the thing he's riding is my motorcycle. He quickly returned to his residential complex. In front of him was a bowl of beast cores, along with some dipping sauces. He muttered, last time I ate the beast cores raw, the taste was so bland. This time, I'll add some soul sauce to enhance the flavor. His face filled with anticipation, he picked up a piece and dipped it into the divine sauce. He lifted the beast core, coated in sauce, about to eat it. He'll eat a green one first. The beast core had just been swallowed. When the system notification popped up, host, composite physique, 23.8. Monster template, Godzilla. Compatibility, 21%. Monster template, Colossal Titan transformation. Compatibility, 85%. Distributable points. He looked at the virtual screen and considered. My attribute panel has increased. I can distribute points now. Last time in the Gongsho Mountain Secret Realm, I used the Colossal Titan transformation template. The height was about 50 meters. Although that can be considered gigantic compared to ordinary demonic beasts. Compared to the mysterious creature in the Gongsho Mountain Secret Realm that was as large as a mountain range. It's still too small. After a moment, he made his decision. I need to get bigger. He allocated all the points to the giant monster template. He picked up another beast core and ate it. Another beast core. A yellow one from a level 2 female ghost demon. After eating it, his body immediately erupted with immense energy. The attribute panel appeared instantly with a notification. Godzilla monster template. Currently absorbing the gene chain of a special plant-type creature. A special mutation is occurring. Does the host wish to stop the mutation process? Below were two options, yes or no. His eyes widened in surprise as he read the words. A mutation? Then he hesitated, rubbing his chin in thought. A mutation means it will become a monster template with different attributes. If it becomes an attribute, that's beneficial, then it's good. But if it's a disadvantageous attribute, then it's a reverse evolution. But it's all the same anyway. He'll take the risk. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. After thinking it through, he immediately pressed yes. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for unlocking an S-rank isotope monster template. Following the system's announcement, something brilliant began to blossom. He looked up, his jaw dropping in amazement. As that thing was evolving, the system continued its introduction. When the Godzilla template reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance to advance into Star Pillar Godzilla. He clenched his fists in excitement. Star Pillar Godzilla. It sounds powerful just from the name, but the current template needs to reach 100%. I have to hurry and upgrade it. Outside the window, unusual alarm sirens suddenly blared. He glanced over, wondering, what the hell is this? A terrorist attack? Armed police were now marching in the streets, shouting, block all entrances and exits to the area. Don't let them escape. Search for me. Don't miss a single corner. Suddenly, a knock sound came from his front door. He glanced at the door, frowning. The original owner's personality was eccentric. No close friends would visit at this time. I also didn't order any food or packages, so who could be outside at this hour? He spoke in an annoyed tone. Who is it? Some big sister? The girl perched outside the door in a spider-like pose casually replied. Huh. It seems this young man isn't an ordinary martial artist. Initially, this big sister just intended to hide something here and conveniently alter your memory. But since you've discovered me, you'll have to bear with it a little. Remember not to run away. He thought for a moment, smacked his lips, and said something completely unrelated. Oh, whatever. After all, I have this much in savings. Buying another house is fine. The girl was a little surprised. What did you say? He cosplayed as the majestically Xiaolong, pointed straight at his opponent, and declared, I said, you are already dead. Outside. Zhou Yi's accomplice was still fighting fiercely with the police. The police officers saw he was covered in injuries and whispered to each other. The opponent has revealed an opening. Get him. Zhou Yi still had a wicked smile, not panicking at all. Miao Yime, you must get the golden gene out of here. Zhou Yi, I will draw their fire for you. Then he let out a series of wild, provocative laughs. Come at me. Trading my life for all of yours is worth it. Blood-burning forbidden art. Unexpectedly, a green beam of light shot down right at him. His heart almost leaped out of his chest, but he cleverly dodged, saving his own life. He was so close to getting a bento box and ending his roll. He set an alarm. There's another enemy? Zhou Yi recognized the person who had just landed. Miao Yime, your nano armor is supposed to be white. Why is it as black as charcoal now? Little sister, I've already risked my life to gather them like this. I was just hoping you could get the item out. What happened to you? Miao Yimei sent him a secret message. Joey, I've already hidden the item. Let's retreat first. They set off a loud explosion, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Then they escaped, leaving only a manhole cover clattering and spinning. In a desolate, ruined area, the two of them finally stopped to rest. Miao Yimei let out a sigh of relief. We finally escaped from that group of police. Joey couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of nano armor. It recovered so quickly after such a strong impact. From somewhere nearby, someone rustled over and spoke accusingly. Beauty, you still haven't explained to me why you trespassed in my house. You two must have realized a very serious problem. You initially intended to pick a random lucky neighbor. But who would have thought you'd pick me? Trespassing into a citizen's home must be met with a fitting reward. Let me have a proper fight with you too. That person was none other than our clown king. Ehe. Zhouyi's jaw dropped as he shouted. How did you find us? Ehe could sense the nuclear radiation on Miao Yimei's body. He smiled and said, if we can fight, let's not talk so much. Then he released his killing intent and rushed forward to beat the guy up. He was just looking for someone to test the durability of his demon imprisoning physical body. The guy could only raise his hands to defend himself. Not good. Ehe threw a mountain-splitting fist. A huge burst of energy shot out, taking the form of a majestic giant dragon. Zhou-Yi was punched so hard he coughed up blood. The look in Ehe's eyes was cold as he struck decisively, sending the guy flying into a wall. Miao Yimei witnessed this and was horrified. My God, what a powerful martial skill. Little brother, which master did you learn martial arts from? With his hands in his pockets, Ehe struck a handsome pose, laughed, and replied, I learned from Dmo Luo. She thought to herself, Dmo Luo? Never heard of him. I can't believe a small city like in City has so many hidden masters. Unexpectedly, Zhou-Yi's voice could still be heard. Kid, don't get cocky. Demon Beast true form. He transformed into his Demon Beast form, regaining his confidence. I am a dignified 6th level martial artist. Am not someone that a little brat, like you can control. A single step from him was enough to crack the ground. He rushed towards him and executed a technique. Martial skill, flowing years dance step. Ehe's face was full of excitement. He let out a strange laugh. This is more like it. Just then, Miao Yimei suddenly appeared from behind to launch a sneak attack. Kid, you didn't expect my nano armor to have a stealth function, did you? I'm the real attacker. He flicked his hand lightly, sending a palm strike through her body, and sneered. Stop getting in the way. He quickly knocked her out. Zhou-Yi grimaced and thought to himself, this useless Miao Yimei. She even failed a sneak attack. Looks like it's all up to me. After saying that, he rushed forward to attack. Ehe smirked. He smiled and uttered 2 words. Bring it. The fists of both sides clashed, creating deafening sounds. He said in surprise, to think you're duh? Fence increased by so much. Zhou-Yi laughed heartily and growled. Kid, the true body of my iron. Crowned demon beast. Can even easily withstand a tank shell. What are you going to use to break this? Not just defensive power, magical power. The attack power has also increased dramatically. His blade pierced through and was just a few centimeters from his head. This punch of his gathered all his strength, wanting to take him down immediately. Go to hell. In a certain desolate neighborhood. Zhou-Yi said smugly. Little brat. No matter how arrogant you are. You can't even take one hit from my iron-armored rhino. The smoke and dust cleared. He stammered as he noticed something unusual. The person, where is he? Sensing something, Zhou-Yi turned around. Seeing Dehe's giant demonic beast transformation, he screamed in terror. What the hell is this? His voice trembled as he asked rapidly. Is this a demonic beast? Where did it come from? Could it be that little brat transformed? Without a word, Dehe extended his massive hand and slapped down at where Zhou-Yi was standing like swatting a mosquito. Boom. Just a light slap from him was enough to make the ground shake violently. Zhou-Yi still managed to quickly dodge this attack. He started moving towards him again and continued. Thud. With his slap, dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring everything. He raised his giant fist, which was like a meteor, and repeatedly slammed it down. As for Zhou-Yi, the system displayed a notification. Host, Dihi. State, supergiant incarnation form. Composite physique, 23.8 to 294. Yaoi, witnessing this scene, was also scared stiff. Her face was filled with despair and confusion. I am truly an idiot. Truly. Why did I have to provoke this monster? Then Yaoi looked around frantically, calculating. If this goes on, Zhou-Yi will be beaten to death. I can't escape either. I can only risk it all. She flew to the roof of a building to the right, out of sight. Holding a nanowire in her mouth, she shot down. Wrapping it around Dihi's head, she said, "This is the particle wire from the nano armor. Its strength is enough to cut high-grade composite metals. Even though you used some gene technique to become a giant, and you're strong, the weaknesses of a physical body definitely can't be changed." The nanowire easily cut Dihi's head clean off while he was in his demonic beast form. She used the momentum to land safely. The beast's head fell with a thud in front of Yaoi. Only now did she dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Was it a success? Unexpectedly, Dihi's severed beast head suddenly opened its mouth, gathering spiritual power at an incredible speed. Yaoi could only despairingly utter her last words. Monster. The last scene in Yaoi's memory was an endless stream of blue light. Dihi spat out an atomic energy beam so powerful it pierced through a building. After the explosion, smoke and dust filled the sky. Dihi had reverted to his normal human form, covered in smoke, as he slowly walked out from the rubble. He walked up to the battered and dying Zhou-Yi, who was coughing weakly, and softly spoke a sentence like the Grim Reaper's verdict. "It's your turn now." Zhou-Yi, his face covered in blood, whispered, "You monster." Dihi stood there and said coldly, "Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. This is very fair." In the distance, the sirens of police cars could still be heard. Zhou-Yi closed his eyes, then burst out laughing. "If I have to die so soon, then I'll drag you down with me." Yaoi, the woman you just killed, hid something in your room. It's called the golden gene. He had gone mad, screaming frantically. Now it belongs to you. You will have to face an endless hunt. You'll have to hide like a rat. They'll be waiting for you in hell. Dihi delivered a kick as smooth as Ronaldo's, shattering his face, and cursed. "You're the one who should go hide. You talk too much." He glanced in the direction of the echoing police sirens and thought to himself, "The police are here. I need to dispose of the bodies quickly. This time, I went a bit too far." Yeah, a bit too far for this guy means blasting a hole through a skyscraper. After returning to his apartment complex, Dihi sat on his SH scooter, messaging to get some information. "Xin. How did it go with the police?" His phone screen lit up with their recent conversation. "Nothing. But, Dihi, things haven't been peaceful lately. You should just wait quietly until you go to Huadu University. Don't worry. Xin. Annie understands you. You're a very decent kid. That's good." Finished, he tossed his phone onto the chair, relieved. "Thankfully, I already gave Annie Chin a heads up. Otherwise, with a move as recognizable as my atomic energy breath, the police would have definitely traced it back to me eventually." He took the cylinder and examined it. "Is this the golden gene the two of them were talking about? I've seen this symbol before in the top secret file the person from Huadu gave me. This is the symbol of the Thunderclap Bird Corporation, a giant in the field of biotechnology. The cylinder is engraved with the symbol of a skeletal thunderclap bird with its wings spread." After a moment of thought, he came to a conclusion. It seems those two stole this thing from Thunderclap Bird, and while on the run, they encountered all sorts of pursuers. From what he said, it seems he dumped this thing on me. Looks like I have to move. They'll just find a hotel to stay in for tonight. He looked wearily at the masterpiece, a massive hole in the wall of his room. B-Rank Secret Realm. Deep within the Swan Lake Secret Realm, a group of martial artists were standing on demonic beasts, discussing. "How was your harvest?" "It's all right. I got a little something." The red-haired girl screamed in horror. "This is bad. Captain, look over there." A massive wave of demonic beasts, swarming like insects, was rushing towards them. Each one was hideously ugly, ferocious, and bloodthirsty as they charged. There's a demonic beast bigger than all the rest. It's dozens of times larger and roaring intermittently. It's slender and looks like a snake. And there's something sitting on its head. The demonic beast sitting majestically with its chin propped up on that pile of skulls is the Overlord-level beast, the blood-eyed black ape. The martial artists scattered and fled. Quickly, hurry and inform the army. An Overlord-level beast is leading a large-scale beast tide, and city can't hold out. The nation has to send martial artists of Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster level as reinforcements. Damn it! High-level demonic beasts rarely leave their own territories to enter areas where low-level beasts are active. Why is this happening? The blood-eyed black ape rested its head on its hand, leisurely watching the show. Then its eyes flashed, glowing crimson like blood. The snake-like demonic beast, which was also its mount, roared with its mouth wide open. Immediately, a rain of something huge and heavy fell from the sky. A martial artist tried to make contact while running. Emergency situation. An Overlord-level beast has appeared in the Swan Lake's secret realm. The beast tide is spreading, requesting reinforcements. Requesting. Before he could finish, he choked up in horror, looking behind him. Thud. His entire body was crushed flat. The walkie-talkie that fell beside him kept crackling with a voice. Overlord intrusion confirmed. Please respond. Please respond. Hello? Hello? The blood-eyed black ape stood up, crossing its arms majestically. It gave its subordinates a savage grin and ordered them. Full-speed assault. A mysterious purple wormhole immediately appeared in the sky of the secret realm. In the city, the citizens were all in a panic as they heard the announcement. A large-scale beast tide from the B-rank Swan Lake secret realm in city is about to attack. Expected to break through to city in 20 minutes. The army has been dispatched to the front lines to fight the beast tide. Everyone trembled with fear. The army mobilized with a roar on command. The voice of the general mobilization continued to call out. I call upon all martial artists in city to come and provide reinforcements. All martial artists, please come and provide reinforcements. At the city train station, a staff member made an announcement over a megaphone. Everyone, please don't push. Please maintain order. The beast tide is attacking. Right now, only children and students are allowed on the train. The children are our future hope. If city falls, we must ensure the future of city gets out. In the mayor's office, Huang Jing, helpless, propped himself up with his hands and asked with his head down. I told you to request reinforcements from other cities. Which cities have agreed? The secretary, holding a tablet behind him, reported. Mr. Mayor, this time, it's not just city facing a large-scale beast tide. Warnings have appeared all over the country. They can barely fend for themselves. As she spoke, she swiped through the information on her tablet. The cities that haven't been hit by a beast tide yet all say they need to build up their defensive fortifications to prepare for a potential disaster. Huang Jing turned his head and asked worriedly, what did Huadu say? Can the Grandmaster level and above martial artists we requested come to our aid? Even just one would be enough. The secretary continued. Guanshan City, next to the imperial capital, an S-rank secret realm has appeared. All the martial artists from the imperial capital have been deployed to Guanshan City to contain the expansion of the S-rank secret realm. This news made him collapse into his chair, utterly defeated. Then, he regained his composure and said resolutely, there's no time for us to waste. The battle to protect city has already begun. We can only rely on ourselves. On the other side, at the Chu residence, two young men were sparring. Yihua jumped up and threw a punch at his opponent's face. Chu Zhou still managed to raise his hand to block it. But as expected, he was still knocked far back. Yihua smiled and praised him, not bad. You managed to block one of my blows. Chu Zhou wiped his sweat and asked, when did you learn the profound emperor martial art? Yi stretched and replied casually. After studying for a month, it's SOSO. But on the other hand, it's you. Why do I feel that after not seeing you for a month, you've regressed so much? Chu Zhou replied with a forced smile. It's not that I've regressed too much, but that you've become monstrously strong. Suddenly, an alarm siren blared loudly. Chu Zhou frowned and said, something has happened in city. This is a beast tide invasion warning. His phone rang with a notification. Prospective university students of city have priority to evacuate. All students, please proceed to the city airport. Take flights B521 and B753. or go to the in-city high-speed rail station. Take train A423 to evacuate quickly. Chuzhou held out his phone. It's an evacuation notice. With his hands in his pockets, he asked, "You're not planning to leave, are you?" Chuzhou squinted his eyes. He lowered his head and asked in return, "You want to stay too? With your talent, I think it's best for you to leave." He cut him off with a strange laugh. "So talkative. Why didn't I realize you were so sentimental before? If you're not leaving, then that settles it. See you there. Lu family estate." Lu Qingzhu clenched her fists and said with determination, "Mother, I want to go provide support against the beast tide." Qinlan sighed and asked, "What are your chances of returning alive?" "There are about 30,000 martial artists in the city. Adding in some retired martial artists and volunteer martial apprentices, we can gather about 50,000 people. This number of people facing a beast tide is like a small boat facing a tsunami. Once they clash, they will be buried in the sea of beasts. And as for the Overlord-level demonic beast, it's not a monster that in city can currently face. That is an existence that only a grandmaster can barely contend with. Qingzhu, your life is not just your own. It also belongs to the entire family." These words silenced Lu Qingzhu. Her face darkened as she left in anger. A martial artist family that cannot fight demonic beasts perhaps has no reason to exist anymore. She left the room, slamming the door to show her anger. Qinlan calmly lit a cigarette and ordered, "Aunt Hong, we are leaving in city." From behind, Aunt Hong asked in a soft voice, "What about that male student named Yi?" A cold light flashed in her eyes. "Send him a message. It's his choice." Swan Lake's secret realm. The crowd behind them jeered, "Old Chun, you're already 60 years old. What are you doing here joining the fun? Aren't you going to take your granddaughter and leave?" Old Chun swore. "Go to hell. If that tumor old John can come, then why can't I with my able body?" Old John continued, "I can't believe that after 30 years, we're standing on the same front line again, fighting against the beast tide invasion." Old Chin replied coldly, "That's right. It's been 30 years. You lost that leg of yours in that beast tide invasion back then. Now, old Zhang, after we fend off this beast tide, are you still planning to go to your son's place to retire? Your son lives in Jin Capital, such a prosperous place. You're just a country bumpkin. Won't people laugh at you?" Old Zhang replied confidently, "I'm not going anymore. I'm staying in city. To keep playing chess with a terrible player like you. I was born in this city, so I will die here too." The crowd began to charge forward. The gate of the Swan Lake secret realm. The defense line shouted, "We are the last line of defense for in city. We must guard it strictly. Don't let a single demonic beast slip through into the city." Huang Jing gave orders. 60% of in city's army, along with high-level martial artists from the martial master rank and above, have all entered the secret realm. They are called the Vanguard, and they have only one mission. That is to investigate basic information about the beast tide, and try to scout the strength of the Lord-level demonic beasts, and even the Overlord-level ones within. After that, they must survive and bring the information back. Huang Jing suddenly froze when he saw something. A heavily injured martial master, panting, approached. Huang Jing hurriedly shouted, "Medics! Emergency treatment." The martial master tried to crawl forward, stammering, "Mayor." He raised a trembling USB drive, forcing out each word. In this USB drive contains all the intel that the Vanguard managed to obtain. Huang Jing asked hastily, "Where are the others?" He replied, "They're dead. They're all dead, trampled to death by the beast tide. We couldn't even bring back their bodies." His eyes held a ferocious look. "You must be careful of that blood-eyed black ape. Because of it, it schemed against us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand of us could have made it out." A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. From within the vortex, giant, hard rocks fell. Huang Jing shouted in alarm, "Danger!" The fragmented boulders rained down from above. Huang Jing suddenly realized its target is the defensive landmines placed under the buildings. The falling rocks caused a series of huge explosions. The ground shook. Huang Jing informed the others. Its goal is to detonate the landmines to destroy the defensive structures we're building. Damn it. It's an attack from the secret realm. Tank battalion. Don't hesitate. Aim directly at the secret realm's fissure and open fire. Huang Jing struggled to keep his balance from the shock waves caused by the massive explosions. He muttered, "Instead of sending out demonic beasts, it's using long-range attacks first to wear down our forces. How can a demonic beast know human military strategy? Despicable. Die, you beast." More sharp boulders fell from the vortex in the sky. It's the second wave of attacks. This time, the number of stone pillars suddenly increased. The stone pillars descended and embedded themselves into the ground. The tremors were continuous and unending. A Special Forces soldier noticed something behind him and turned around. He immediately shouted, "Watch out. Enemy. Attack." A demonic beast flashed forward and bit his head off. Hordes of demonic beasts swarmed forward. Huang Jing shouted orders. They're being used as launch pods for the demonic beasts. They fly out of the secret realm's fissure through those stone pillars and are dropped directly into our rear lines to wreak havoc. Damn it. Don't let those pillars land. Block all of these stone pillars for me. The blood-eyed black ape directed from the other side of the secret realm. It was excited and thrilled. It's almost enough. The humans have no strength left to resist. Warriors, crush them for me. The demonic beasts surged forward. A gorilla crushed a group of Special Forces soldiers with its hands. He stood leisurely on the rooftop of a nearby building, observing. He muttered, "After today, I wonder what City will become. Even though I've only transmigrated here for a few months, I've grown somewhat attached to City. I can't let these beasts destroy the peaceful days I've worked so hard to get. So I must." He leaped down. Transform. Time to go on a killing spree. Smoke billowed across the battlefield. A subordinate cheered, "Brother-in-law, you're truly worthy of being brother-in-law. He's already killed 5 demonic beasts." Luo Xian said smugly, "You flatter me." Xiaoling sneered, "You've only killed a few low-level demonic beasts and you're already bragging, Luo Xian? I guess this is all you amount to." The title of number 1 at City's 3rd high school seems a bit overblown. Luo Xian was agitated. Chuzhou walked over. When Luo Xian saw him, he was stunned. "Chuzhou, the blue beast core in your hand. Did you kill a tier 3 demonic beast yourself?" Chuzhou spoke. "I didn't expect to see you all here. Did none of you choose to retreat? Our parents are all martial artists. They're all here fighting against the beast tide. As their children, how could we run away alone?" Luo Xian's jaw dropped. He pointed behind Chuzhou. "Watch out." Chuzhou turned his head. A tank was hurtling towards him from above. The battlefield was in chaos. Dozens of demonic beasts hovered in the sky. The tank was surrounded by other demonic beasts. This place was now nothing but a wasteland. Luo Xian was terrified. He couldn't help but curse. "Damn it! Who the hell threw a tank?" Chuzhou slowly drew his sword. A frosty aura seemed to radiate from it. He swung the blade effortlessly. The tank was split in half. It fell to both sides. Xiaoling's eyes widened in shock. She looked up and stammered. Looking at this figure, she trembled. It's the first Overlord-level beast to rush out of the secret realm. How did it get all the way to the rear lines? Chuzhou calmly reassured them. "Calm down. It's not an Overlord-level beast. Its physique and imposing aura are different." The 3 of them stood frozen on the spot, watching its fist descend from above. Chuzhou was shocked. A warning echoed in his mind. Danger. Suddenly, a blue light like a lightning bolt struck the gorilla demonic beast. The demonic beast's jaw dropped. It stuck out its tongue and collapsed to the ground. Its hand shot out, trying to grab the one who had just hit it. Before its hand could reach, easily stopped it without direct contact. He grinned like a titan, revealing all his teeth. Time for some dental care. The demonic beast's eyes widened in fear. He grabbed its upper jaw. He used his strength to pry its jaws open. He looked inside and sneered. "So dirty. How many people have you eaten? I have to give it a good cleaning." A blue light shot out from his mouth into the demonic beast's, as if gargling for it. The demonic beast's body was torn apart by the piercing light. Luo Xian pleaded, "While the demonic beasts are fighting among themselves, let's retreat quickly." Chuzhou also stood there, stunned. He replied, "Don't panic. That's Ihi." Luo Xian shouted in disbelief. "Ihi? That thing gargling for the demonic beast is Ihi?" Chuzhou watched Ihi's back. He replied, "That's right. With him here. And City might just survive this ordeal." Ihi turned his head back. He gave a strange smile. Chuzhou, he'll leave this place to you guys. I'm going to help elsewhere. After speaking, he flew away. Wherever he flew, smoke and dust followed. He hovered high above, observing. He closed his eyes and scanned with his mind. Where are the demonic beasts most concentrated? Found it. The defenders continuously fired at the mammoth demonic beast, but it was ineffective. The captain shouted, "Guns are useless against this creature. Charge!" The entire squad raised their swords. They advanced together on the fierce mammoth. Its tusks sent the soldiers flying. Its pillar-like legs crushed other soldiers. A soldier shouted, "Captain, let's get out of here. We can't hold this position. We're just ordinary soldiers. We can't fight these demonic beasts." The captain was resolute. "Hold the line." A low-level demonic beast was decapitated. He said decisively, "We are soldiers. Even if we die, we must hold on until the martial artists arrive. By then." Streams of demonic-faced energy slithered like snakes. The soldiers were bewildered. What the hell are these things? These things are. Have the martial artists arrived? The streams of energy wrapped around the mammoth demonic beast. Instantly, a blue light pierced straight through it. The mammoth immediately fell, crashing heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, the low-level demonic beasts swarmed forward, barking. He glared and charged at them with his claws raised. The demonic beasts were mercilessly sent flying into the air. In other battle zones, Xiaoyu was confused as the demonic beasts fled. The demonic beasts are running away. It feels like they're trying to run to another location. Xiao Xia pointed at a phone and told him, "It's Yi, and city's top scorer, Yi, has joined the battle. It seems demonic beasts from all over are surrounding the top scorer to wipe him out." Xiao Ye's face turned serious and he said, "This is bad. We can't let Yi be killed by the beast horde like Martial Master Liu's group. We're going to help him. He's still just a kid, the hope of our city. Let's go." Ambush the demonic beasts. Protect the top scorer. A demonic beast had a piece of its head blown off by Yi. The mangled corpses of demonic beasts were smashed to pieces. The bodies piled up like a graveyard. The demonic beasts continuously swarmed to ambush Yi. Xiaoyu shouted while running, "Be careful. An Overlord-level beast has already targeted Yi. Protect Yi." Hearing this, the crowd became defiant. "Damn it. If you want to kill the top scorer of our city, you'll have to get through my dead body first. We're saved. Humanity will prevail. All you bastards can go to hell. Hold the line. Our top scorer will be here soon. Are you old geezers worse than a high school student? Don't let the junior laugh at us. We don't need to wait for the top scorer. Seeing our stronghold being breached, drive all these demonic beasts out. Don't let a single one escape." The dinosaur-like demonic beast charged forward destructively. It tried to ram, to break the barrier wall. Huang Jing hovered in midair. Below him, walls had formed a circle. Huang Jing muttered, "This earth-vein godly wall can only surround a portion of the demonic beasts. To completely resolve this beast tide, I must eliminate the Overlord." A demonic beast leaped onto the wall and sprang up. It pounced towards Huang Jing. He remained unfazed. He clasped his hands together, creating a golden light. Then he shot that dazzling light towards the demonic beast. Huang Jing sensed something behind him and whipped his head around. A sunken mountain giant beast, looking like a terrifyingly large crocodile, was right behind him. Huang Jing's face hardened. Sunken mountain giant beast. Level 4 Overlord King Tier Insect. He frowned, calculating. The mount of the blood-eyed black ape. The Overlord's mount has made its move. It seems that monkey can't sit still any longer. Huang Jing landed on top of the divine wall. He brought his hands down, summoning a formation. Gene Art. Mountain rock tsunami. The ground of the battlefield bent like waves. The sunken mountain giant beast narrowed its eyes. Above it, everything was pulled into a fiery ball. Huang Jing emerged from the ball and said to the demonic beast, "Do you know why I had to use a physical attack, which you are best at?" Its eyes, which were half closed, now widened in horror at the light that was getting closer and closer. Huang Jing kindly explained, "It was to get close to you. Shin Huang martial skill. Mountain tapping force." The enraged sunken mountain giant beast roared in fury. The glass windows of the buildings were shattered by its roar. Sharp rocks that could pierce anything rose from the ground. Huang Jing, now at a distance, watched the destruction the sunken mountain giant beast brought despite having just appeared. He looked at the situation and pondered. Fortunately, I received intelligence about the sunken mountain giant beast early on. I was able to distance myself from the group of martial artists in time. Otherwise, there's no telling how many would have died. Huang Jing rushed forward and shouted at it. If all your bodies had entered in city, then I might have been 30% weaker than you. But you've only revealed one head, making you just a lamb for the slaughter. It was as if he had grown a dozen arms on his back. His blazing eyes advanced with a surging, killing intent. Huang Jing repeatedly struck its long snout. The sunken mountain giant beast glared. Its pupils glowed like a crocodile's. Huang Jing tried to brace himself to avoid the stone, stalactites growing, the flesh. Growth sprouted all over the sunken mountain giant beast's body. Huang Jing exclaimed in admiration. Truly worthy of being a king of the earth attribute. To still be able to grow stone. On its own body. Private stone. The giant revealed an ugly face. Its insidious eyes glowed red. Huang Jing sensed the killing intent and turned his head. His mind raced. An ambush. A furry hand grabbed the stunned Huang Jing. Blood-eyed. Ape gave a cunning smile. Tiny human. What are you doing to my mount? Huang Jing froze. His mind went completely blank. It's the blood-eyed black. Ape. It was hiding inside the stone puppet. Blood-eyed black. Ape's red eyes flashed. It roared cruelly. Now, let me crush your head. To show you humans. Just how insignificant you are before us. After speaking, it slammed the arm holding Huang Jing to the ground. The city had now become a pile of rubble. Large, long logs protruded from the ground everywhere. Blood-eyed black. Ape opened its mouth in a ferocious laugh. Although I could have avoided the explosion in an instant. I have already confirmed it. There are no martial artists stronger than you in this entire city, so I can slaughter with peace of mind. Huang Jing had escaped its grasp by now, but he was also seriously injured. His face darkened as he glared at it. He seemed to be contemplating something. Then, Huang Jing immediately raised his hand, drawing on a source of magical power. That was incredibly terrifying. His magical power formed a giant dragon soaring in the sky. It opened its mouth as if to breathe fire. Nightblade Storm. The Overlord-level demonic beast was not at all afraid of Huang Jing's threat. It laughed scornfully and said, Human, your resistance is meaningless. You are merely delaying your death. Then it picked up the strange orb attached to a conical pillar, like a game piece meant to suppress humanity. This battlefield has no more natural enemies. It has now become a game to make humanity fear and despair. I look forward to seeing the desperate and fearful expression of this strongest human, not keeping it waiting for long. Huang Jing's magic dragon quickly advanced, opening its mouth wide to swallow the blood-eyed black ape. However, the dragon's magic power had no effect whatsoever. It was like an ant trying to scratch an itch for the Overlord-level demonic beast. It let out a ridiculous taunt. Not bad speed. But the power is too weak. Before it could finish speaking, Huang Jing immediately tore up a piece of the ground and threw it at the blood-eyed black ape. Seeing this, the ape replied smugly, Not bad power, but the speed is too slow. It quickly leaped over each obstacle, charging forward. Now it had closed in on Huang Jing. The blood-eyed black ape shouted threateningly, Kneel. I don't like creatures lower than me looking me in the eye. His face turned pale for a moment. His eyes filled with panic, unsure of what to do. With that, the massive monster quickly threw a powerful punch forward, knocking Huang Jing to the ground. The blood-eyed black ape widened its eyes in astonishment. After taking such a devastating blow, Huang Jing could still stand firm without being injured. He glared at it, his murderous aura radiating around him. Faced with this terrifying pressure, the monster blurted out in a bit of a panic. Damn it, why aren't you scared at all? Huang Jing slammed his hand on the ground, creating a massive flame. He shouted, Demonic beast. You think you're so smart, but you still miscalculated. In the end, you're just an arrogant beast. His magical power quickly bound the blood-eyed black ape, making it unable to escape. Blood-burning forbidden art. This Overlord-level demonic beast would naturally not surrender. It raised its hands high and shouted, You deliberately led me into your array? Earth vein. Seal. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, covering everything. In the center, the blood-eyed black ape was still tightly bound by Huang Jing's power. It angrily cursed at him. So this is your trump card? Trying to seal me underground? Too naive, humans. Then, it gave a cunning smile and continued. You can't imprison me forever. The moment your seal loosens even a little, I will break out and tear all the people here to shreds. Huang Jing smirked and replied confidently. This isn't a trump card. It's a hymn of the city. Saying that, he ripped open his shirt, revealing a large wound on his chest, and continued. It's the anthem of humanity. It's the epic of courage. With that, Huang Jing punched himself in the chest. This was beyond the monster's expectations. It spoke in a panic. What do you think you're doing? He had stabbed his own chest to flip a switch in his heart. Blood spewed from Huang Jing's mouth, but he answered without hesitation. From the very beginning of this battle, I planted the only tactical nuclear bomb of an city under Swan Lake. The detonator was implanted right in my heart. The moment my heart stops beating, the nuclear bomb will be activated. The blood-eyed black ape roared in agitation. Damn it. Are you trying to scare me? Who would use their own life as a condition? You think that can scare me? Huang Jing's face was pale from blood loss. He struggled to force out his final words. From the start, I never intended to return. After all, I am the mayor of an city. My name is Huang Jing. Flashbacks of the past suddenly appeared. The image of him making an oath to the people became clearer. I am Huang Jing. I vow to dedicate everything to an city and the people of an city, even my life. He closed his eyes tightly and spoke his final words. Now, I suppose I have done it, right? Instantly, the bomb was activated. A massive explosion occurred. His body slowly disintegrated along with it. The bomb blast shook every corner of an city. Its destructive power was indisputable. Everywhere was plunged into smoke, dust, and a sea of fire. The scene shifts. A trembling hand holds a phone with a message. Emergency alert. All soldiers and martial artists immediately evacuate the entrance area of the Swan Lake secret realm. A tactical nuke is about to be activated. Urgent retreat. Teardrops fell softly onto the phone screen. His eyes welled up with tears. He tried to suppress his emotions to complete his mission. All the soldiers simultaneously placed their hands on their foreheads to commemorate Huang Jing's sacrifice. The martial artist stood at attention, sincerely grateful to him. A giant mushroom cloud, like a tombstone, suddenly rose into the air. All the citizens turned their eyes towards the source of the light. The martial artist who received the advance warning and escaped the blast zone. All felt a deep sense of reverence in their hearts. This was a grand funeral. The nuclear bomb explosion created a massive fiery crater in the heart of an city. The demonic beast, the blood-eyed black ape, was now nothing but a dry skeleton. Suddenly, a dazzling ball of fire appeared. The ball quickly absorbed all the essence from the beast's dry skeleton. Immediately, its skeletal hand was bound by threads, emitting an incredibly overwhelming demonic aura. Hundreds of threads began to intertwine, enveloping the skeleton. It quickly spread over the entire head of the blood-eyed black ape. Instantly, its eyes opened wide, filled with demonic aura. The demonic beast gradually recovered its form. It struggled to its feet and said, I didn't expect that I would almost be taken out by that lowly human. Blood-eyed black. The ape angrily opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and roared. I will kill every human in this city. I want all humans to die in the most brutal way possible. It dragged itself step by step. Its body moved slowly. First, return to the Sin domain. Once I recover my blood, I will level this place. The Sin domain is what demonic beasts call a secret realm. A voice rang out, causing the panicked monster to turn its head. Where do you think you're going? From high above, a familiar figure in iron armor, filled with a sharp aura, looked down, causing the monster to gasp in shock and think. I remember this human. He's one of the biggest obstacles in this beast-tide invasion. A terrifying human genius. He angrily stared at it with resentful eyes. I've finally found you. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. With that, he rushed towards it at an astonishing speed. Nuclear strike fist. His punch carried a devastatingly destructive force that nothing could block. He suddenly looked up high. The monster had dodged the attack and began to retaliate. It roared angrily. Foolish human genius. In such a crucial battle, instead of hiding in the back, you thought you were clever enough to stand before me. This is the perfect chance to eliminate you. He unconsciously broke into a confident smile. He raised a hand to his face and said confidently, "If you had tried to run, my little nuclear giant might not have been able to hit you. Now, please accept another one." Blood-eyed black. Hearing this, the ape's face turned pale with fear as it exclaimed, "You human, you're really..." Instantly, this explosion reduced the monster back to a dry skeleton. Lightning continuously struck the ground from the sky. Dark clouds and dust gathered thickly. A large, bright orb appeared inside the dry skeleton. The second explosion instantly swept through everything, shaking the entire city. This scene left the martial artist stunned. Look, why did another nuclear bomb go off? What is happening over there? Could it be a contingency plan left by Mayor Huang Jing? As expected of Mayor Huang Jing, the demonic beast, the blood-eyed black ape, was now severely injured. It struggled to stand and look ahead. The blood-eyed black ape, its face pale, trembled and exclaimed, Monster. That was its feeling when facing the demonic beast he had created. Imperial armor giant. It roared, refusing to accept it. You. How can you be more like a demonic beast than I am? Even a lord-level demonic beast doesn't have an aura like yours. He, in his demonic beast form, replied contemptuously, "I'm not a hairless monkey like you." With that, he raised his claws towards the demonic beast, the blood-eyed black ape, giving it no time to react. Immediately, another explosion occurred, nearly leveling the ground. The blood-eyed black ape had no strength left to resist and was quickly sent flying. He wasn't done yet. He said excitedly, "Don't run, little vassal." Mountain-toppling fist. His nerve was struck. It immediately turned around, swung its fist, and shouted, "Damn it, don't look down on an overlord." Then, the two quickly clashed, continuing the fight. Instantly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Ihi's arm was covered in blood. He said angrily, "You're an overlord-level demonic beast, after all. Even if you're severely injured and reduced to bones, a monkey is still a monkey." He looked at his palm and continued, "In my imperial demon giant form, my combined physique has surpassed 30 points. And yet, I still can't overpower you in strength, and you even managed to injure my arm. But it's still not enough for me to take you seriously." On the ground below, the severely burned blood-eyed black ape said in horror, "My full power blow caused that much damage, yet you recovered so quickly?" A look of resentment appeared in its eyes as it exclaimed, "This is bad. I can't beat this genius." With that, it immediately took to its heels and fled for its life, constantly muttering, "I can't win." But he wouldn't let it escape so easily. He unleashed a light filled with a sharp aura towards it. He said coldly, "You damn beast. How could it be worthy of Mayor Huang's life?" Immediately, his beast opened its mouth wide and unleashed an incredibly terrifying attack. Atomic breath. Then the body of the blood pupil black ape quickly disintegrated into nothingness. Hateful human genius. Ihua's beast spoke. "That monkey has gone underground and is playing dead." A magic circle instantly appeared around Ihua. He said, "But playing dead also means it's afraid. Afraid of being discovered. It's been wounded more severely than ever before. This is the best chance to kill it. It seems an overlord-level beast can conceal its aura, making it undetectable to others." Ihua continued, blaming himself. "If I could have found it sooner, Mayor Huang wouldn't have." The beast's foot quickly scanned the area with magic. But it's severely injured now. Even with its concealment ability, it would still be affected. Anyway, as long as there's even a faint life signal, I can sense it. His eyes noticed a strange, long trail under the ground. Ihua exclaimed excitedly, "Found you, you damn monkey." As he finished speaking, the beast once again opened its mouth wide and fired a huge source of power. The beam of light quickly made the blood pupil black ape crawl out from the ground in fear. It roared in anger, "Damn it. I was so close. I had already sensed the entrance to the Sin domain was right here. If it weren't for that dead human mayor, Who trapped me? Before it could finish its sentence, a giant fist was already closing in on it. The beast was easily sent flying by this attack. Ihua replied angrily, "This is the price you pay for daring to slander Mayor Huang. They'll make you wish you were dead." The beast was now heavily injured. It said tremblingly, holding a fireball in its hand, "Don't push your luck, you despicable insects." It raised the fireball with determination and said, "I will drain the last of the energy in my demonic sea to drag you down to hell with me." The arm of the blood pupil black ape quickly regenerated. It leaped high into the air, lunging towards Ihua with a punch and shouting, "Go to hell." But he wouldn't go down that easily. Ihua quickly threw a punch forward in response. Lanchan fist, black flesh. The two attacks collided and immediately created a massive earthquake. The monster's arm easily dissolved into dry bones and then crumbled. And so, Ihua had completely defeated the blood pupil black ape. It fell to the ground weakly in pain. Ihua also bled from his mouth. He laughed and said, "After that desperate blow, the beast timed it perfectly as the blood pupil black ape fell, immediately opening its mouth to unleash a finishing blow. Strange sounds suddenly rang out. Lap, 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 making Ihua's head ache as if it were being split open. He shouted with difficulty, "My head hurts so much. It feels like all my thoughts are in chaos." This is a mental attack. Ihua quickly glanced behind him and said, "There's still another master here?" Right under his feet, thousands of arms reached up high. These hands lifted the monster up. "Don't even think about running." Instantly, strange hairs sprouted from Ihua's hand. Hands grew out from the joints of the imperial armor giant. They were dense hands, moving constantly. "These arms have jammed. The joints are stiff. My body can't move," Ihua said with a cold laugh. "Don't think you can restrain me with just this." As he finished, a wave of demonic energy emanated from the imperial armor giant. The arms were quickly burned to ashes. Ihua replied enthusiastically, "Feel this intense, scorching flame." Even the arms from under the ground were completely incinerated by the fire. The remaining arms were still trying to pull the blood pupil black ape into the Sin domain. It urged them on repeatedly. "We're almost there, almost at the entrance." Suddenly, it looked up, confused. The fire had now completely incinerated everything around it, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this, it panicked even more and shouted, "Hurry up. That giant is catching up. He's completely on fire. Hurry up. Run." The number of arms helping it enter the Sin domain grew larger and larger. The hands quickly covered the face of a strange person. The sounds continued, ringing out. "Lap, lap, lap. Kaka," Ihua exclaimed in astonishment. "What is that monstrous thing? Could it be a demonic beast too?" The giant arms quickly fused together, forming a huge mountain. Such terrifying power. Could it be an overlord as well? If its true form were to descend, I'm afraid in the very first second, I would have to kneel. And city was now just a pile of rubble surrounded by smoke and dust. Strange arms wrapped around, covering the eyes of a mysterious figure. It quickly opened its eyes wide. How monstrous! Immediately, the monster opened its mouth wide as if preparing to unleash a terrifying source of demonic power. He was exhausted. He clutched his head and said, "I clearly blocked the hearing of the personified colossal titan. Yet that strange sound still transmitted directly into my brain." Ihi's demonic beast quickly opened its mouth wide, preparing to retaliate. Ihi clenched his fists and said angrily, "You killed so many people, and you intend to just leave in city like this?" He raised his head and shouted in fury, "Dream on." Ihi's hand quickly moved downwards. The skeleton of the colossal titan appeared once again. He quickly went deep inside the demonic beast. Ihi raised a provocative finger and smirked defiantly. "This is a special nuke from our hometown. I hope you like it, you bastard." As he finished speaking, the demonic beast opened its mouth wide and unleashed its demonic power. Towards the blood pupil black, it opened its eyes wide, too shocked to fight back. And just like that, another explosion blasted straight down to the ground. The martial artists below exclaimed in surprise, "Everyone, look at that secret realm fissure. It seems to have exploded. This isn't right. Why are these demonic beasts suddenly rioting? Could it be that Mayor Huang Jing succeeded? Everyone, pull yourselves together. We must not fail Mayor Huang Jing's sacrifice." Our city is saved. Perhaps it's the remnants of the blood pupil black ape that were finally destroyed by the colossal titan's nuke. The hordes of demonic beasts that had been pouring through the secret realm fissure into an city began to decrease, as if the world on the other side had stopped invading an city. The martial artists of an city began to clear out the remaining demonic beasts within the city. This cleanup operation lasted for a full day and night, until all findable demonic beasts were exterminated. Only then did the exhausted martial artists stop. The battle for the defense of an city was finally won. Although the price was that nearly 80% of the martial artists and soldiers were gloriously sacrificed or severely wounded. The aftermath of the nuclear explosion at the Swan Lake secret realm was extremely brutal. He had now returned to his original form. He lay sprawled on the ground. He looked up towards the sky. Then, he struggled to sit up and wondered, how long was I asleep? Although I poured all the nuclear energy in my body into the personified colossal titan to trigger the explosion, this place was already full of nuclear radiation and residual atomic fission energy. It's like recharging right on the spot after running out of battery. He looked into the distance and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This battle was truly arduous. Mayor Huang Jing personally entered the fray, luring the blood pupil black ape to the detonation point, causing it to be severely injured. I was only able to use the terrain advantage of the nuclear blast zone to continuously protect myself. I finally blew it to death before that woman could save the blood pupil black ape. She fled in a hurry, pondering everything. He continued to speak. Although my monster template is very strong, it's still no match for an Overlord-level demonic beast. Winning this time was thanks to the right time, the right place, and a bit of luck. He stood up, smiled, and said, as long as I have enough time, sooner or later, I will stand at the pinnacle of combat power in the Xia Nation. But with this major secret realm riot, there's no more time to grow stronger. I don't know when I'll be able to draw the next template. And even if I draw one, it might not be a gold tier one that can fuse with the stellar pillar emperor demon template, which is the fastest way for me to become a top tier expert. So, I can only speed up collecting plant-type demonic cores that are highly compatible with that template. And also the Shin Huang martial arts. If the infinite monster template can help me cheat in an infinite space, then I must also master the ultimate martial artist system. Although the development of Shin Huang martial arts is slower, its potential is enormous. After all, this is the cultivation system of a high-level martial world. He turned his head to look at the rising sun, as if looking at the bright future awaiting him. He said, perhaps my transmigration to this world was to fulfill a mission that belongs to me. 1 month after the disaster in its city, a bronze statue of Huang Jing was erected to commemorate his great sacrifice. He was sitting on a bench, following the news on his phone. This time, in the entire Xia Nation, a total of 18 cities were attacked by beast tides. Among them, 12 cities have completely fallen. Among them, Guanshan City had an S-rank secret realm appear. The entire city was enveloped in an impenetrable gray fog. He listened silently to the news coming from all over. The Great Xia's National Martial Artist Organization, Dragon Sparrow, has dispatched 30 Xuanwu martial artists, along with 5 Grandmaster-level experts, under the leadership of Great Grandmaster Du Jingming, to conduct an investigation. The news on the phone was constantly updating. This beast tide invasion was no small matter. Even an S-rank secret realm has appeared. The strongest nation-guarding level martial artist of the Xia Kingdom, Fu Hongsheng, had waited at the edge of the secret realm, but never saw the martial artist team break through. His image appeared. An announcement appeared. So he personally entered Guanshan City, and it wasn't until 8 hours later that a heavily injured Fu Hongsheng emerged with 2 surviving grandmasters. Since then, the Xia Kingdom has designated Guanshan City as the 11th life-forbidden zone in the world. It was confirmed that 1.08 million people in the entire city had died. Hearing this, he exclaimed in utter shock. Even a nation-guarding martial artist. Could it be that humanity's survival on Blue Star has become this dire? This won't do. I can't just wait around anymore. In a suburban villa, the phone rang. Aunt Qin, I need to ask you for a favor. Qin Lan, lying on a sofa in alluring pajamas, answered the phone. You want to learn the remaining 2 sets of the Liu family's Shin Huang martial arts? Yi thought with a forced smile. Is that the kind of person I am in Aunt Chin's eyes? Then he replied awkwardly, no, it's something else. I'd like to ask you to help me acquire some high-quality, plant attribute demon cores. Preferably blue-grade demon cores, or even purple-grade Overlord level ones. She asked, perplexed. Plant-type demonic beasts are already rare. Overlord-level demon cores are even rarer. You certainly have a big appetite, wanting so much. So what can you offer in return? Yi immediately replied. Every year, Huadu University holds a secret realm assessment for its new students. I can form a team with Lu Qingzhu and help her win first place. Qin Lan's eyes suddenly lit up. She replied, you're underestimating the genius top scorers from other provinces. I can only tell you that. Qingzhu's strength, compared to previous years at Imperial Capital University, would only rank as upper mid-tier. She hasn't reached the top-tier elite group. Although you overwhelmed Qingzhu in the previous match, you still fall a bit short compared to the true prodigies. He replied confidently, but Aunt Qin isn't your only choice right now. To bet on the revival of the Lu family and on me? I can write an IOU. If I don't win first place among the freshmen, they'll come to the Lu family and work like a horse for you. They'll take care of you in your old age. She tiptoed down and said with a smile, work like a horse, you say? Qin Lan looked down through the glass window, happily agreeing. They'll help you out just this once. On a beautiful morning, Yi went to Anqing Central Hospital to visit Chuzhou. Although his purpose was to visit a friend, not hold a fan meeting. On his way there, he was completely surrounded by fans. Look, it's Yi. I heard he killed a lot of demonic beasts in the secret realm this time. Classmate, Yi, can we be friends on QQ? As expected of the martial arts top scorer. We were all injured so badly. But he's not hurt at all. I'm your fan. Hey, Yi, can I have your autograph? Thanks. He didn't expect his name to be so famous. I didn't expect that I'd be this popular. After an impromptu fan meeting, Yi finally reached the hospital room. It was unclear whether he came to visit or to tease, because as soon as he opened the door, he couldn't stop laughing and pointed at him. Isn't this Chuzhou, the most handsome man in Anqing? I can't believe you've ended up like this. Seeing him carrying so many things, Chuzhou was puzzled. I know you came to visit, but what's with all that stuff in your hands? Fans gave them to me on the way. Upon Yi's appearance, Luo Xian raised his hand to greet him. You're Yi, right? Unexpectedly, Yi didn't recognize him at all. And you are? Hearing that, Luo Xian was a bit embarrassed and reintroduced himself. I'm Luo Xian, your first opponent in the ranking tournament. You've forgotten me so quickly? It seemed that upon hearing this, Yi noticed something peculiar about the person before him and was a little startled. Luo Xian understood perfectly why he was staring at his severed leg. He quickly shared. Don't look at me like that. This leg of mine isn't healed yet. Why are you looking at me like my life is over? I can undergo limb regeneration surgery. If that doesn't work, I can get the latest combat prosthesis just released by the Thunder Condor Corporation. Faced with Luo Xian's heroism and bravery, Yi couldn't help but admire him. To lose a leg at such a young age while protecting Anqing, Luo Xian was truly admirable. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Yi picked up the phone, extremely annoyed. There have been so many nuisance calls lately. It's so annoying. But just as Yi put the phone back in his pocket, it rang loudly again, startling him. It won't stop? As soon as he answered, Yi had to face the thunderous rage of his principal. Yi, why did you block a big shot from Huadu? Unblock them quickly. To avoid making things more complicated, he replied. Got it, old man. Principal. Immediately after, Yi didn't dare to delay any longer and made the call. Hello, classmate Yi. I am Wang Tao, the person in charge of admissions for Huadu University. I'm calling to inform you. Huadu University will start a month earlier. In 3 days, a special train will come to pick you up. Meanwhile, Chuzhou also received a phone call. Hello, Chuzhou. I am Teacher Lu, an admissions officer from Huadu University. They'll follow all the organization's arrangements. Understood. I will definitely be there on time. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Seeing that both of them were being constantly recruited, Luo Xian felt a bit disheartened. 3 people in one hospital room. And except for him, they were all talented individuals. It seems I shouldn't be on the bed. Perhaps under the bed. Because Yi was still busy today, He could only visit them for a short while. Excuse me, I have to go first. I still have things to do. A few days later, at the site of the nuclear explosion, Swan Lake. The giant mushroom cloud from the nuclear explosion had thrown hundreds of tons of dust into the cloud layer. The sky over the Swan Lake area and for tens of kilometers around was now covered by thick, dense clouds, plunging the world below into perpetual darkness. The swirling black clouds were like a velvet curtain covering the sky, leaving only a few stray strands of light to shine down on the gloomy mortal world. He stood motionless like an ancient rock amidst the chaotic world. His soul was deeply immersed in a state of meditation. The spirit body within him began to transform. Wisps of white foam, like celestial clouds, swirled around, coiling around the layer of shiny scales. They wrapped around his body like spiritual clouds summoning a divine beast. His eyes, they lit up, shining with a mystical blue hue, like a bright moon illuminating a sea of stars. Monster template. Infinite parasite. Ehe. Constitution. Synthesis. 27.41. Body template. Godzilla. Compatibility. 38.9. Colossal Titan transformation. Integration. 90%. During the battle with the blood-eyed bee, the compatibility with the Godzilla monster template increased by another 1.5%. This is already a very high number. Plus the nuclear radiation and residual energy of atomic fission here. This is truly a sacred training ground. In the past 3 days of training, my compatibility has increased by more than 6 points. The progress is extremely significant. The giant feet stomped heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave that spread like the roar of an ancient beast in the mountains. But it's a pity. I have to go. In that instant, he transformed into a streak of divine light, tearing through space and soaring into the sky, like a dragon shedding its skin and flying to the heavens. At that time, Chuzhou was already present. At Anqing Station. Dear passengers, train G66 departing from this station. The destination is Huadu West Station. It will depart in 5 minutes. Passengers who have not had their tickets checked, please proceed to the gate quickly. He was waiting for his train, but after hearing the commotion, he immediately realized. He's here. In the clear blue sky, a flash of light suddenly appeared. And right after, he made a dramatic landing after flying here at breakneck speed. He also breathed a sigh of relief that he wasn't late for the train. Still on time. Wherever he goes, he steals the spotlight. Everyone was in an uproar at his appearance. That's Ehe. Oh my god. That pressure just now scared me to death. I thought a high-level demonic beast had appeared again. What a terrifying aura. Even a high-level martial artist burning their blood chi to send up a warning signal might not have such pressure. As expected of the pride of our Anqing, Chuzhou also noticed the change in Ehe at this moment. He must have gotten stronger. Ehe looked ahead with eyes full of anticipation for the journey ahead. Anqing, I'm about to leave this place. This was my first stop since I transmigrated to this world. It was also my beginning. Goodbye, Anqing. The train sat quietly at the platform, as if it had been waiting for them for a long time, just waiting for the moment to move. He clenched his fist. His eyes shone with excitement. His heart was full of imagination about the land ahead. Not long after, the train shuddered and began to move. Then it sped off with a whoosh, leaving behind a trembling sky. Just as he sat down, Chuzhou spoke up. Ehe, I say, can you be a little more honest? Ehe leaned against the seat and wondered. On this train, are they all top-scoring students from other provinces? He quickly confirmed it and added, not only that, even the train cars are made with the most advanced structures and materials. They can easily withstand impacts of up to thousands of tons. But even so, the profound martial artists escorting the Huadu University train, whether secretly or openly, number no less than 5. There might even be a grandmaster-level expert overseeing things. After all, the people on this train are the most outstanding geniuses among an entire class of students in the Xia Kingdom. With his keen perceptive abilities, it wasn't hard for Ehe to assess the situation of the other passengers here. Using my life force to sense and sniff around, there are indeed a few experts, some who could probably withstand 3 of my moves. No more than 5 people. I thought this train ride would be a peaceful one. But not long after, a disaster struck. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Huadu University train is under attack by an unknown enemy. The train's announcement system suddenly blared an urgent message. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Huadu train has been attacked by an unknown enemy. Professors and other teachers are investigating the situation. All remaining students are advised to leave the train cars immediately. Do not engage the enemy under any circumstances. All the passengers on the train jumped to their feet in panic. No way. Who would dare attack Huadu University? Could this be a drill to test the abilities of us new students? I'm not so sure. The Xia Kingdom is at its weakest right now. The nation-suppressing level martial artists are injured and in seclusion. One of the 3 nation-protecting grandmasters, Grandmaster Du Jingming, has gone missing. Moreover, many grandmasters and black tortoise martial artists died during the Beast Tide attack. In Guanshan City and other cities. Those nations and factions that were once suppressed by the Xia Kingdom are now starting to rise up. It's perfectly normal. So, should we leave the train car or? At this moment, Chu Zhou and He were still unaware of the disaster unfolding and were quite gutsy. What are you thinking? He. So annoying. I've been training too hard these past few days. I was just about to take a nap to recover a bit. But after thinking it over, He preferred to stretch his limbs and step down. His eyes were filled with excitement. He was about to face a new challenge. Let's go see what's happening. The train continued to speed forward, despite the intense commotion happening inside. Suddenly, as the two of them were heading towards the front car, a student covered in blood ran towards them in a panic. Fellow student, hang in there. What's happening up ahead? The new student named Zhu Jingxian quickly recounted everything in a terrified state. The enemy has already taken over the first 3 cars. The opponent possesses a special domain that can pull people into an independent space. This prevents the shockwaves from the battle from affecting the outside. Inside, there are terrifying enemies hunting everyone. Our teachers, the black tortoise martial artists who were escorting us, have almost all sacrificed themselves. They worked together to get me out of that domain. They told me to inform everyone to flee quickly. This is not a drill. Inside the train car, as things spiraled out of control, it was inevitable that people would panic. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Where's the proof? If you say it's dangerous up ahead, you have to provide evidence. The token the teachers gave you? Or what about the other injured people? Why were you the only one who managed to escape? I have a friend I know in the front car. His strength is enough to compete for the top spot among new students. I don't believe you could get out. While he couldn't, after hearing the reply from Zhu Jingxian, his underlings also found it reasonable. Makes sense. This lion-headed guy is right. However, Yin Zhenghong crossed his arms with a serious expression. Move aside. I want to go to the front. Despite Zhu Jingxian's desperate warning, he paid it no mind and stepped forward to show off. Seeing them act like moths flying into a flame, he tried to persuade them again. Wait, what I'm saying is true. It's really dangerous up ahead. Why won't you all listen to me? Stop going to your deaths. After failing to stop them, Zhu Jingxian turned to him. Are you He? He started to look at him with suspicious eyes. This life field. I can sense that this fellow student is very unusual. I am. How do you know me? After he confirmed it, Zhu Jingxian explained the situation clearly. A girl named Lu Qingzhu showed me your picture. She asked me to tell you to absolutely not go to the front. Hearing that familiar name, He's heart skipped a few beats. She asked you to tell me? Is that right? Yes. She took a blade from me and was seriously injured. Even though things weren't over yet, Zhu Jingxian was already crying his eyes out as if it were the end of the world. They want to die. I can't persuade them anymore, but I must fulfill that girl's last wish. To make sure you survive. Faced with his pessimism, He lost his patience, knocked him on the head, and cursed. Damn it. She's not dead yet. Don't be so morbid. You still want to go? To Zhu Jingxian's question, he firmly replied, nonsense. I already promised her parents. But he didn't want He to walk into danger and blocked his path. No. I absolutely cannot let you pass. At this point, he couldn't help but wonder something, even if it was a bit off topic. With that damn pathetic look of yours. How did you even get an acceptance letter from Huadu? While He was still trying to persuade Zhu Jingxian with words, the hot-headed Chu Zhou had already made his move. Chuzhou. Zhu Jingxian couldn't understand why they would insist on going forward despite his best efforts to stop them. I'm trying to save you. Why are you all so unreasonable? You resort to violence just because you disagree? Student Qingzhu is such an elegant person. How could she know two brutes like you? Who would have thought that in the next second, he would lose his patience with him and kicked him straight in the stomach? Stop spouting nonsense. While Zhu Jingxian was still trembling and struggling with his body, they quickly moved forward. His strength is truly immense. He's really no match for me. Sorry. He'll leave this qi and blood pill for you. We have to go. Despite Zhu Jingxian's every effort to stop them, they eventually walked right into danger. Chuzhou, let's go. Don't go, it's dangerous. At this moment, Dihua was standing in front of a staircase, and the floor number displayed on it was the 3rd floor. In front of him was a purple spatial rift leading to another dimension. This must be the so-called entrance to the independent space that the new student mentioned. However, Dihua wasn't careless enough to just rush inside, so he picked up a suitcase to test it, tossing a stone to check the path. Right after that, Dihua immediately threw the suitcase straight into the spatial rift without any hesitation. After waiting for what felt like an eternity and seeing nothing happen, Dihua came to a conclusion. No reaction. I can't even hear any sound. Even my life magnetic field can't detect any energy inside. A lot of new students went in here just now. It seems they've all gone inside. Feeling certain that there were no traps waiting for him inside, Dihua immediately rushed into the spatial rift. Interesting. Going straight in. As soon as he entered the space within, he immediately glanced around. A purple aura was radiating around him. However, a brightly lit white path suddenly appeared beneath Dihua's feet, making him question his reality. What a headache. What kind of trick is this? Strange. We clearly entered at the same time. Why can't I see Chuzhou anymore? There's light ahead. He'll head there first and figure it out later. Time was short, so Dihua couldn't waste any more of it. He immediately ran forward at full speed. But after walking along that brightly lit white path, he arrived in a surreal and desolate city where the buildings seemed to be upside down. What is this damn place? He raised his hand and examined it. The life magnetic field isn't reacting. Could it be that this place is sealed off? Dihua no longer hesitated. He shot up like a bolt of lightning, leaving only a streak of light cutting through the air behind him. Still the same. Old method is the most effective. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the roof of a nearby building, his stance as steady as a hawk stalking its prey. His cold gaze stared straight ahead. Then he raised his hand and summoned a brilliant sphere of energy. Qi swirled around his palm. Stop playing mysterious. And in the next moment, the entire space seemed to shake from a heaven-shattering explosion. Energy erupted into green smoke that filled the sky. Explode for me. A massive explosion erupted from the roof of the apartment building, whitening out the entire sky. All of them simultaneously looked up and spoke one after another. Such a huge explosion? What the hell is going on now? Damn, which expert is that? To make such a grand entrance. On the street, a figure holding a sword rushed forward. A weakened Qingzhu sat leaning against a corner of the wall. She raised her eyes to observe the explosion above. Dihua already told me not to let him come. On the apartment roof, Dihua crossed his arms and looked down. It seems my move not only attracted classmates and comrades, but also enemies. The guy with the pig head slowly walked towards him from behind. In his hand, he held an incredibly gruesome, blood-stained blade. As soon as he got close, he immediately turned and launched an attack. Still wearing that pig head. I can tell you're no good. Damn it. Still playing these ghostly tricks. Let me rip that fake head off you. He gripped the knife in his hand, getting into a ready stance. Both of them charged towards each other at the same time. After taking his punch, the pig head was completely unaffected. Seeing this surprised him a little. You took my nuclear punch head on, and you're still fine? He gripped the knife in his hand firmly and stabbed it into his body. At the same time, its head was also gradually regenerating. Dihua looked at it with contempt. Surprised that my regeneration ability is this fast, aren't you? I can clamp your blade just by using my muscles. Your strength isn't great, but your weapon is very special. It seems to be able to pierce through any defense. What the hell are you? Let me take a look. Then he used his hands to pull its mouth open. But taking this chance, a blast of power shot out from his mouth, striking its body. Eat this spit from me. I'm a man of my word. I said I'd make you fall right here, and I meant it. In just a moment, its body turned to ash. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual and glanced down. Huh, is there something inside this head? It's a pendant. So this really is the trial for Huadu University, huh? Killing monsters drops items, huh? They'll pick it up first, just in case. Then he'll put it away immediately. The weapon of this masked guy must have been enchanted by a master's martial energy, making it incredibly sharp. Once the martial energy disappears, these weapons will become ordinary again. What is this pendant used for? Don't tell me I have to find a lot of masked people and take the pendants they carry? This really is a survival game. From a distance, a blade flies towards him from behind. She quickly deployed her spiritual power, stopping the arrow in midair. He sees the monster behind him and speaks. So fast. Is it the next one's turn already? I hate sneak attacks the most. Just as he turned around, another arrow suddenly shot out from below. The monster high above continuously shot arrows at him. The arrow instantly pierced through his chest. But he seemed unharmed, tilting his head to look at it with a strange expression. You want to kill me with just this? Too naive. He unleashed his move. Berserker Rage. An immense power enveloped his every muscle. The power was so great that his body seemed to swell up. This very power also caused the building to be destroyed. A young man standing nearby witnessed this scene and exclaimed in shock. What on earth happened over there? The whole building collapsed. Back to Ihi. Holding the arrow that had just hit him, he slowly walked forward. I have to get a good look at the character who almost turned me into a kebab. A rabbit head? Could it be the 12 zodiacs? The monster expanded its body. Then, holding its arrow, it rushed towards him like a flash of lightning. He attacked it with a kick. Its martial arts surprised him a little. My goodness, it even knows kung fu. Its arrow shot straight at his face. Suddenly, another power shot out to protect him. Ice wall. The collapsing building suddenly stopped. The monster was stopped by a surrounding power of ice. Chu Zhou, holding his weapon, dove towards the monster from above. That was dangerous, Ihi. Leave this rabbit guy to me. Immediately after, he attacked downwards. But the monster was one step faster. It jumped up and dodged his attack. It let out a small cry. Then it used its arrow to continuously break the ice. But just a few seconds later, its weapon was frozen by him. Chu Zhou raised his hand before his eyes, unleashing a move that sent it flying. It held up its weapon in front of it, trying to block the force of the attack. It looked up, its expression slightly surprised. But immediately after, countless other powers rushed towards it simultaneously. Another monster rushed over. I finally caught you, little cutie. Over by the building, an immense power erupted, shooting straight up into the sky. A few minutes earlier, on the rooftop, her voice rang out. Why is there no movement over there? That guy who entered the battle so flamboyantly couldn't have died, right? He must be dead. Those masked people were surrounded and attacked by more than a dozen of us, yet they were completely unharmed. The weapons in their hands can pierce through any defense. They're not opponents we can deal with at this stage. That guy who shot a flare into the sky right after entering was too arrogant. Probably just a student from some small place who managed to get into Huadu University. A frog in a well, thinking he's all that. To be honest, the top scorers from the big cities are fundamentally not on the same level as those from small places. I heard that Yin Zhengyang and Ouyang Zhe from the magic capital and Lan Yusi from the deep capital and Xi and Shun from Glazdal have all started hunting the masked people. I really don't understand how they do it. Are they that strong? Then this year's freshman leader will probably emerge from among them. No. The freshman leader is always a local from Huadu. Compared to the geniuses of Huadu, students from other regions of the Xia Kingdom simply can't compare. Since childhood, the martial cultivation resources they've had access to are worlds apart. Suddenly, on the opposite side, an immense power shot up into the sky. He, witnessing this from the side, couldn't help but tremble as he asked, what was that incredibly powerful beam of light just now? A railgun? She, trembling just as much, replied, don't talk nonsense. How could there be a railgun here? That colossal power continued to soar into the sky, merging with the massive clouds. Zhengyang tilted his head, and asked his teammate, Zhe, what do you think? Zhe answered indifferently. That kind of attack doesn't match the style of the masked group. It's most likely a skill from one of the freshmen. A large blade was plunged deep into the monster's chest. In his hand are several necklaces with green jade pendants. A freshman? Besides the folks from Huadu, who else could have such ridiculous power? We must go check it out. After all, we've already collected 4 pendants: rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Lynchu from the deep capital has at least one, the goat pendant. Shun from Glazedal also has at least one, the snake. There's also a freshman named Lu Qingzhu. I heard she defeated the ox-headed one and got the ox pendant. If the masked group is really based on the 12 zodiacs, then there are only 5 left: pig, rooster, tiger, and dragon. As for the dragon, you know about that monster. It's a touch-and-you-die kind of existence. You can only run from it, you can't fight it. It's a definite boss. As for the remaining pendants, the freshman who just shot that distant beam of light must be holding a few. Shun and Lynchu will most likely be drawn there too, Zhengyang. This game has already entered the final round. If you want to win, we can only snatch it from others. On Dihe's side, he held a pendant with a green gem in his palm. Chuzhou saw this and was a bit curious. This is... Dihe sat on the ground, staring intently at the pendant, and replied, Before you arrived, I took down a guy wearing a pig mask. Then I got a pig-shaped pendant from inside his hood. If I'm not mistaken, this challenge requires us to collect all the animal head pendants. He tilted his head and asked, So we have to actively seek out the masked people? He replied, That's right. Just now, there was someone on the roof sniping at me. Probably another masked person. He fled in a panic. But his arrow hit me. I can follow the trail to track him. As soon as he stood up, the other person suggested, Let's go. Amidst the ruined buildings, Dihe looked at the battlefield before him and spoke. There are signs of a battle here. Someone beat us to it. Chuzhou went forward and placed his hand on the embers to feel them. These burn marks, they're still warm. The opponent can't be far. After examining it, he felt a bit alarmed. They're nearby. He quickly drew his weapon, holding it in front of him, his cold gaze fixed ahead. From the ground, countless ice arrows shot up, leaving long streaks. Lynchu gracefully held her arm and said, My optical invisibility was discovered again. By the collapsed apartment buildings. Chuzhou used his sword to create large walls of ice, attacking her. Hiding nearby, with ill intentions, Tanshin suddenly moved forward, unleashing a technique. Get out of the way. Gene Art. Flame Demon Battle Form. He unleashed the shaking ape palm. A giant hand appeared. After the attack, he slowly took out a pack of cigarettes, preparing to smoke. We've been discovered, Lynchu. Your optical invisibility is so boring. Dihe suddenly spoke up. Is that any of your business? You two were ambushing us. Seeing him approach, Lynchu said softly, Little brother, you've misunderstood. We just dealt with a guy in a chicken mask. We were only hiding to lure out the other masked people. Tanshin lit his cigarette. His eyes were cold as he glanced at him and asked, Is that so? Then what's the meaning of this? But immediately after, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. After being put down, she angrily bit her nails. Even my clone was discovered. It seems this little brother has some real strength. Tanshin, standing beside her, added, I was hoping you could successfully ambush them. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Tanshin stepped closer to them. You still have to rely on me. He took a deep breath, puffing up his cheeks. Then he exhaled, releasing an immense blast of hot air. This scorching black air forced the group in front to instantly retreat. Lynchu took out her fan, smiled gracefully at them, and said, Don't even think about running. Her eyes lit up. She raised her hand and waved the fan towards them. Wind comes. A dense cloud of smoke rushed forward, surrounding them. Tanshin, nearby, immediately unleashed a technique, creating a giant flame. It's not over yet. Let me show you my torch. The black energy and the great flame rushed towards each other simultaneously. He looked at them with a smug and arrogant smile. So you have some strength. So what? You still can't beat us. His voice rang out. What are you laughing at? His hand appeared with immense power, easily shattering their techniques. Tanshin was utterly shocked to witness this. Just a normal clap. Can dispel my fire cloud? What kind of power is this? But before he could finish, a fist shot straight at his face. Mountain-shattering fist. He spun and threw a punch that sent him flying. A single simple punch sent him flying 1,000 miles. After seeing this, Lynchu broke out in a cold sweat, her expression filled with terror. Right now, we don't have any cultivation methods that can help us break through. Breaking into the martial artist realm is impossible. We're stuck at the martial apprentice level. Moreover, our physical strength is sealed by a membrane. Even if the freshmen of Huadu University have a higher limit at the martial apprentice stage, it's still impossible to break through. But this little brother's physical constitution is not on the level of a university freshman. It's over. I was too focused on that little brother's punch, and I forgot. There's still another ice-cold little brother. At that moment, her feet were frozen, unable to move. She looked up at him approaching, with a murderous aura surrounding him. Even when Xian and I teamed up, we couldn't defeat him. He's truly a monster. There's no way to win if I keep fighting. Trying to resist, she immediately raised her weapon in front of her, trying to fight back. Just a few seconds later, she finally broke free from the ice. Yusi immediately turned to flee. I have to run. But before she could get far, her leg was grabbed by his hand. She turned her head, her eyes filled with panic. This is bad. He showed no mercy for the fairer sex. He pulled her leg hard, slamming her body to the ground. Get down here for me. Not stopping there, he raised his other hand into a fist, preparing to attack. Shin Huang martial arts. But she quickly unleashed a skill. Invisible image. Her body split into many clones, then rushed forward to escape. Seeing this, his eyes became even angrier. Trying to run? Immediately after, his body erupted with a colossal power. Corporeal prison curse. Illusory demonic realm. Her body was gradually surrounded by souls. She was immobilized and screamed incessantly. My body can't move. What the hell is this thing? He looked at her with a demonic smile. You can't win in a fight, and you can't escape by running. Accept your fate. After a period of fighting, in the end, Yusi had to admit defeat and gave him the necklace. I surrender. I'll give you all the pendants. He held the plundered necklace in his hand, his eyes filled with joy. If you'd done this sooner, would have been done already. Now, tell me the information you know. She knelt beside him with a resigned expression. To win this trial, one must collect all 12 pendants. We have now entered the final stage of the trial. Even if you don't actively rob others, others will actively come to rob you. Ouyangze and Yin Jinghong of the evil capital are the top contenders among this batch of new students. I guess they've already stolen quite a few pendants. So, do you need me to lead you to Ouyangze and Yin Jinghong? As she spoke, she thought to herself, since I have no hope of winning anymore, I might as well stir up the muddy waters. Lead the tiger to devour the wolf. Let you guys kill each other. As if he understood her intentions, his face darkened as he looked at her. You don't need to worry about that. However, I think that fan of yours isn't bad either. In another corner of the ruined city, Ouyangze and Yin Jinghong sped like the wind. As they moved, Ouyangze spoke up. At this point, I'm afraid Xian and Lynchu have already arrived there. It doesn't matter. Whoever wins, we'll just snatch the pendants from their hands. All they're doing is just holding them for us temporarily. Jinghong suddenly saw something strange ahead and couldn't help but be shocked. Aze, look at that corpse. Before them was a corpse covered in blood, lying sprawled on the ground. As soon as they saw the familiar face, both exclaimed in unison. That's Xian. A few minutes ago, Xian was sent flying by Yi. Xian wandered alone through the city. That guy is truly a monster. I guess Lynchu is done for by now too. It seems that guy has marked me as well. He'll definitely come looking for me. Looks like I need to team up with those two from the evil capital, Ouyangze and Yin Jinghong. Suddenly, there was a strange noise from behind. He was startled and turned his head. Who's there? Just then, a monster holding a sword coldly approached from behind. Its eyes were blazing red, incredibly horrifying. The moment Xian saw it, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. His body shook so much that he couldn't even stand steady. It's long. A spark of electricity shot through the streetlight. The previously unlit streetlight suddenly lit up. The monster's blade passed through his body, sending blood flying everywhere. The color of blood filled the space. With just one simple move, the monster had easily eliminated him. Then it took his 2 necklaces. Shin Huang slowly walked towards the corpse and bent down to examine it. Why did Shin die here? And this sharp slash wound? Ouyang, who was beside him, continued. It was Shin Long. This slash was decisive and precise. A single fatal blow. It shows that the opponent completely overwhelmed Shin in terms of strength. To be able to do this, it could only be the dragon mask from the 12 zodiac masks. He recalled his previous encounter. But the dragon mask, isn't he only supposed to be active in the underground parking garage? At that time, I even brought more than 20 pursuers down to the parking lot to find you. In the end, we ran into that dragon guy. In the end, only the 2 of us managed to escape alive. I can't even believe he actually kills people. Weren't we told this was just a trial? But that hot blood didn't seem fake. His face. Ouyang's face also began to turn pale with fear. Seeing this, he looked at him and asked, "What do we do now?" It seems the pendant on Shun was also taken. Ouyang continued. The fact that the divine dragon could leave the parking lot is very. It might be because our batch of new students has met some condition. For example, all the old masks have been destroyed, so a final boss like him can have his restrictions lifted and move freely. Just like how the normal zodiac masks automatically hunt new students. The divine dragon will probably actively hunt those of us holding zodiac pendants. We can't fight the divine dragon head-on. We must act before he does. Snatch the pendants from the others. We absolutely cannot let the pendants fall into his hands. As he spoke, his eyes flashed, emitting a great power. He unleashed his bloodline awakening. Golden Dragon Rock. 2 pairs of long, brilliant golden wings suddenly sprouted from his body. He turned and shot forward. Now, what we need to do is proactively send out a signal to lure those holding the pendants to us and fight a battle of life and death. An incredibly powerful wind emanated from the wings, shaking the entire space. Somewhere in the Death City, Qingzhu leaned against the stone wall. I was supposed to be taking a car to Huadu University, but somehow I got dragged into this so-called strange Death City. It's baffling. Many new students have already been killed by the one in the dragon mask. Me and another survivor. Met a teacher. The teacher said he could only get 1 person out. It couldn't be me. I can't leave yet. At such a dangerous time. I must warn that idiot Ihi not to get involved. I wonder if that classmate who got out managed to find Ihi. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to look for him right now. With his immense strength, he should be fine as long as he doesn't run into the dragon mask. As she was holding her phone, looking back at memories. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the distance. This made her a little panicked. Have I been discovered? In my current condition, there's no way I can escape. The opponent has locked on to my aura. They will definitely come to snatch the pendant from me, even though I don't care much for it. But I have a feeling. He will definitely need it. Right now, I can't face them head on. I can only lure them to that place. That is. Ouyang hovered in the air, looking down. It's Lu Qingzhu. During the university entrance exam, I heard that the declining Lu family produced someone with an awakened nether sparrow bloodline. Since it's also a high-tier divine bird demonic beast bloodline, I looked up Lu Qingzhu's file. It seems she has the ox pendant in her hand. What an unexpected delight. She's moving towards a certain place. Does she want to lead me to the divine dragon's parking lot? She's so naive it's almost cute. The divine dragon has already left that place with his blade. That underground parking lot is empty now. Shin Huang, you stay here and wait for me. I'm going to catch someone first. Then he turned and prepared to dive down. A series of continuous explosions occurred on the apartment building. Ouyang hovered in the air, looking towards Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu, you can't escape. But suddenly, he sensed something unusual. This sound. It's the dragon. How can this be? Shouldn't he be out hunting those with the pendants? The divine dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Wait a minute. If the dragon's targets are the ones holding the pendants. As soon as he saw it, his eyes filled with fear and he couldn't help but shudder. Then he immediately remembered that he himself was holding many pendants. I have 4 pendants on me. He would definitely prioritize the place with the most pendants. I was too arrogant. I've walked right into danger. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. His eyes widened in fear. Seeing the divine dragon rushing towards him, he immediately took a defensive stance. He flew high up, looking at the divine dragon. Is this a domain? I can't believe the divine dragon can use such a technique. Just by looking into the user's eyes, you get pulled into this special domain. Only by killing the user can you escape. I didn't expect to be pushed this far. It didn't delay, immediately rushing towards him to attack. He immediately raised his wings to form a protective shell around his body while simultaneously attacking with them. Here it comes. It let out a loud roar. The entire city seemed to tremble. Shin Huang raised his sword in front of him to block the blow. His eyes were sharp as he looked at him. Damn it. Did you just use the server-wide voice channel to provoke someone here? Chuzhou approached him from behind. Ehe. Leave this person to me. I want to test my own strength a little. This Shin Huang guy charged towards them from the front, sword in hand. Do you all think you've caught me? Such arrogance. He immediately took out his weapon and unleashed 2 ice vein techniques. He struck down at the same time. He used his weapon to block the technique. Seeing him dodge the attack, he immediately turned his head. Where do you think you're going? Without any delay, he immediately raised his sword and attacked again. Chuzhou turned his head to look, his expression slightly panicked. But thanks to his quick reaction, he managed to block one blow. He unleashed the soul-wounding sword intent. His eyes were ice-cold as he looked over. Man and sword as one. Behind him, 2 enormous spirit beasts suddenly appeared, roaring. Zheng Xiong simultaneously swung his sword down. Chuzhou's ice spirit beast also charged forward to attack at the same time. He sat nearby, legs crossed, observing the fight with an extremely bored expression. Zheng Xiong suddenly felt that something was wrong with his spirit beasts, and his eyes immediately filled with panic. The aura of Ashue. It's crying for help. He subconsciously dodged his attack. Then he turned his head back and shouted loudly. If I didn't have urgent matters to attend to this time, I would have at least shattered 8 of your bones. Suddenly, He's voice echoed from within the smoke as he lunged forward with a punch. You think you can just leave after saying such aggressive words? Did I say you could go? It seemed even he didn't expect it. Because he couldn't react in time, he was immediately hit by his move. With just a single punch from him, he was immediately sent flying. Zheng Xiong struggled to get up. Blood flowed from his mouth at the same time. What the hell? Was I just sent flying by a demonic beast? You sneak attacked me. In response to his question, he nonchalantly replied, "I'm the one who sent you flying. Anyway, your shouting was just too ear-piercing. I just hit a little too hard. I wouldn't call this a sneak attack. It's clearly because your brain is slow. You couldn't react to my punch in time." Hearing this, he angrily shot up and shouted, "Arrogant. They'll take your life." 3 minutes later, looking at his battered face, his voice rang out mockingly from the side. "Don't be so full of yourself. Lasting 3 minutes against me is already very impressive. That Xian Chen guy was sent flying by me with just one punch. Your weapon is pretty heavy. I'd like to borrow it for a bit. You don't mind, do you?" He nonchalantly admired his sword next to his opponent's battered body. But it still needs to be enhanced a little. Suddenly, countless large spikes appeared from his sword. Chuzhou, holding the pendant, walked towards him. I couldn't find the pendant in his spatial storage. But I found this. This pendant keeps flashing. It seems to be sending some kind of signal. Domain. At this moment, Chuzhou's body was so heavily injured that it was unrecognizable. Scars covered his entire body. He spoke weakly. I didn't expect that I could only make it this far. I've already used up all the ore-emitting relics I brought from the Secret Realm's ruins. If I could just stab him in the heart, it would have sealed his martial aura and energy channels. What a pity. I had to sacrifice an arm, and yet I still couldn't drive the long nail into Shin Huang's heart. It was off by 3 finger widths. I've lost the only opportunity to kill Shin Huang. Shin Huang approached him, roaring loudly. A moment later, it disappeared. All that was left at the scene was a pile of ashes and his body with a knife stuck deep in its heart. Inside the building, Qingzhu, with her injuries, slowly tried to leave. Just a little more endurance, and he'll reach the rooftop. That Shin Huang guy is terrifyingly strong. That Ox guy wasn't on the same level as him at all. That Ouyang Zhe couldn't hold out for long. Shin Huang's next target will be me. If I want to survive, it seems the only way is to get Dihi over here and have him take me away. This is the tallest building here. A signal. Dihi's signal gave me an idea. I also want to fire a signal flare towards Dihi. She was engulfed in light. Then she unleashed her technique. Bloodline awakening. Nether Sparrow. A purple energy radiated outwards. Just a few seconds later, she immediately collapsed, panting heavily. It hurts. I hope Dihi can see it. Her eyes suddenly lit up and then widened. Hearing the familiar sound, it seemed she couldn't believe it herself. This sound, how is this possible? She slowly looked down and saw Shin Huang walking towards her. As soon as she saw it, her face twisted, her eyes filled with extreme panic and fear. He found me this quickly? No. I have to send another signal quickly to tell Dihi to get out of here. Its eyes lit up brightly. The rooftop of the building instantly exploded. It held the sword and slowly walked towards her. It raised the sword high, preparing to strike. Qingzhu was so scared that tears streamed down her face as she trembled and spoke. This is bad. It's too late. Suddenly, long cracks began to appear on the nearby wall. Dihi, holding a sword, burst out from the wall. I made a promise to your family, and am a man of my word. The moment she saw him, it was as if she had grasped a life-saving straw, and she shouted, Dihi. Seeing his appearance, Hualong immediately tilted his head to look over. Dihi's eyes flashed with electricity as he looked at it. And you? What the hell are you? Right after that, he immediately unleashed a strike with his sword, slashing towards it. With just a single move, he instantly split the entire building in two. While holding it back, he immediately looked at her and urged, Qingzhu. Chu Zhou and my new little brother are in the small alley to the east. You go first. Hearing this, she asked, what about you? He replied, let me have a go at this guy in the dragon mask. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. The two of them then left the building. He held his sword and walked forward. As he walked, he warmed up his hands, looking at Shin Huang who was following behind. This domain again. Before, when I received Qingzhu's distress signal, I already sensed something was off about this strange place. Can you only fight by cowering inside this domain? A pin appeared, stuck straight into its chest. His eyes couldn't help but show surprise. This pin. Its eyes flashed as it roared towards him. Could this be the plan Yin Jinxiong mentioned that could take care of Shin Huang? Without any fear, he immediately drew his sword and looked at it with an interested gaze. The speed is indeed fast. He lifted his sword. Then, he used it to block Shin Huang's attack. I'm really looking forward to this. Sounds blew across the rooftop. Right after, a wave of power pierced through, splitting the building in two. In just a moment, the building collapsed, and dust rose up, obscuring everything. Shin Huang rushed forward, relentlessly attacking him. It opened its mouth wide, sticking out its long tongue and roaring loudly. He gritted his teeth, trying to block its attack, but his strength was still weak, so he was instantly sent flying by it. From within the thick smoke and dust, a blue light suddenly shone out. Its bloodshot eyes stared at him. From that light, an immense power suddenly radiated, shooting straight into the sky. Large bolts of electricity continuously emanated from it. His body had now transformed. Dihi's eyes were ice cold as he moved forward. So strong. Since coming to this world, I've finally met someone who looks like a real opponent. He frowned, his expression full of vigilance as he thought to himself. So, you won't be defeated so easily, right? From below, a hand suddenly grabbed onto a rock. Shin Huang, its body covered in injuries, stood tall before him. Dihi looked over and smiled smugly. That's more like it. The final boss, Shin Huang. If he could be defeated so easily, then it would be a complete joke. Without a word, it immediately gathered its strength and rushed at him with its sword like a storm. His eyes lit up as he stared intently at it. He quickly raised his sword and unleashed a slash to block its attack that was rushing toward him. He gritted his teeth and frowned slightly. So fast. After the mask was broken, it's not just his speed. Even his strength has increased. Its eyes suddenly widened. It lunged forward, dragging its sword down to create a long streak. Thanks to his agility, he quickly leaned aside and successfully dodged. Seeing his own sword break, he couldn't help but be stunned. The sword is broken. It retreated a few steps, facing him. But he had lost his advantage. It swung its sword and attacked. But something it never expected was that Ihi would rush forward and bite down hard on the sword with his teeth. Seeing that he had managed to hold it down, he glanced over. Finally caught you. While it was distracted, he immediately threw an uppercut. Its eyes widened in shock and astonishment. Caught off guard, it took the full force of his uppercut. His face was forced upwards, and at the same time, the mask shattered. But he didn't stop there. He immediately grabbed its hand. It's not over yet. Customer service technique. Number 23. At your service. Then he raised his other hand and threw another punch at it, with immense power, causing its face to be knocked completely to one side. The more he fought, the more energized he became. He looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. Temple, larynx, heart, spleen, groin. These are all fatal weaknesses of humans. Moreover, you were already pierced by Ouyang Zesbron's ding, which caused your meridians to be blocked. Your martial energy cannot circulate smoothly. These attacks, mixed with killing intent, have seeped into your vital acupoints and meridians, causing deep internal injuries. Suddenly, he glanced down. With one hand, he tried to reach for the sword that had fallen on the ground. Then he picked it up and threw it straight at him. Faced with his action, he immediately took out his own weapon. I knew you wouldn't give up. The only chance you had to kill me was when I had just arrived. You could have used the information gap to ambush me. Only then would you have had a 30% chance. His sharp fan opened and slashed straight towards him. He tilted his head and shouted loudly, "Rise for me." A blazing red power enveloped the surroundings, forming a massive vortex that swept everything away. A fiery red vortex raged violently between the buildings, devastating everything around. Wu Lianxi was blasted into the air. The whirlwinds continuously spun around him, inflicting damage on his flesh. This treasure fan, imbued with killing intent, is much stronger than when it was in Lan Yuxi's hands. A man shot up from below, his eyes glowing brightly with a triumphant smile. It's not over yet, Wu Lianxi. Saying that, he clenched his fist. An abundant power surged around it. First fist. Nuclear bombardment fist. In midair, a tremendous power blew everything up, creating plumes of dense smoke. Wu Lianxi had no strength left to resist. Floating in the air, that immense power still didn't stop. He continued with his next move. Second fist. Ihi rushed forward and punched him straight in the face. Mountain-toppling fist. Huh. The explosions created a line of impact on the surrounding buildings. Wu Lianxi was sent flying straight into a wall, unable to move. Everything around him was completely shattered. Ihi floated in midair, looking at the scene before him. What dragon? I thought you were supposed to be strong. But you're nothing but an insect. Wu Lianxi's eyes were bloodshot. His hand trembled as he held his sword. Using his remaining strength, he mumbled, almost killed. A sword came from nowhere, flying straight and slicing his neck, causing blood to spurt into the air. Crimson Jade. In just a few seconds, Wu Lianxi's head flew to the ground. His body was pinned tightly to the wall. Next to Ihi, a necklace with a jade-green stone pendant appeared. The dragon pendant is finally in my hands. It's time to end this game. Yan Xingxiang's face darkened. He seemed to be pondering something. Behind him, a group of people were talking. A worried girl said, "You shouldn't have gone to fight that dragon-masked person alone," Chu Zhou said coldly. "Besides, Ihi, if we went, we would have only been a burden." The girl lowered her gaze slightly. Her face was filled with sad thoughts. Chu Zhou is right. I'm so injured that I can't even use my martial skills. I said I'd support Ihi, but in reality, I would only make him get distracted protecting me. If only I could become stronger, I wouldn't drag Ihi down anymore. Suddenly, Ihi appeared in front of her, startling her. "What are you thinking about?" She shyly turned her face away. He said, "The horse pendant. Do you want me to just take it from you by force?" Jade green pendants, each engraved with a different character, were placed on the ground, according to the order of the 12 zodiacs. Let's try arranging them from rat to pig. Ihi rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Chu Zhou stood behind him with his arms crossed, watching him. Did nothing happen? Then maybe the order is wrong. Ihi nodded. Uh-huh. Yan Jingxiong, standing beside them, also looked down thoughtfully. This divine dragon pendant is the most special one. It wasn't originally designed for a mask wearer to be hunted, but as a hunter created specifically to assassinate those who possess the pendants. So, under normal conditions to pass the trial, you probably don't need to include the dragon pendant. Then he held the strange stone pendant up high. Immediately, a loud noise occurred. Everyone turned to look. The girl said, "Did it work?" Yin Jingxiong was also surprised. Did it activate some kind of mechanism? High in the sky, the clouds gathered thickly, and a ray of light appeared in the middle. The buildings below began to shake. He looked up in surprise and shouted, "Look quickly! What is that in the sky?" In the middle of the vast sky, a giant eye opened. The clouds swirled around that eye. Everyone was extremely surprised. What the hell is that? Ihi's body slowly floated into the air. He was being pulled towards the giant eye. Behind him was a dark space. He screamed, "Ah!" Then, Ihi suddenly stopped. On a large, crowded train, all seats were taken. They looked around and chattered noisily. "This is the Huadu University train. Am I back? Huh, I'm still alive? I remember being killed by that masked person. I was just in a strange city a moment ago. How am I back now? That's right. I remember many of us were killed by that guy long. Was it really just a dream? How can so many people have the same dream?" Ihi and Chu Zhou stood watching everything. An announcement rang out. "Ding dong. Fellow students, please do not panic. A moment ago, you were all pulled by the magic artifact, the eye, into a dream illusion it created. This was the entrance examination. For this year's new students of the Imperial University, please remain calm. Special announcement. During this examination, the new student Ihi from Anqing, along with his team members Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu, have collected all 12 zodiac pendants and won first place." Ihi silently continued to listen. Among them, student Ihi has performed exceptionally. A special reward will be given after enrollment. The students on the train heard this and gathered to discuss. "Ihi? Who's Ihi? I died early. I don't know what happened later. Could it be that Ouyang Zhe also didn't win? What kind of city is Anqing?" The new students from the major cities, all lost to Anqing, collected all the pendants. How is that possible? I couldn't even beat one masked person. Maybe he's the illegitimate son of some hidden martial arts family. I definitely have to get to know this Ihi guy a bit. A blue light appeared in front of Ihi. It's finally here. A notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for surpassing all new students in the Imperial University's eye examination. Received a one-time monster template draw reward. He thought, it seems as long as I meet certain conditions, I can get a reward draw. Then, Ihi said, "Chu Zhou, give me a wet wipe. I have to clean my hands thoroughly." Then, a card appeared. Don't be unlucky this time. A red-bodied monster with glowing red eyes appeared before him. An announcement followed. Tier 3 monster template. Vampire. Bloodline abilities. Infectious assimilation. Blood control. Immortal body. Compatibility, 1%. Evolved form. The Huadu University train. A black train sped along the tracks. Ihi gnashed his teeth in anger. A vampire. He screamed internally. I pulled an S-tier card. Although this bloodline isn't worth mentioning, but the evolved form of this monster template has a time-stopping function. That's heaven-defying. Suddenly, a young man came up behind him and asked, "You're Ihi?" The one who spoke was Ouyang Zhe. "You managed to defeat Shin Huang?" Zheng Hong, standing behind him, glanced over and thought to himself, "Zhe, calm down. If you start a conflict with Ihi, there's no hospital on this train." Ihi turned his head and glanced over. "Let me correct you. I didn't defeat him. I hacked him to death." Ouyang Zhe was surprised by the answer. Hacked him to death? After a few seconds, Ouyang Zhe spoke loudly for everyone on the train to hear. "Ihi, I plan to establish a new association at Huadu University, completely different from the student council. I hope you can join. It'll make you the president." For so many years, the positions of top new student and student council president have been held tightly by the local students of Huadu. He was very cheerful and sincere. He extended his hand. "Ihi, your strength has shown me an opportunity to break this Huadu University tradition. Join us." Hearing this, everyone on the train became excited and cheered enthusiastically. Who said he couldn't compare to Ouyang Zhe? And yet, he's actively inviting Ihi and even offering him the presidency. Who knows? This could be the beginning of a legendary organization within Huadu University. This is a historic moment. However, he tilted his head slightly and refused. Sorry. Things like power struggles with the student council or establishing organizations. I'm really not interested. I much prefer the freedom of being alone. Hearing his answer, the surrounding crowd grew even more agitated and began to gossip. He actually refused. Oh my god. A historic rejection. What's this Dihua's background? He even rejected Ouyangze? What a pity. Ouyangze handed him a piece of paper. It's all right. This is my business card. We will always be waiting for an opportunity to cooperate with you, Dihua. The sun slowly descended behind the clouds. Chuzhou looked outside. We've arrived. Dihua slowly opened his eyes. Huh. When he looked outside, his mouth fell open, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed. Seeing the colorful skyscrapers outside, he sighed in admiration. So this is Huadu? As expected of a major city. It was already getting dark. Everyone began to disembark from the train. A guide stood by the door, gesturing for them to follow. New students of Huadu University, please go this way. Ahead is Huadu University. The new students quickly moved and stepped outside. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. A massive aircraft with advanced engines appeared before everyone. Then, a voice made an announcement. Students, please board the aircraft in an orderly fashion. Your seat number corresponds to your seat on the Huadu train. Students, please board the aircraft in an orderly fashion. Dihua made a gun with his hand, poked Qingzhu in the back, and said teasingly, Little Zhu, which startled her. She recalled her mother's words. Qingzhu, remember this. Although you and Dihua are nominally engaged, you're not married yet, after all. When you're out in public, don't be too intimate, and especially don't let that boy take advantage of you. You have to know how to protect yourself. Got it? Qingzhu shouted angrily. What are you doing? We're in public. Dihua looked at her with a confused expression. What about being in public? Are you sleepy? I wanted to ask you. Why do we have to take a plane? Qingzhu was exasperated. Why would my mother marry me off to a country bumpkin like you? Then she pointed to the sky. Because Huadu University is in the sky. Dihua repeated, in the sky? A city in the sky. At Huadu University. Advanced equipment was scattered among the thick clouds. The plane carrying the students slowly flew through the protective system. Dihua rested his chin on his hand and looked outside thoughtfully. This electromagnetic network is to prevent demonic beasts from invading, right? After entering, even the detection range of Live's magnetic fields is reduced. Truly worthy of being Huadu University. The students began to move down the stairs. The guide at the bottom handed out cards to each person with instructions. Please keep your student ID card safe. Dihua held his card in his hand and looked at it intently. The vehicle started moving again with an announcement. Please proceed to Shin Fu Station to board the train to the student dormitories. In front of everyone was an incredibly large and modern building. Dihua pointed upwards and said with a laugh, We've arrived at the highest city in the world, everyone. The surrounding students looked at him strangely, thinking, what is he talking about? Who is this idiot? He seems to have a few screws loose. Everyone was led into an elevator to go up to their floors. My room is on the 42nd floor, Unit A3. Chuzhou. Which unit are you in? I'm on the 45th floor, Unit B7. Higher than me, huh? Then I guess I have to get off first. Dihua opened the door, looked inside, and said excitedly, a standard room is over 100 square meters. Huadu University students really have it good. He walked around the room in admiration. The latest model computer. The equipment is really complete. Dihua opened the bathroom door and laughed with excitement. There's even a massage bathtub. No one can refuse a massage bathtub. After a while, he lay comfortably on the large bed. It feels like being in a 5-star hotel. He gave a mischievous smile. But I still have to take care of business first. First, I need to max out the vampire monster template. Then, Dihua sat up and fiddled with his phone. Just now on the floating train, I figured out how to use the student ID card. By scanning the special barcode on the card with a phone, you can log into Huadu University's exclusive app, Huadu Connect. Inside Huadu Connect, there's a shopping area, the Academy City. You can only use Huadu University's electronic currency, academic points, for payment. I'll withdraw all the remaining 30 million Xia Kingdom Yuan from my bank account and convert it all to academic points. After looking at his phone for a moment, Dihua's face darkened upon seeing a notification. Huadu Connect, funds received. 322. 43 academic points. He brought the phone close to his eyes and said, 100,000 Xia Kingdom Yuan only gets you 1 academic point? That's so expensive. Dihua looked at the lit phone screen. But the goods in the university's shopping area are really high quality. There are many items not sold on the market. Being able to buy them officially here is a special privilege and a unique benefit for Huadu University students. I'll buy all the beast cores related to the blood attribute. This should be enough to max out the Dracula monster template. After all, with the monster template, I only invested less than 10 million before, and I already pushed the compatibility to over 90%. A package was delivered by an aerial drone, along with a voice message. Student Dihua, thank you for your purchase. We wish you a smooth cultivation journey. Please remember to leave a 5-star review, he said. That was fast. They even used drones for delivery. Dihua opened the package. Inside were sparkling stones. He'll eat them all in one go. A hand with sharp claws trembled as it gripped the edge of the box. Humph. Eating this much at once. My body is starting to be unable to handle it. A notification appeared. Monster template, Vampire Dracula. Compatibility, 100%. Tip, Dracula unlocked. Monster template, infinite. Host, Dihua. Overall physique, 29. Dihua's reflection in the glass showed blood-red eyes. His face was ashen, but the effects are very obvious. Fangs grew out. Even my canine teeth have become sharper. These fangs are very special. There are even blood grooves behind them. If I bite someone, drinking an enemy's blood would be easier than drinking bubble tea. His hands also grew sharp, red claws. My fingernails have also become sharper. Dihua looked down at his changed body. I have a rather bold idea now. Then, he stabbed his own neck, sending blood splattering everywhere. Dihua hurriedly ran into the bathroom, painfully examining his current condition. His body was now covered in his own blood. His eyes gradually became sunken, but just a short while later, the wound on his body slowly healed. Dihua assessed the situation objectively and spoke in surprise. A little faster than before. The self-healing ability of the vampire is quite decent, but the physical mutations are all minor things. The most important thing is my new power, Dracula, as expected of a world that reveres martial arts. Even the university dorms have training rooms. Dihua reached his hand forward and focused on his training. When his eyes opened once more, they were filled with unbelievable determination. At the same time, a giant demon appeared right before his eyes. It seemed as if it had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Without any hesitation, Dihua looked forward coldly. Come on, throw a punch. Hearing this challenge, its power completely erupted. A new layer of armor gradually appeared in the air. This time, the giant knight had summoned another being behind it for support. To not waste any time, it quickly threw a punch forward. Out of habit, Dihua hurriedly raised his hands to block it. A loud, heaven-shaking explosion occurred. The scene had now become extremely chaotic. He could feel the bones in his arms completely shatter in an instant. Dihua's small body was thrown backward without a chance to react. His arms were completely ruined. Even so, he wore a triumphant smile. Very good. Very intense. Next, they'll test the time stop ability. Instantaneous stagnation. Dracula. Time slowly passed. First, 1 second. Then 2 seconds. After that, 3 seconds. The limit was gradually being stretched until it reached 5 seconds. Finally, a crack appeared in the limit. His face. Dihua's face began to tremble unsightly. He thought in despair. Is 5 seconds the limit? No. I have to keep stopping time. Even though I say that, the reality is very difficult. Blood continuously flowed from his body due to this effort. At 5.5 seconds, Dihua was obliterated by the backlash right before his eyes. The space here instantly shattered, leaving nothing behind. Dihua trembled, calmed himself, and wiped the blood from his face. As expected, 5 seconds was the original host's limit. But it's not my limit. Time skipped to the early morning of the next day on a bustling street. Dihua walked while constantly complaining. The sunlight today is a bit too blinding. Chuzhou was surprised to hear that. Is it? He nodded in confirmation. A little. Although he was thinking to himself, after fusing with the vampire monster template, suddenly, I feel like I hate the sunlight. Although not to the extent that I'd die on sight like a real vampire. Just then, Chuzhou quickly asked, have you seen this year's academic reforms at Huadu University? Hearing that, he was startled and replied, haven't seen it. After that, he silently recalled what happened yesterday. Last night, I fought Gitanathor all night. I probably didn't pay attention to other things. Chuzhou then slowly recounted everything. This year, Huadu University has changed its previous class-based model. It's switched to a mentor-based group system. Basically, each academic year you'll follow a main mentor. During that time, you can also take on auxiliary mentors to study under. After hearing this, Dihua asked in a daze. So we have to go find a master? He sighed and announced. It's not we. It's I who has to go find a master. But you don't have to. He was still dazed. What do you mean? He quickly held out his phone. Take a look at the announcement on the freshman forum from last night. There's an article posted on it. In consideration of new student Dihua collecting all 12 zodiac pendants, the university has granted a special reward. Dihua has the right to directly choose any mentor, and that mentor is not allowed to refuse. Chuzhou let out a laugh and quickly added, they even made a special announcement about it on the forum. Isn't that a bit too much? The scene quickly shifted to the sports complex in Area A. All the students were gathered there, buzzing with discussion. There are so many people. It seems they're going into the examination room in groups of 3. Then the mentors will turn on their lights to select people. This feels too troublesome. Dihua turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Chuzhou. You go on ahead. I'm going to walk around a bit. Since I can choose any mentor I want, it doesn't matter when I go in. Choosing a mentor is so boring. Suddenly, a familiar scent of blood drifted to his nose, catching Dihua's attention. His eyes lit up as if he had realized something serious. It's the smell of blood. If it were just the normal smell of blood, it wouldn't be strange. But within this scent lies a dark and fierce murderous aura, a malevolence like a deep-sea undercurrent that's actually stirring the killing intent within my own body. I have to find the source. The sight before him made Dihua freeze in disbelief. Before him was a small-bodied girl who was focused on eating. On a quiet, tree-lined path, Dihua wore an expression of utter astonishment. Is this cute girl the source of that vicious aura? I must be mistaken. The little girl glanced up at Dihua with her big, round eyes. Then, with a pastry in one hand and the other hand in her pocket, she asked Dihua, Kiddo, you practice the imprisoned demon physique? After hearing the question, Dihua raised a hand to his chin and pondered for a moment. How did you know? Standing opposite Dihua, she was also wondering to herself. She's clearly a child. Why is she acting like a little old man? And she even called me kiddo. Because I'm the one who helped Xiao who perfect this martial art. At this point, an image flashed in Dihua's mind. Xiao who? The person you're talking about couldn't be. That image replied smugly, that's right. It's me. The girl placed her hands on her hips, looking even more smug as she boasted, Lu Qinghu. Over 90 years ago, he was my disciple. Dihua heard this and couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? The lifespan of a martial artist can indeed surpass human limits. A grandmaster can still maintain a youthful appearance at the age of 80 or 90, but what's with a little brat like you who's still wet behind the ears? For martial artists who cultivate special techniques, it's not impossible to adjust their bone structure to a child's size. But this white-haired lowly in front of me, her appearance, if you put it nicely, is pure and innocent. If you put it bluntly, she's simple-minded and naive. Unless she's an Oscar-level actress, there's no way she could be faking it. Noticing the obvious suspicion from Dihua, that girl glared and asked him, what's wrong? You don't believe me? Dihua raised his hands and chuckled. Believing you is harder than believing in the first emperor. The moment the words left his mouth, Dihua opened his eyes to see his head right under a falling blade. Right after, the blade fell with extreme speed, giving no one time to react. Dihua's head was severed and rolled to her feet. At this moment, Dihua's eyes flew open in shock. It's an illusion? Such a pure killing intent that it made me hallucinate being beheaded. Gitanathor. But she didn't let Dihua finish, quickly stuffing a candy into his mouth. Here, have my favorite strawberry gummy candy. Her current coquettish demeanor was a complete contrast to the evil, demonic image Dihua had just seen in the illusion. Sorry, kiddo, I think I went a bit too far. Please don't report me to the school, okay? Right now, I can only come out for some fresh air for 1 or 2 hours a week. It's really pitiful. Dihi, with a strawberry-flavored candy in his mouth, looked down at her. She playfully winked. At Dihi, my name is Gongku. Let me tell you, I'm an extremely powerful grandmaster. The principal of Huadu University, that guy Shi Jingwen, when he was young. I used to beat him until he cried. Dihi immediately knelt down after Gongku's brief introduction. He had already identified who was standing before him. Gongku is the one who perfected the Shin Huang martial arts, so she can definitely help me break through the barrier. She is a great grandmaster specializing in slaughter. She's a perfect match for me. This investment won't be a loss. I've wandered for half my life without finding a worthy master. Dihi, am willing to take you, Gongku, as my master. I hope you will accept me. Faced with Dihi's lightning-fast change in attitude, Gongku was a bit stunned, not knowing how to react. Scene changed to the gymnasium. In the first row of tables, the deans were seated. The students below watched, feeling both pressured and expectant. To think that the deans of the 5 major academies at Huadu University are the instructors for this term's new students. If one of the deans chooses me as their disciple, they'll be set for life. What are you thinking? Those are the 5 great deans. How could they possibly value new students like us? So what are they doing here? Wasting their time? Of course not. Haven't you heard? That new student named D, he completed the Zodiac trial. These deans are surely here for Dihi. They recalled an event from the past. The new students had no idea that the Zodiac competition was broadcast live. The audience was the entire faculty of Huadu University. Right from the announcement on the ship, the teachers had begun observing each student's ability to respond to sudden crises. Through AI data that captured facial expressions, they graded each person's response capability. Those who thought this was just a practice test and were unprepared, recklessly rushing into the Zodiac city space, would all receive low scores. After each person arrived in Zodiac City, during the brawls with the Zodiac mask wearers, actual combat ability and demonstrated organizational skills were all important evaluation criteria. Even if a new student failed to hunt down the Zodiac mask wearer, as long as they excelled in one of the above aspects, they would earn a high score. As for Dihi, he was the only new student to receive the highest evaluation from beginning to end. But that alone wasn't enough to alarm the 5 deans. What astonished them about Dihi was that he killed the Divine Dragon boss, a meet you will die enemy. It was not part of the trial's attack objectives. A dean said to the person next to him. Perhaps Dihi himself doesn't know what kind of sacred being that divine dragon he killed was. That was a model trained by the Xi'an nation's Manhwa supercomputer, based on data left by the nation-suppressing level martial artist Fu Hongsheng when he enrolled at Huadu University. Even the supercomputer couldn't replicate the heavy pupil's ability of the twin gods in the illusory sight realm. But Fu Hongsheng is the strongest martial artist in the history of the Huan nation, and even the entire world. The records he left at Huadu University have not been broken in 100 years. For Dihi to be able to kill the trained divine model, even if it didn't replicate the original's full power, is enough to prove his unparalleled talent. As long as he doesn't cause trouble on his path of growth, at the very least, he can become a grandmaster of a generation. He might even ascend straight to the great grandmaster realm. What we need to do now is to remain calm and continue waiting for Dihi to come and pay his respects to a master. Suddenly, a man rushed in frantically to report. This is bad, deans. Dihi. He is apprenticing himself to Gongku, the former professor from D University, who is now a special staff member. All the deans were collectively dumbfounded by the news. From that man. What? Scene changed back to the quiet, tree-lined path, where Dihi was meeting Gongku. Dihi was hugging Gongku's waist tightly, determined not to let her go. Gongku asked helplessly, "Do you want to take me as your master?" Dihi answered without hesitation, "That's right. I'm sure of it, master. This loli seems to be over 100 years old. Otherwise, if I kneeled before a lowly in broad daylight, I'd get at least a 3-year sentence. Gongku indifferently closed her eyes and told He. But it seems I've already been fired by D University. He looked up at Gongku with sparkling eyes and made a proposal. Miss, you said you can only come out for fresh air for 1 or 2 hours a week. If you take me as your disciple, within 2 years, I will find a way to help you regain your freedom. Just hearing that, Gongku's eyes lit up. Really? Then I agree. He thought triumphantly. Successfully lured her in. But he never expected that his moment of victory would be short-lived, as someone immediately appeared to stop them. Wait. A powerful gust of wind blew towards them. Seeing the deans appear, Gongku sneered. A bunch of meddlers have arrived. A golden, statue-like man spoke up. Senior Gongku, didn't we agree that you wouldn't interact with students during your time out for fresh air? Besides, your current psychological state isn't suitable for teaching students. Another director agreed and chimed in. That's right. Senior Gongka, you should go home now. Hearing their advice, Gongka casually turned her head slightly towards Hua behind her. Go home. Fine. What's your name? Hua respectfully clasped his hands in front and bowed. Master, I am Hua. Then, right after that, the two of them strode off in another direction. Hua, follow me home. Scene change to the Huadu University Research Institute. Inside the vast building, there wasn't a single person in sight. Hua put his hands in his pockets, following right behind Gongka while looking around. The two of them walked up to a wall where it seemed there was no way forward. Then a tile on the wall separated. So there was a hidden door here. After they both entered the elevator and went up, Hua turned to ask Gongka, Teacher, you live in such a remote place? Hearing his question, Gongka immediately replied, That's right. Mainly because a few decades ago, I had a bit of an episode. I often ended up hurting others. After that, Huadu University arranged for me to stay underneath this research institute. In recent years, I've been able to control myself. I finally have a chance to go out for some fresh air. In other words, am I your first student in several decades? Your way of thinking is truly strange. Aren't you afraid? Hua's face looked contorted when he heard this question. He asked her back, Afraid you'll cut me down? The electronic floor indicator displayed the number 666. After the elevator doors opened, before them was a long hallway with a clock at the very end. Hua looked for a moment and then wondered, for such a large research institute, why is the hallway so narrow? Hearing this, Gongka answered his question. Because I'm the only one who can walk through it. The clock from earlier was constantly counting down. Hua asked again, On that door? There are numbers too. Is it a countdown? But this time, Gongka didn't answer Hua. Instead, she rushed towards the clock and shouted, Damn it, we're not going to make it. Hurry and rush in. Meanwhile, Hua was still clueless about what the clock was, so he tried to ask Gongka again. Teacher, what is that countdown clock? Gongka said in a great panic. Every time I go out, the electronic clock will start counting down. If I don't return within the specified time, an alarm will go off in the Huadu University principal's office. Then, he'll be hunted down by the entire Huadu University. Hua finally understood and let out a nonchalant exclamation. Seriously? But he didn't understand the urgency of the situation, so immediately, he also darted after Gongka. They both successfully arrived just as the clock hit 0. Immediately after time ran out, the heavy metal door slammed shut. A pink protective layer immediately appeared around it. Only then did Hua calm down and think. That was close. This place seems to have a special magnetic field. It's hard to gather my martial chi outside my body. In other words, when performing martial techniques here, their effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It was as if Gongka could hear his thoughts. All the thoughts in Hua's head. She immediately said, Of course. Because this is my containment cell. To keep me from getting out, that brat. Shi Jingwen built me a 3-story house. Entertainment. Martial arts training, it has everything. But at the same time, he also set up a high-power magnetic field to restrict a martial artist's chi, to prevent me from breaking down the door and running out due to boredom. After seeing Gongka's incredibly comfortable and luxurious living conditions with his own eyes, Hua thought to himself, It's called a containment cell. But this place is a luxury apartment where all living needs are met. It feels more like they're worshipping teacher Gong Ka here. Scene changed to Huadu University. The principal of Huadu University, Shi Jingwen. He was sitting quietly, looking at his phone. A rushed voice came from the phone in his hand. Principal, this is bad. Dihua has taken Gong Ka as his teacher. Contrary to that sense of urgency, the principal just spoke calmly. Don't worry about him. Remember, our Huadu University's current reform goal isn't to train a bunch of mid-level pillars, but to cultivate a top-tier expert. Someone who can shoulder the Xia Kingdom, shoulder the fate of humanity. Under the condition of providing geniuses with sufficient resources, let the geniuses develop freely. Just let Dihua follow and learn from Gong Ka for now. The new batch of students at Huadu University is about to finish their special summer camp training. When that time comes, let Dihua, this whetstone, test out the newly forged blades. The voice from the phone came through very clearly. I understand, Principal. At that moment, other information also appeared on the principal's computer screen. Principal, sure. New student Dihua has followed Gong Ka into the containment cell. Everything is stable for now. But according to big data calculations, disclosure of the special strategic level asset, while cohabitating with others for an extended period, there is still about a 5% chance of losing control. Special strategic level asset. Disclosure of loss of control rate, 5 to 14%. Safety rate during cohabitation, 95%. Cohabitation target, target. Injury rate, 3%. Successful rescue rate, 10.3%. Safe rescue window, 1 to 3 minutes. Student he has an 89.7% chance of not holding out until reinforcements from the imperial capital arrive, and even after being rescued, there is a 95.3% chance he will not survive. The principal's office was lined with glass walls that looked out. He walked up to the glass, looking at the clear blue sky outside, and said to himself, the so-called special strategic level assets are either powerful martial artists on death row with a suspended sentence, or powerful martial artists who, for various reasons, cannot control their own power. Normally, the nation restricts their freedom until the Xia Kingdom faces a severe crisis. They will be dispatched to the front lines as a nation-protecting force. Facing this terrifying existence, I think student he is already mentally prepared. If one isn't prepared to be killed, how can one go far on the path of slaughter? The Xia Kingdom doesn't have much time left. Those fools in the Northern Light Federation, and the insane heretics of the Heavenly Kingdom of Divine Advent, who worship the secret realm civilizations, are all stirring. The younger generation must grow up quickly. Scene changed to the third floor of the prison. Training area. Gong Ka was speaking to Yi. Come on. It's been decades since I last taught someone. Let's have a sparring match first to see what your strength is like. Hearing this, Yi asked again just to be sure. You'll suppress your cultivation down to the martial disciple realm to fight me? Gong Ka then glanced over at Yi with a lazy expression. I almost forgot I had to suppress my cultivation. Yi also began to crack his wrists, then turned to Gong Ka and said, I'm ready. I really don't want to remember that guillotine from earlier. The very next second, Gong Ka shot forward at the speed of light. Her eyes glowed crimson as she began to move. Yi was startled, watching Gong Ka's outstretched hand narrowly miss his neck, and wondered in shock. She's aiming straight for my vitals. Didn't she say this was just a test? I've already simulated evasion patterns in at least 5 different directions. And yet, every time, Gong Ka's hand chops predicted my moves. The only option left is a direct confrontation. Atomic battle form. Yi had now transformed, with sharp claws on his hands and rough, scaly skin. He clenched his hand into a fist and threw it towards Gong Ka without hesitation. Seeing Yi's resistance, she became extremely amused and even more excited. Gong Ka bared her teeth, smiled, and asked, trying to use your awakened bloodline to increase your speed, defend against my attack, and counter me at the same time? Kiddo, too bad I'm even faster than you. In no time, Gong Ka had completely wrapped herself around Yi's entire body. Then she flipped backward and launched a powerful kick into Yi's back. Immediately, he screamed in agony as he felt the pain from his spine being snapped backward. In the blink of an eye, Gong Ka had already shot away from Yi. At this moment, Yi looked utterly wretched, with blood streaming from his eyes and both arms. But he could still manage a grin and say to Gong Ka, "You really don't hold back at all, teacher. You even beat my awakened bloodline back into its original form." Meanwhile, Gong Ka was sticking out her tongue to lick a streak of fresh blood that had splattered on the corner of her mouth. As she tasted the blood, she said, "It's been a long time since I've tasted fresh blood." He wiped the blood from the corner of his eye to see more clearly. Then he said to Gong Ka, "Master, in terms of physical combat, I'm no match for you at all. Next, I'm going to use some unconventional martial skills. Please give me your guidance." Elemental personification. Good thing I charged it up last night. Fully charged the colossal titan personification monster template. Gong Ka looked at the monster form he had just transformed into and thought to herself, a martial skill this powerful, was it really cast by a martial disciple? It seems I've taken on a monster. Of a student. If that's the case, then this teacher will have to show some real skill, too. Heaven's scrutiny blade. Instantly, an immense power radiating red light surged like a massive wave, engulfing Ihi's monster. When Gong Ka's power stream hit the monster, it immediately caused a terrifying explosion, sending debris flying everywhere. The monster seemed unharmed after Gong Ka's attack. It leaped high into the air again and shot towards where Gong Ka was standing. Ihi, hidden inside the monster, also shouted loudly. Elemental personification, fission form. Elemental personification, domain. Gong Ka's red eyes seemed to glow as she followed every move of the monster charging at her. What a majestic sight this was. On one side, a ferocious beast. On the other, the small figure of a girl, standing her ground fearlessly before the charging opponent. In the moment she prepared to receive the monster, Gong Ka raised her hand, puckered her lips, and blew on it playfully. Then, her hand instantly transformed into a weapon. Her fingers, straight and sharp as knives, shot forward, layer after layer of armor. On the monster was torn apart by Gong Ka's hand. Ihi, inside the monster, thought in astonishment. Based on the outer shell of the demonic emperor's carapace, I created this flesh and blood personification armor. Its defensive capabilities are at least dozens of times stronger than the normal colossal titan personification form. To be torn apart by her so easily? Ihua's eyes sharpened as he realized the situation was not in his favor at all. Gong Ka had gotten very close. She spoke in a probing tone. "Ihua, kid, are you hiding inside this armored mouth?" Her perception is terrifying. I clearly shut down all of my Bodis life activities. Get out here for me. Ihua immediately used another move. Personality split meteor form. Only a sense of touch. Caught off guard and pulled from behind, Gong Ka dragged her hand on the ground, creating friction to stop herself from being pushed further away. Seeing this, Ihua boasted to Gong Ka, "Teacher, these slashes of yours are so powerful. I wonder if you can open this thing up?" His eyes lit up as he said, "Teacher, surely you won't be easily melted by my nuclear breath, right? But how are you going to defend against it?" But immediately after, thorny chains appeared from nowhere and swung through the air. In an instant, they had locked Ihua's entire body down, and he once again found his head right under a falling blade. Ihua looked up and said in exasperation, "In this place, I still can't escape the guillotine, huh?" Without any further delay, the sharp blade was falling, about to cut off Ihua's head. He immediately shouted, "Platinum Star." Immediately after, Ihua transformed into a mutant with a rose on its head. He stood up straight, bracing himself to block the blade, while Ihua contemplated how to escape this illusion of Gong Ka's. "Teacher is cornered. She pulled me into her realm of killing intent again. This place isn't a real space. It's a mental illusion created from killing intent. To escape this illusion, I have to resist it with spiritual power." Immediately, the rose mutant unleashed thousands of high-speed punches. Those punches created scorching, fiery energy that shot towards the blade. A moment later, the illusion shattered into hundreds of pieces. At this moment, Ihua slowly opened his drowsy eyes. Gong Ka was standing with her hands on her hips, looking at Ihua lying on the floor amidst the debris. She asked, "You're awake? That turtle shell of yours is really tough." As for Ihua, he seemed to want to say something but had little strength, only managing to call out, "Teacher." Looking at this scene, It seems I was very violently dragged out of the personified mouth by teacher. And the hardened crystal layer I condensed to protect my main body was also shattered by her ferocious, raw power. This is definitely not something a martial disciple can do. Teacher, you cheated, didn't you? Hearing Ihua's accusation, Gongku turned away and said petulantly, What do you mean, cheated? I beat you fair and square. Where did I cheat? Ihua asked again, really? Without looking at him, Gongku said, I just used a little too much strength. You know, teacher is very strong, so it's hard to control my power accurately in just 1 or 2 blows. Ihua put on a weary expression, no longer wanting to argue. Sensing that Ihua had become rather quiet, Gongku also peeked behind her. Suddenly, she rushed over and shook Ihua by the shoulders. Hey, I want cheat next time. Don't be mad anymore, okay? Please don't leave. I haven't had anyone to play with for decades. Then, in the stark white training room, Ihua immediately stood up to console the crying Gongku. Hey, don't cry. She immediately looked up, her eyes still teary, and asked, You're not leaving? Hearing this, Ihua gave a mischievous smile. It was so hard for me to become your disciple. Why would I leave? Immediately, Gongku shot to her feet. Regaining her usual indifferent expression, she put her hands on her hips and said, I wasn't crying just now. Seeing this, Ihua thought to himself, so cool. Afterwards, she went to the fridge, took out a drink, and said to Ihua, Well, now I have a basic understanding of your strength. Although you're still much weaker than I was back then, you're considered very talented compared to others. We can start your lessons now. What do you want to learn? As if he had been waiting for this question for a long time, Ihua immediately said, Cultivation methods, the martial lineage stage, and also how you were able to slash through lightning and pierce through my personified arm. As she popped open the can, Gongku asked back, the slashing attack? That's very hard to teach. Just keep slashing things. Then you'll get a feel for it. What kind of feel? Whether it's a human body, a demonic beast, or other objects. They all have an ideal cutting point, along with a line that can be easily cut through. You can call it the line of death. Your grandmaster is not like Shin Huang. He's also a guy who's good at killing techniques. If you say that, Shin Huang's slashes pursue extreme power, tyrannical and sharp. Then the teacher is like a master artisan, pursuing precision and technique. Gongku lazily told him, learning this is very troublesome. I advise you to first break through to the martial artist realm. If your martial cultivation level doesn't increase, then many of my martial techniques you won't be qualified to learn. Do you know what the difference is between a martial artist and a martial disciple? He immediately asked, What is it? Gongku continued to explain. It's not a physical improvement, but a mental one. A martial artist compared to a martial disciple has one more important ability, internal observation. After obtaining internal observation, a martial artist can switch from cultivating martial arts on a macro level to cultivating on a micro level. Through internal observation, a martial artist can see the meridians, acupoints, the 5 viscera, and 6 bowels within their body, and use martial chi to strengthen them, expanding their own physical limits. In other words, the mind must be strong first, then the body follows. He thought with great satisfaction. I didn't expect teacher Gongku's teaching level to be so high, as expected of a professor from the Imperial University, even if she's become a bit foolish. Her original level of knowledge hasn't regressed at all. But speaking of mental strength, after merging with the vampire monster template and awakening the power of Cthulhu, so is there any difference in the cultivation method for ascending to martial artist? Gongku replied. She replied, I feel that my mental stats have increased a lot. This could provide a huge boost for me at the martial artist stage. Sky Fiend, Earthly Demonic, Mystic Yellow, No Grade, Cultivation Method. Breakthrough and martial techniques are divided into 4 levels. Sky Fiend, Earthly Demonic, Mystic Yellow, and No Grade. University students. Evolution. Martial disciples in universities or regular schools. When advancing to martial artist, the school can only provide a cultivation method of the no-grade breakthrough level. No-grade university students. This level of breakthrough cultivation method has the advantage of a fast breakthrough. There are almost no prerequisites. You just need to accumulate enough chi, blood, and martial chi. More than 80% of martial artists use this cultivation method. a no-grade method for a common breakthrough. As for the students of our Huadu University, the method for breakthrough starts at the mystic yellow level. Hearing this, Yi raised his hand to his chin and asked curiously, "What about the sky fiend and earthly demonic levels then?" Gongku continued to explain. The cultivation methods and martial techniques of the sky fiend level are almost all unique ancient copies brought out from secret realm ruins. Looking at the entire world, it's not even certain if there are 10 copies. Even though our Imperial University has 1 copy, with your current ability and authority, you definitely can't access it yet. But you can learn a cultivation method of the earthly demonic breakthrough level. The Slaughtering Heart Bodhi Mind Sutra, a cultivation method of the earthly demonic breakthrough level that I possess. And Xiao Hu's demonic prison physical body was created with inspiration from this method of mine. Yi's eyes lit up when he heard these names. He said enthusiastically, "I want to learn." Gong could toss the empty can into the trash bin and said to Yi, "Then let's start now. Feel it carefully, the realm of killing intent that I have created for you." He recalled the feeling he experienced in the illusion and grimaced. No way. Again? But before his eyes, he was once again standing in a dark scene, glowing red with blood and fire. Meanwhile, Gongka licked her lips with delight and said, "I like blood the most." Scene changes to another place under the mystical moonlight. It's after school. Someone was walking right behind Yi. That person quickly recognized him. It was Chu Zhou. He came forward to try and talk to Yi. "Yi, how was your first day of school? I heard you've become a disciple." But suddenly, Chu Zhou saw a blade waiting to slash down at his neck. Chu Zhou immediately tensed up and held his weapon at the ready. Yi seemed to snap out of it and froze for a moment. He turned his head slightly, glanced back, and said to Chu Zhou, "Sorry, Chu Zhou. I got a little agitated." Chu Zhou was a bit confused by Yi's strange behavior. He hesitated and asked, "Yi, Yi immediately interrupted Chu Zhou with another question. "What exactly happened today?" Cut to more than 10 seconds ago. Scene start. Surrounded by blood and a horde of monsters charging forward. Gong Ke's voice echoed, seeming both far and near. "You are not allowed to use any martial techniques or special abilities. You are only allowed to use the blade in your hand to deal with the zombies." Yi was horrified, surrounded by zombies swarming from all directions. He asked again, "This many? Just with this dull blade?" Gong Ke said calmly, "Using the blade is to get you used to the feeling of the blade cutting through flesh, shattering bones. And from there, train your muscle memory to be able to instinctively and accurately determine the line of the slash and land the fastest strike on the target's fatal weak point." The gaze of Yi became firm and bright upon hearing the explanation of Gong Ke. "So that's how it is. Then he'll begin." Immediately after, he drew his sword and fiercely slashed away the surrounding zombies. Gong Ke observed seriously and had to exclaim, "This kid, Yi, cultivating my earthly fiend cultivation technique in an illusion is truly very dangerous. A martial disciple is simply not qualified to cultivate it. If Yi's mental strength didn't far exceed that of an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been invaded by the killing intent and suffered a cultivation deviation. Yi truly lives up to his reputation as Shi Jingwen's Star of Hope, even the Star of Hope for all of Huadu University. Your future, I'm really looking forward to it." Scene change to Yi's dormitory room. He was soaking in a hot tub. It's only the first day, and I'm already dead tired. The #1 university in the Xia Kingdom truly lives up to its reputation. The phone suddenly rang. Yi sighed when he saw the caller's name on the screen. A distinguished guest. Scene change to Lu Qingzu's dormitory room. A voice came from the phone. "Classmate Qingzhu. Is something wrong?" Qingzhu, leaning forward on her bed, said, "My mother has sent the thing you need. It's in my hands right now. She also told me to thank you for helping me get first place in the freshman trial group." The other end of the line immediately replied, "Is that so? Then I'll come over to your dorm room to get it in a bit." Qingzhu was startled when she heard that. "No need. You don't have to come. I can just send it to you with a drone." The other side replied, "All right. Have you found a teacher today? Who is your supervising instructor?" Qingzhu replied, "It's Dean Bai. She said that I am very talented, so she accepted me as her student." The voice from the phone came again. Is that so? Then that's very good. Qingzhu asked back. Classmate Yi, what about you? Which dean did you become a disciple of? He thought to himself. It's better not to tell Lu Qingzhu that I rejected 5 deans. Otherwise, someone might lose sleep tonight. I've chosen one, but Qingzhu couldn't hear clearly as Yi spoke while submerged in water. Hello? Yi, what did you say? Half a year passed. The first year of university was almost over for the freshmen of Huadu University. Countless interesting things happened this semester. For example, at the beginning of the school year, Ouyangze allied with elites from various provinces to establish the Blood Dragon Society. They quickly gained a strong voice among the first years. Then, as expected, after the freshmen from Huadu City finished their summer training camp and returned to Huadu University, they came into conflict with the Blood Dragon Society. As the conflict gradually escalated, members of the Blood Dragon Society and students from the local Huadu cohort began to step into the fighting arena to duel. And the result, of course, was more losses than wins. The Blood Dragon Society also began to decline from then on. Currently, among the first years, the only famous student is Xiang Jianwei. But perhaps saying he's the most famous in the first year of Huada isn't enough. He should be considered extremely famous nationwide, because he was the top scorer in the university entrance exam of Huadu. No one remembers him anymore. After all, he has been out of the public eye for more than 3 months. As for Yi, who was once sensational at the start of the school year, no one remembers him anymore. After all, he has disappeared from sight of the public for more than 3 months. Scene change to underground of the Huadu University Research Institute. A nagging, urgent voice was heard. A little faster. Even faster. With every step you take, the spiritual martial energy I've refined will be transferred into your body. Mixed into the martial energy is my comprehension of the Bodhi heart-slaughtering inner scripture. It will help you consolidate the martial artist realm you just broke through. After you're done breaking through, you can also feel the jade at the same time. My foot, you're really getting a bargain. Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain transmitted from his body as it was being trampled by Gongku. He thought to himself, bargain my ass. You've sealed my martial energy. Doing push-ups like this is no different from training with a whole mountain on my back. Teacher's martial energy is running all over my body, and it's unbearably itchy. Gongku looked at Yi's pained expression and mocked, you little fishy. You can't take it already? It hasn't even been 1,000 reps yet. Yi gritted his teeth, his face flushed with pain, but he still managed to force out the words. Who are you calling a little fishy? Watch me speed up. Gongku showed no mercy, jumping up and stomping down as if using all her strength. That's good. Come on. Faster. Faster. Even faster. Use your strength. More strength. Yi shouted loudly as he pushed his body up and down. He looked both pained and powerful, and incredibly determined. Suddenly, an explosion occurred at Yi's position. Smoke billowed everywhere. Gongku also managed to jump up high immediately. When the dust cloud dissipated, a new, sturdy figure was revealed. Yi said excitedly, this feeling. The splatter of blood tore away the old, aging muscle layer, shedding it for new muscle fibers infused with martial chi. Gongku's eyes sparkled as she saw Yi's new body. Wow, your clothes are gone. Yi criticized Gongku's current posture. You pervert. When you cover your eyes, close them. Close your fingers all the way, don't peek. Then he turned his back. It's time to come out of seclusion. Gongku stood there, asking with some reluctance. You want to leave already? Yi replied without any hesitation. That's right. I've been stuck here with you for 3 months. I should go out and get some sunlight. Gongku immediately put on a pouting face. Her eyes welled up with tears as she asked. So, will you come back? Yi glanced back. The corner of his mouth twitched up. Of course. You're terrible at video games. Before I come back next time, make sure you practice properly. The scene shifts to the outside. Not seeing the sun for 3 months. It really makes you nostalgic. Although I'm not that fond of sunlight anymore. It's been a while since I went out. It feels like a world away. But I didn't come out of seclusion this time, just for a stroll. There's something important to do. At Huadu University, a student's academic performance each semester has a very important component, and that is off-campus missions. The mission content mostly involves hunting down illegal fugitives, or investigating the situation in secret realms and assisting against beast tides. There are also missions to suppress illegal organizations or even foreign powers. Scene changed to the university's Student Activity Center. He said to himself, "First, I'll go to the activity center to accept a mission and meet up with my best friend at the same time. Long time no see, Chuzhou." Chuzhou also smiled slightly in response upon seeing Ihi again. "You're out of seclusion too. You kept me waiting, Ihi." Ihi warmly raised a hand in greeting. "Chuzhou, how's it going? Your strength, how much has it improved?" Chuzhou immediately replied, "2 months ago, I broke through to the martial artist level." Seeing Ihi for the first time in 3 months, it seemed that Ihi hadn't changed noticeably, whether in aura or physique. This was the most terrifying change of all. How much has his strength improved? Can I keep up? 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private match between Xiang Jianwei, the representative of Huadu's new students, and Ouyang Zhe, vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. The result was not surprising. Ouyang Zhe only lasted 10 minutes against Xiang Jianwei before being defeated. Faced with this result, I could feel that Xiang Jianwei hadn't even used his full strength. Can Ihi fight against Xiang Jianwei? Perhaps even the current Xiang Jianwei is no match for Ihi. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. "Sorry, I'm late." Ihi crossed his arms and asked when he saw her. "Qingzhu." "What else?" Qingzhu hesitated. Also, Qingzhu recalled what another girl had told her. "Qingzhu, you have to remember, you and Ihi are a couple now. So, at school, you should also do things that a couple should do, for example." Qingzhu's face started to blush as she spoke. "The things a couple should do. Do I have to do it right now?" Ihi looked at Qingzhu, who was puckering her lips at him, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? We haven't seen each other in 3 months. And you're not even going to greet me?" Hearing that, Qingzhu turned away, sulking. "I hate you the most." Then the three of them looked up at the large screen displaying a lot of information. Chuzhou began to explain. The information on the big screen are all the recent hot missions, along with the students who excelled at completing them. Qingzhu and I have already completed 3 missions. You could say we've exceeded the quota. That's right. I came here this time just to team up with you. Qingzhu swiped on her tablet to check the information. She said, 3 current missions are very suitable for us. 3 missions. The psycho serial killer in Hengqin City. Investigate the beast tide phenomenon in Lynchu City and the anomaly in Lynchu County. They were all originally level -2 missions, but the one in Lynchu County has been raised to level 3. Off-campus missions for Huadu University personnel are divided into 5 levels. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty. First-year university students usually only take level 1 missions. The only level 2 mission Chuzhou and I have participated in was a 10-person group mission. If a small group of 3 first-year students participates, it's usually very difficult to apply for a level 2 mission. But Ihi held up a card and winked at Qingzhu. "No problem. I have special privileges." In Ihi's mind, he remembered what Gongku had told him, "Little he, you can already handle things on your own. In your first year and second year, there aren't many who can compete with you. What you need now is to find some high-difficulty missions to train. With this card, you can freely accept any university-level mission in the school. However, don't just randomly accept level 4 or level 5 missions. Those missions have too many variables. Even Xuan will rank martial artists risk failure." Qingzhu turned to Ihi and asked curiously, "Where did you get that kind of authority?" Chuzhou interrupted again. "Ihi, these 3 missions. What do you think?" Ihi thought furtively. Benefits and risks always coexist. Good thing Chuzhou changed the subject. The first mission is simply a capture mission. I personally think the efficiency of this mission will be very low. After all, this is a business rat that the criminal investigation team has been chasing for months without success. The difficulty of this mission lies in the investigation phase, not in killing the target. The second mission is to assist in an investigation. I feel it would be very difficult for us to gain any experience or make progress from it. With the great Xia Dragon Sparrow there, would surely only be assigned very simple tasks. Whether it's the main combat or reconnaissance, it wouldn't be our turn to act. As for the third mission, the 3 of us would control the entire process, although there are no guarantees. which could lead to many major variables. But the higher the risk, the greater the reward. If we're always afraid of danger and grow up in a glass cage, then we can't call ourselves martial artists anymore. I'm leaning towards taking the third mission. I agree. Chuzhou also agreed, saying, I agree with Yi. Yi said immediately. Then we'll set out today? At this moment, in the waiting room, a girl stood with her hands on her hips and said, Isn't this just causing trouble? Haven't you heard that a level 2 squad has already failed in Lynchu County? 3 mere university freshmen daring to accept a level 3 mission? You're too arrogant. Just then, Yi held up the card and said, Miss, I have a privilege card. The girl gritted her teeth and threatened. So you've learned how to lie now, have you? They'll call the department head right now to expose you. But right after, she turned away to talk on the phone. Yes, director. Yes. And afterward, her attitude towards Yi's group completely flipped. She said warmly, May your martial path prosper. I really like your arrogant demeanor. Yi walked ahead and said to Qingzhu and Chuzhou, You two go prepare first. I'm going to get something. Scene change. The forge of the Academy of Mechanics and Magical Artifacts. Yi was standing in front of a door. A voice came from it. Identity verification successful. Yi spoke to the person standing inside. Dean, I've come to collect the first place reward weapon from the survival pendant competition. The person immediately turned around and replied, You didn't choose geology or martial skills, but chose a weapon instead. You certainly have a good eye. If Senior Gong hadn't gotten to you first. Right after that, he took out the weapon and introduced it to Yi. I won't say any more. Come see what I've created for you. Although it has no attributes, it's a top-tier divine weapon forged from a special-grade stardust alloy. It's renowned for its durability, with a martial energy conductivity of up to 95%. This horse-chopping saber is about 1.2 meters long. The blade is wide and flat. The color of the blade is somewhat dark, but it shimmers with sparkling specks like a starry sky. That is the characteristic of stardust. The spine of the blade is also covered in dense serrations, which increases its weight and destructive power, making every swing unleash astonishing force. The hilt is wrapped in a special non-slip black leather. Inside the leather, there are metal threads running through it. This is also stardust, helping a martial artist easily channel martial energy into the weapon. Every swing is accompanied by the whistle of the wind and a brilliant light, making one shudder. He made a few practice swings with the weapon and praised, Not bad. The weight is perfect. It doesn't feel flimsy. It fits my hand well. After all, it was custom-made based on my body measurements from 3 months ago. I didn't expect that after 3 months, it would still suit the strength I gained after I broke through to the martial artist level. I must say, you truly live up to the name of Imperial University's bladesmith. Truly top-notch. The man was also pleased with this compliment and replied, Of course. I'm sure that even if Senior Gonku came here, when it comes to forging, she'd have to call me Dad. Someone's voice reminded him, Dean. The dean was startled and quickly reminded Yi this part. Yi, absolutely do not tell Senior Gonku about this, you hear? Scene change. Lynchu County. Chuzhou said to Yi, Due to the confidential nature of the mission, this time we will be coming here as interns, under the guise of ordinary university students. Yi thought to himself, First, I'll use my life field to sense things. Over the past half semester, I've raised the Godzilla template to 71%. My life field can cover the entire county. I'm afraid our appearance will awaken the old rats hiding in the shadows. If we let those rats escape, it will be really troublesome, because exterminating rats has always been more about finding them than killing them. Chuzhou turned and urged, Let's go. The 3 of us should first go see the house Huadu University has arranged. Suddenly, an uncle driving a tricycle passed by the 3 of them. He turned his head and asked, Young man, where are you guys heading? Need a ride on the tricycle? Yi smirked at this moment. His eyes filled with excitement. The mission begins. The driver was taking the 3 of them. He chatted cheerfully, Young man, I see you guys are dashing and elegant. What school are you students from? Are you here on vacation for the holidays? I'm a native of Lynchu County, and this time I brought 2 classmates here to hang out. I'm currently studying at a university in Yunqing. The old man looked at Yi in surprise. A native of Lynchu County? Who are your family members? Why don't I recall them? He recounted somberly. My grandfather's name was Isho Rong. He passed away a few years ago. After that, I moved away. The old man sighed with emotion. So you're a child of old I's family. He breathed a sigh of relief, lucky that he learned a little of the local dialect on the plane. The identity information that Huadu University provided really exists. The driver became even more cordial with Ihi. Good. Young lad. It's good that you still remember Lynchu County. You haven't forgotten your roots. You'll surely be blessed. The scene changes to the mission base provided by Huadu University. The house of Isho Rong. The old man instructed him, little E. In 2 days, it will be the grandest night festival that Lynchu County holds once every 3 years. You must come and participate then. If little E is shy and doesn't want to go out, then this old uncle will personally come to get you. He also replied politely, I know. Thank you. Chu Zhou went inside and, observing the mess, remarked, this house hasn't been lived in for over 10 years. It's been abandoned. So many weeds and mosquitoes. Looks like we'll have to clean up. He smiled, walked into the courtyard, and lifted his foot. Cleaning is my specialty. He stomped his foot forcefully on the ground, creating long, spiderweb-like cracks. Chu Zhou clicked his tongue. This isn't cleaning. It's more like a massacre. He replied calmly. It's convenient and fast. He went to one side. Put away the luggage. They'll go around the house and install mini cameras. For reconnaissance purposes. Qingzhu also went to the next room. They'll go check the condition of the house. Ihi, come look at this quickly. He approached dubiously and asked, did you find something? She looked a bit worriedly at the bizarre statue in the small room. There's a shrine here. I don't know what it's worshipping. He said in a low voice. This thing was placed here later. Qingzhu was surprised. Placed here later? What do you mean? He observed while explaining to her. The material of the shrine is wood. If it had always been in this house, it would have rotted away long ago. Although the shrine before us is covered in dust. After wiping off the dust, it's still very new. Chu Zhou also came from behind, drawing his sword. Meaning, this is something that someone else placed. Inside this house, I find this statue a bit unsettling. They'll smash it first, and we'll figure things out later. Qingzhu frowned and advised. Wait, Chu Zhou. Hold on, don't be rash. What if this is an important clue? We should investigate it carefully first. He, on the side, extended his hand, released his power, and replied, I agree. Seeing this, she immediately became furious. Who do you agree with, you damn bastard? At least, before you smash it. Let's see what's under the mask of this mud statue. Qingzhu slowly lifted the red cloth covering the face of the statue. An eye stared bizarrely right at the three of them. He suddenly sensed something that startled him. He stepped forward, grabbed her shoulder, and said, something is wrong. At Dihi's reminder, Chu Zhou, who was behind, immediately went berserk. It really is a filthy thing. Chu Zhou, cut it down. He quickly gripped the sword in his hand and swung it in an arc. Suddenly, all three of them were stunned. They stared in shock at the statue. The statue was leaking. The divine statue. It's flowing out. What the hell is this black liquid? The eyes. Dihi's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Where do you think you're going? Playing dumb. At his summons, Rhodia moved forward to grab the mud flowing from the statue. Immediately, that puddle of mud quickly transformed into sharp mouths and attacked. Dihi gave the command. Chu Zhou, seal it. To the side. Qingzhu's face had turned pale with fear. What the hell is this? He quickly placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Qingzhu, Dihi asked worriedly. Are you okay? Qingzhu has been infected by that thing's spiritual energy. I need to transfer some pure martial energy into her. She replied hastily. I'm fine. Suddenly, the feeling of fear from before had vanished. There was even a warmth in her body. The three of them silently looked at the monster full of mouths, now frozen to the ground. Dihi grinned with satisfaction. It seems the anomaly in Lynchu County is related to this strange mud statue. Our investigation has reached a critical stage. You two stand guard over this thing here. Prevent it from transforming. I'm going to take care of something. I left a radiation marker on that tricycle driver. Timing it, it's time to reel in the net. Uncle, you don't need to come looking for me. I came here especially for you. The scene changes. Lynchu County. Lianshan Temple. At this moment, the old tricycle driver was standing before the temple gate. A young monk smiled and greeted him. Patron, the abbot is waiting for you inside. Kanshin. He beamed. The young monk quickly led the old man through an underground tunnel. The two of them arrived before a large door. It was sealed with talismans. The young monk smiled strangely. Abbot, I have brought patron Liu Kanshin, who meets the standard for receiving blessings. He also said he has something to report. The young monk smiled and spoke. Abbot, patron Liu Kanshin, who has reached the standard for blessings, has been brought here. He also said he has a matter to report. Before the gate, the silent atmosphere made the place unusually gloomy. Suddenly, a voice came from within. This patron, what are your intentions? Why did you suddenly visit? The young monk outside, still in human form, suddenly transformed. There's someone else? His entire body became that of a horrifying monster. Kanshin knelt on the ground in fear, clasping his hands. An immortal has descended. An immortal has descended. From above, Dihi's foot shot straight towards the monster. This kick directly smashed its head to a pulp. Dihi landed and muttered in annoyance. So dirty. Thankfully, my rodeo armor is blocking this stuff. Otherwise, it would be hard to wash if it splattered on my clothes. Kanshin was scared out of his wits by this scene. It's you? From old Dis family? Suddenly, the arms on the two statues on either side began to move. The statues beside them moved as if they were alive. Two giant statues with red eyes stared straight at him. Dihi remained calm and teased them. Buddha statues can move. They immediately launched an attack towards him. Dihi summoned Rodea to directly block the attacks of both statues. With angry expressions, they tried to crush Dihi with all their might. Seeing the situation wasn't in their favor, the two statues raised their weaponless arms, intending to smash him to death. And so, this time, a full 6 arms rushed forward to pulverize Dihi. He calmly touched the ring on his finger. The spaces are in a hidden state, to avoid being discovered by the enemy. Starfall Saber. Dihi quickly got into position, holding the saber and drawing it. A powerful slash severed the arms that had malicious intent towards him. The statue's arms fell and shattered on the ground just like that. They were furious. They fired lasers at Dihi. He taunted them. You can even shoot lasers from your eyes? Are you guys really Buddha statues? Too bad these lasers are too slow. Let me see if you're stuffed with hay or something else. A single sword stroke slashed across the faces of the two Buddha statues, revealing the mechanical components inside. Kanshin stared blankly at this scene, and the unlucky old man was hit by the statue's laser beams sweeping across his body. At that moment, on the ground were the scattered components of the Buddha statues. He sighed and cleaned his saber. As expected, they aren't living creatures. From the very beginning, I couldn't sense any life aura from these two Bodhisattva statues within my life magnetic field. But in a backward county like Lynchu, how can there be such creations? Such advanced science? The answer, is it all behind that door? I'm a university student, after all. At least, I should have the courtesy to knock. Luda, following Ihi's command, directly attacked the giant door. Is anyone inside? The door couldn't withstand the impact and was pierced through. Then, a large section of the door cracked right off. Ihi slowly walked inside. He nodded to himself. There really is another cavern. To think there's such a large underground palace here. And they even built a huge statue like this. The guest is already inside. Little mouse, are you still hiding and refusing to come out? From deep inside, a person stepped out with a sigh. That person was none other than the young monk from before. Or should I say, abbot. This temple and you, patron, have no enmity or grievance. Why have you come to trespass upon our temple? Inside the area guarded by the large Buddha statue, the abbot sighed and asked, This temple and you, patron, have no enmity or grievance. Why have you trespassed upon our temple? Ihi replied with a disdainful smile. A robot like you. You've gotten addicted to pretending to be human, haven't you? Then he directly swung his blade, severing his body. The abbot suddenly reappeared behind him. Patron, your killing intent is truly heavy. Seeing this strange situation, Ihi shouted loudly. Cut the crap. Suddenly, on the ground, there was some movement that put him on alert. A deep pit collapsed right where he was standing, causing Ihi to fall down. He quickly used his hands to support his body. Ihi cautiously observed his surroundings. This place. It's like a sewer. 2. There are 18 gates. Is it a dam? Suddenly, from deep within the gate-shaped drainage holes, pairs of cold, blue eyes stared at him. A horde of horrifying monsters poured out from within, making him feel weary. It's skink monsters again. There are so many this time. Each one has the energy wave of a level 1 to 2 martial artist. Moreover, the life wave intensity of these humanoid monsters is similar. It seems they were all mass-produced. In other words, they are artificial mechanized creatures. You want to crush me with a brutal army? The last guy who tried that now has grass a meter tall on his grave. Shin Huang blade technique. Godzilla's 3 slashes. First slash, path of 1,000-mile slaughter. He gathered his strength and swung a powerful slash towards the skink monsters. But right after that, a new horde of monsters appeared one after another, filling the empty spaces of those he had just killed. He gave an excited smile. What kind of temple raises a bunch of hideous monsters underground like this? The skink monster opened its blood-red maw to attack him. A moment later, Ihi was standing on a mountain of skink monster corpses. The abbot's severed head was still rambling on. Patron, your killing intent is too heavy. Patron, your killing intent is too heavy. Ihi contemptuously crushed the severed head. A mentally deficient mechanized creature. Its head was already severed, yet it kept repeating pre-recorded lines. Who was the manipulator behind this? Still not coming out? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It seems we've run into quite a formidable enemy this time. However, that's all there is to it. After those words, the entire space shook violently, putting Ihi on alert. The Buddha statue slowly started to move. Its eyes of the statue opened. A strange golden light flashed from them. Extremely modern mechanical devices sprouted from the Buddha statue's back. The statue opened its mouth to speak. Patron, you are beyond salvation. Ihi calmly commented. Not bad. It can still transform. Seeing him still relaxed, it launched a direct palm strike. Fall into the cycle of reincarnation. That massive palm strike rushed powerfully towards Ihi. With a serious expression, he met it head-on. Bring it on. The statue's palm seal slammed down on Ihi's position, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the statue's hand, causing it to announce, warning, warning. Energy detected exceeding burst range. Right hand overheating. Error. Error. Energy continues to heat up. The statue was horrified. What the hell is this? At this moment, the Godzilla controlled by Ihi appeared in front of the Buddha statue. It muttered some strange words. Namo. Amitabha Buddha. Its massive hand shot towards the statue. That hand gripped tightly onto the statue's head. Ihi smiled with great satisfaction. It's not over yet. The beast throws a knee strike at its chest. Have a taste of my hard, black knee. Metal fragments burst from the statue's chest. A loud announcement blared. Critical warning. Multiple points of damage detected in the head section. The Buddha statue staggered. It tried to regain its balance. Then it quickly fired laser beams. Azure Pearl floating cannon. Those beams of light powerfully struck the beast's body. The statue continued to activate its attacks. Full barrage. Countless cannonballs bombarded the beast. He grunted in response. What kind of monster is this guy? To think I have to use this many weapons to eliminate him. Suddenly, the statue's blue pupils lit up. The beast appeared with only a few scratches on its skin. These toys of yours. To be blunt, they're all just firearms. And they're useless against martial artists. Terrified, he clasped his hands together and used another barrage. Lingering spirit, begone. Let me send you to the afterlife. But before the statue could execute it, he used a skill. Meteor incarnation. You fake monk should disappear. Nuclear breath. Your mechanical model is destroyed. So sorry about that. To think such a large cave was dug into the mountain. It seems what's inside is either lizard men or a great Buddha. One that can move. It seems the mastermind behind this is most likely a mad scientist who likes to conduct random research. As expected, there's a way down from here. The scene shifts to half an hour earlier. A young man says, Doctor, that kid has already dealt with the mechanical bodhisattva at the entrance. But don't you worry. This door uses the latest materials and construction. He absolutely can't get in. It's all right, doctor. We still have an army of clones. Tens of thousands of them. Even against a Grand Martial Master. We can wear him down to death. It also helps us clear out our inventory of clones. By the time he finished off the skinks, the two had fallen silent. The young man tried to salvage the situation. Doctor, we still have a trump card. Trust in our design. This great Buddha mecha was specially built to deal with large Overlord-class demonic beasts. Dealing with a mere junior martial artist should be a piece of cake, right? In the end, the image was of the giant Buddha statue with a large hole in its chest. Both of them looked at the screen with ugly expressions. The young man said, "It's all right, doctor. We still have." Dr. Fong had lost all his patience. "Damn it, shut your mouth. What do you mean it's all right? The enemy has already pushed right up to your doorstep, and you're still saying it's all right? The guards above can probably buy us a few minutes. Let's retreat now? Once we're out, we'll activate this base's self-destruct sequence. We absolutely cannot let any information from here get out." Dr. Fong, formerly a level 3 researcher at the PAMI Institute, was later secretly recruited by Thunder Rock. 10 years ago, Thunder Rock established a foothold in Lynchu County, an ordinary, small county. In the shadows, they replaced all the monks of the Golden Mountain Temple. Thunder Rock exploited the Lynchu people's faith in the Golden Mountain Temple. They began to brainwash and control the entire county, under the guise of bestowing blessings. They tricked the people of Lynchu into accepting body modifications, becoming free test subjects, providing biological research techniques for Thunder Rock with a large amount of materials and clinical data. Unfortunately, this base must now be abandoned. Suddenly, a beam of light from the ceiling pierced through their hiding spot. He floated above the two of them. He smirked and asked, "Abbot Fong, where do you think you're running?" The black-suited bodyguards rushed forward. "Protect the doctor. Retreat." He slowly flew forward with force. He forcefully flung the two black-suited bodyguards away. At this moment, he had arrived in front of Dr. Fong. He backed away in fear. "What do you want? We can talk about this." By just pressing the watch. Laser Busser has implanted small bombs in the bodies of every key researcher or person in charge. And our families and friends are also under Laser Busser's surveillance. This is to ensure that employees fully comply with the company's regulations and will not reveal company secrets. But he was faster, grabbing his hand. He squeezed Dr. Fang's mouth shut. He slowly lifted him up, causing him to struggle in fear. Dr. Fang's eyes bulged from lack of oxygen. Sensing he was reaching his limit, he let go, letting him fall to the ground. He looked down at him with cold eyes. "Next, I need to know everything you have done in Lynchu County." After recovering a little, Abbot Fong looked at him in fear. In the underground laboratory, he faced the doctor. "Tell me, did you kill the 3 young martial artists before? What the hell are you guys up to here?" After hearing this, he burst into crazed laughter. The doctor spoke while biting down on something in his mouth. "I can't tell you about the experiments here. There's a listening device in my brain. If I say any keywords related to the secret of the company, the bomb in my body will immediately detonate. I already knew I was going to die sooner or later. So I choose a quick death." As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled. Foam frothed from his mouth. He knelt down to check him and muttered, "So there was poison hidden in his mouth. Are all the people from the Thunder Ray Bird Corporation this reckless?" His heart has stopped beating. Therefore, the self-destruct sequence here has been initiated. But what a pity. In front of me. Even death is a luxury for you. Suddenly, something red pierced the doctor's throat. He looked like he was being agonizingly choked. It felt like that thing was wrapping tightly around his heart. A vampire can infect humans or corpses, turning them into living corpses. But unfortunately, after becoming a living corpse, except for a few individuals with special talents, most are no different from zombies. They have no self-healing ability. They become mentally deficient. Their bodies will rot. But I possess the power of the progenitor urine, combining it with the power of a vampire. The doctor's entire body was enveloped in a brilliant red light, as if being regenerated. His left eyeball fell out. Just then, someone appeared and knelt on the ground. "My lord." He looked at the doctor and spoke. "I can create a perfect subordinate. one who retains all the memories and talents from when they were alive. Moreover, he is not afraid of sunlight and possesses a powerful self-healing ability. He will be absolutely obedient to me, both mentally and physically. You can't die now. So the self-destruct sequence should also stop. From now on, I will call you the Mad Doctor. Everything from your past no longer concerns you. The only thing you must do from now on is serve me. He replied respectfully. It is my honor to be able to serve you, Master. He pondered and concluded, since you have received the progenitor's power, a mental link has formed between us. So those surveillance measures are no longer effective. Instead, I want to see, since when this place has been infiltrated. A light from his eyes linked with the doctor. Deep within the memories, someone was eating greedily. The doctor's voice rang out. Little Lou, it's not even lunchtime, and you've already snuck out to eat. Have you finished cross-checking the data I gave you? The person, with a mouth full of blood while gnawing on an arm, replied, yes. Sorry, Professor Foam. I'm just so hungry. So hungry. In contrast, the doctor was eating the internal organs in a more aristocratic manner. Is today's meal raw meat again? My teeth aren't good. It's hard to eat this stuff. That person eagerly interrupted Professor Foam. These were all brought by the county people as offerings for the Buddha. I heard they're outsiders who just arrived. 3 young men. They're delicious. A voice suddenly echoed in his head. Wrong. An old woman who had dozed off was being discussed. She's dozing off again. This time, she actually fell asleep right in the prayer hall. Some people even doze off while kneeling. Isn't that great, Doctor? We can take these people directly to the lab for storage. It saves both time and effort. They suddenly came here to pray for blessings. Why did they all suddenly fall asleep? Doctor, what's wrong? Isn't sleep a basic human need? The voice echoed again. Something is wrong. Someone's hands were clasped before a statue with a cloth over its head. Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom. Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom. What is this? Why is it carved on my arm? It looks like a numerical puzzle. The answer is a file code string. That's the company's internal file format. The computer screen displayed a message. Enter document code. That person's questioning voice echoed again. This is. The voice in his subconscious rang out with agitation. Wrong. Wrong. My memories and perception have been altered. The doctor fell into the void of his subconscious, cursing. Who is it? Who dared to use me as an experimental subject? Who used me as a guinea pig? He thought to himself. Not until I saw the documents on the computer did I finally wake up. That series of numerical puzzles was left by me before I was compromised. I believed that even if my perception was altered, when I encountered those mathematical puzzles on myself, I would still be curious enough to solve them. And I would definitely believe it. Its main purpose was to tell me about the cannibalism, the drowsiness, and those bizarre clay statues. I'll have someone pulling the strings from behind. The Divine Advent Heavenly Kingdom. Outside, after reading the doctor's memories, he exclaimed, so the so-called eating raw meat was actually cannibalism. And that Divine Advent Heavenly Kingdom sounds like a cult just from the name. He subconsciously replied in a low voice. This place was originally chosen by the Thunder Ray Bird Corporation as a secret experimental base. But it was secretly infiltrated by this cult, and they took control, just like with the townspeople here. Their perceptions were altered, leaving them to be manipulated. The light in his eyes shone brighter as he asked, so those 3 martial artists from Huadu University were also eaten by you? It seems Qingzhou, Chuzhou, and I were also in your sights. We were also top-grade ingredients in your eyes. The doctor obediently recounted the events. This is the 8th year I've been in charge of Lynchu County. The Golden Mountain Temple base has been fully constructed. The biochemical human modification technology has basically matured and is ready for mass production. It will usher in a new era. In the future, martial artists will be replaced by biochemical humans and creations. Mechanical beings are more efficient and powerful than the path of. My path must be the correct one. After discovering the anomaly, based on comparative investigation, the anomaly in Lynchu County broke out in February of last year. By March of last year, this anomaly was first discovered, and staff were organized to conduct experiments and investigations. But every day, my perception was subconsciously altered, until I was completely assimilated. Although during the process, I repeatedly used my scientific researcher's intellect to discover logical loopholes and successfully restored my perception, but in the end, I couldn't escape the fate of assimilation. Hualing. Information leaks are forbidden because our Golden Mountain Temple research base has been too deeply assimilated, making it very difficult to escape or resist that well. The anomaly in Lynchu County is divided into 4 stages: cannibalism, chronic drowsiness, worshipping clay statues, and mass sleepwalking. Cannibalism is the physical mutation after the mind is first affected by that will. Drowsiness is due to a deeper level of mental mutation. Worshipping clay statues means the body and mind have been heavily corrupted. It's almost impossible to cure. Mass sleepwalking means one has become food for that will. On the screen, 4 characters glowed red. Divine Advent Heavenly Kingdom. At this moment, the doctor laughed out loud. I thought that we, who conducted illegal human experiments, were cruel enough. I never expected that we were far inferior to a cult. They actually want to offer an entire city as food for that will. Later, I finally found out what they used to corrupt the minds of the people of Lynchu County and simultaneously devour their life energy. It's probably a demon fetus taken from the secret realm ruins. Hearing this, Yi half closed his eyes and pondered. According to my calculations, the day the fetus matures is. He opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "It's the night after tomorrow." Just then, old Lu called from outside. "Little, in 2 days, it's the biggest festival in Lynchu County, held once every 3 years. You must come and join us then." Yi smiled, crossed his arms, and looked out. That old man driving the tricycle. He really gave me a very important piece of information. A moment later, in the laboratory, the look in Yi's eyes changed as he muttered to himself. All useful memory information has been extracted. This base belongs to the Thunder Ray Bird Corporation, and this so-called Divine Advent Heavenly Kingdom's demon fetus. The whereabouts of those 3 Huadu University martial artists. He looked at the doctor kneeling on the ground. He thought to himself, "Thanks to you, I've also learned some secrets of the Thunder Ray Bird Corporation, including the insane experiments you've conducted. Right now, I don't have the strength to go to the Thunder Ray Bird Corporation. They'll leave it for Huadu University to handle then. Let them deal with it." There was also a pleasant surprise. That is, before you died, you participated in the research of the golden gene, so you understand its use and effects. They'll deal with this after handling the anomaly in Lynchu County. The system panel appeared. Mission complete. Yi sneered inwardly, already having a plan. Although according to Huadu University's requirements, finding out the truth would allow me to end the mission, but now I want more. It's not about Huadu University's mission reward. He showed a wild smile. I also want to snatch the fruits of victory from the Divine Advent Heavenly Kingdom. Next, I will go into hiding in Lynchu County. I will provide my blood to you. You find an opportunity to introduce it into the water supply system of Lynchu County. In short, you must ensure the infection is at its maximum level. Upon hearing this, the doctor below burst out laughing. Insane. Truly insane. I understand, Master. You wish to compete for followers with the demon fetus of the Divine Advent Heavenly Kingdom. He thought of the infected people. His eyes gleamed. Currently, all residents of Lynchu County have entered the 4th stage of contamination. There's almost no chance for them to return to normal. My transforming them is somewhat self-serving. But after this storm has passed, I will do my best to help them return to their former lives. At least under my control. They won't cause harm to society. At the old house, which was also Yi's base, he strolled inside. Waving his hand, he announced, "I'm back." Everyone ate this because of the food in Lynchu County. He only saw the pale face of Qingzhu. Yi pouted and muttered, "Looks like they also know what the food in Lynchu County is." At this moment, Chuzhou lowered his head and spoke softly. "Qingzhu and I went out to investigate a bit earlier. We suspect the residents of Lynchu County are eating human flesh. You must have known about this for a while, Yi. In short, the entire city has been enslaved by something due to some distorted perception." After hearing this, he glanced sideways and thought, not bad. This killer star has guessed about 80 or 90% of it. Suddenly, Qingzhu regained her composure and asked, An illegal experimental base has infiltrated Lynchu County for many years. Why is Lynchu County in such chaos? Chu Zhou, beside her, continued. Meaning, a powerful biotechnology organization has also succumbed to the abnormal situation in Lynchu County. Qingzhu stared at him doubtfully and questioned. This matter has already exceeded level 3, hasn't it? Do we need to call Huadu University for support? Yi's face soured completely. Are you kidding me? If you call Huadu University, how am I supposed to intercept them first? After thinking it through, he had to switch on his super actor mode. Don't worry. This mission is only difficult in a bizarre way. It doesn't threaten our safety. Don't scare yourselves. If you run into danger and only think about running back to call for help, what can you possibly accomplish? Next, we won't act for now. We'll wait until night. For now, we've experienced the abnormalities in Lynchu County, such as eating raw flesh and worshipping clay statues. There is one final abnormality we haven't experienced yet. Sleepwalking together. Perhaps this severely mutated city will reveal its true nature at night. Meanwhile, in the evil capital, Thunder Ray Bird Headquarters. Board of Directors. The man in the middle spoke in a serious tone. Half an hour ago, Headquarters received a notification that the self-destruct program at the Golden Mountain Temple base in Lynchu had been activated. But it was canceled just a few dozen seconds later. Something is definitely wrong. We currently cannot make contact with the Golden Mountain Temple base. This board meeting is to discuss how to handle this incident. One of them added his opinion. Very simple. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. Activate the implanted bombs and all of the research staff in the base. Avoid leaving any living witnesses. Then, dispatch a special forces team to Lynchu County immediately to investigate the specific situation. Scene change to the central water treatment plant of Lynchu County. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred inside. The doctor clutched a wound in the middle of his chest, his body gradually trembling. My lord, the Thunder Ray Bird Corporation just detonated the bomb inside my body. Luckily, I managed to remove it in time. I'm currently recovering. Knowing their style, a special forces team from the Thunder Ray Bird Corporation will be arriving in Lynchu County immediately. Yi's voice came from the other end of the line. No matter. Continue with the plan. His face darkened as he replied curtly. As you command. That night, at a station called Lynchu, Linshan and Linhai Station, the corridor inside was dead silent. The train doors opened. Someone disembarked from above. The brutish-looking man named Nianyu smirked and commented. So quiet. It makes sense for the company to choose this place as a secret base. Just then, a delicate voice spoke up. The company has already investigated. The Great Xia Dragon's Breath was not involved with the Golden Mountain Temple base at all. So who did this? The company has too many enemies. The woman holding the child in her arms was Bai Yang. A man in the shadows spoke softly. Let's check out the base first. With the two people in front of them was Jin Shi. The one who just spoke was HZZ. He clenched his fist and ordered, destroy everything. All experimental equipment and documents that can be destroyed. In the darkness, Nianyu spoke teasingly. Captain, want to get a bite to eat? We've only eaten instant noodles this entire trip. Bai Yang was the first to shake her head in protest. I have to find a place to feed the baby first. He put his hands in his pockets and joked. It's so dark here. You can just go ahead and feed him. I want look. She lazily cursed. Get lost. You pervert. Do you two look anything like professional assassins? At this moment, Nianyu asked Hey sure. The captain of Thunder Ray Bird's third squad used to be a terrifying assassin. Wasn't he just an ordinary programmer? He raised his voice in mock surprise. Lowered it. That type. A black vest. Wearing sunglasses like that. You can tell it's fake at a glance. Unprofessional. Or what you call professional. Blending into the environment without being noticed. Enough talk. Let's assign the tasks. Jin Shi and Qing Diao. You are responsible for investigating the situation in Lynchu County. Nianyu, Bai Yang, and I will investigate the Golden Mountain Temple base. Move out. Inside a dilapidated abandoned house. Looking at the flies buzzing everywhere. Someone's voice rang out. This city is very strange. It always feels unusual. Someone else replied, no kidding. People are already eating other people here. What else could it be? Qing Diao went deeper inside to investigate. It seems this mission is not simple at all. Suddenly, she discovered an altar with a statue covered by a cloth. Qing Diao's eyes lit up. This clay statue. She leaned against the window, observing. While answering a call, the cause of the incident at the Golden Mountain Temple base has been determined. A powerful martial artist destroyed the entire base on his own. Tens of thousands of biochemical corpses covered the underground palace outside the base. The mechs and the fortress were destroyed in an extremely violent manner. There are no survivors in the base, including the person in charge and head researcher. Dr. Feng has disappeared. At least, his body was not found at the Golden Mountain Temple base or the surrounding area. He frowned, wondering, is the signal being jammed? Is this mass sleepwalking? Moreover, it seems they're surrounding us. She looked at the crowd of sleepwalkers below and muttered to himself. We've been discovered. Qing Diao, quick. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stabbed in the stomach by Qing Diao. Shi's body trembled because of the girl in front of him. Qing Diao, in that case, are you being controlled by something? That divine statue in the temple was brought out from the ruins of a secret realm. The moon ripples. Under the bright moonlight, a tall figure stood silently in the wind. He casually looked to the side. The moon is so big. I always feel like my own life force field can be easily concealed. First, report the location of Chu Zhou's and Kingzu's group. In the southeastern part of the city. The sleepwalkers are there. If this mass sleepwalking is the process of that while eating, then what does that eating process look like? However, they'll find out soon enough. His eyelids were heavy as she struggled to open them. Where am I? What the hell is this? These people are the townspeople from earlier. Are they being controlled too? Qing Diao, wake up. You useless thing. Wake up. Are you people from the Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom? We can sit down and talk things through. The organization behind me is very powerful. Damn it. It's completely impossible to communicate. These people have been brainwashed by the Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom. They can no longer be called human. They're completely demonic beasts in human skin. Perhaps even scarier than demonic beasts. At least demonic beasts feel pain. They fear death. But what do these crazy cultists fear? They fear nothing. Ding. The moon is so big. The eyes of the villagers glowed brightly. A crazed smile. The people in the back used those in front as stepping stones. In a flash, they leaned on each other and climbed up step by step. As a result, the crowd formed themselves into a sky-high ladder. They even pulled large stakes from the ground. The ones forming the ladder, the ones holding the stakes, marched towards the moon. In an old building near it, someone made a phone call and said, I can't get in touch with Shi and Qing Diao. It's very likely something has happened to them. It's highly likely that the one who destroyed the Golden Mountain Temple base has made a move. Regardless, it's very likely a major incident has occurred in the city. We must seize the initiative. Hurry back to the city. The three of them stood silently at the door, stunned by the size of the moon. Bai Yang, holding the child, pointed in one direction. Look over there. That's a pillar of starlight? Someone joked. It looks like the moon has been pulled down. Someone reminded them sternly. This is no time for lame jokes. Suddenly, Bai Yang spoke up, having realized something. The direction of that pillar of light. It landed somewhere in the city. He Shi's eyes spun with fear. What the hell is this? This time, the destruction of the Golden Mountain Temple base seems to be more complicated than the company's higher-ups thought. Let's go. Let's check the place where the moonlight is shining. This might be the reason we lost contact with Shi and the other. They arrived at a deserted road in the village. The three figures were seen moving swiftly into the night. Suddenly, He Shi sensed something unusual. Someone's here. He immediately threw a dagger. But it was quickly blocked by an umbrella in front of him. The spinning force redirected the dagger into a wall. He Shi spoke with a wary tone. An old hand. It seems you're no ordinary person. That person folded the umbrella. Lu Kingzu's clear voice rang out. Who are you? Why did you attack us? He Shi let out a twisted smile. Looking at your clothes. You're not locals, are you? So, you're the ones who destroyed the Golden Mountain Temple base? Back in the village where He Shi's group had arrived, he ordered Bai Yang and Nianyu. 3 seconds. Crush these two filthy insects. They rushed forward in unison. Yes, sir. Ahead of them, Lu Qingzhu and Chu Zhou were in a defensive stance. The fat Nianyu targeted the young girl. But I should enjoy this a little. A top-quality girl like this. It would be a pity to kill her. She struggled to defend herself, thinking, his power is so strong. The next second, Lu Qingzhu kicked him away. Get lost, pervert. Chu Zhou also unleashed a technique. Wall of Frost. The ice wall grew taller and taller with sharp spikes. But with just one move, He sure shattered it. Chu Zhou couldn't believe his eyes. My ice wall was broken so easily. Then he and Lu Qingzhu discussed a plan. These three are at least high-level experts. We shouldn't get entangled with them for too long. Let's retreat first. She replied in a clear voice. Understood. Suddenly, both of them froze as He sure closed in. Just 1 second left. There's someone else. So dangerous. Who are you? Are you one of them? Dihua introduced himself in a cool manner. I'm the one who's going to take your life. After hearing this, He sure laughed contemptuously. Quite the big talk. Assassination art. 12 illusions. Go die, kid. He didn't flinch, smirking slightly. A grandmaster-level martial artist. Under the protection of martial chi. Even a tank's cannon couldn't scratch you. But you can still be killed. The assassination illusions are truly brilliant. I can't tell which one is the real body at all. But there's no need to find the real body. Name? Hey, sure. Real name? Unknown. The king of assassins with an unremarkable appearance. An arrow pierced his forehead while he was still smiling. Dihua said only one word. Die. I must act while the body is still warm. Your blood can help me break through the martial apprentice realm and advance to martial artist. As he finished speaking, blood spurted everywhere. Heisher's entire body lit up as his form shriveled. Job done. Dihua spoke calmly. Not bad. I've advanced to the 8th stage martial artist. Nianyu, watching from a distance, was shocked. What in the world just happened? The captain was killed by that kid in the blink of an eye? Beside him, Bai Yang's face turned pale. He even drained the captain's blood. He's truly a monster. Just then, Dihua turned his attention to the two of them. It's not over yet. Next, they'll show you something interesting. Corpse prison demon. Demon slaying execution. Bai Yang's eyes widened as she stammered. That's, Captain. Nianyu couldn't help but curse. Damn it. What kind of monsters are these? Why is each one more terrifying than the last? Is he really just a martial artist? Bai Yang decisively let go of the child and said, leave it to me. She threw the child into the air. Its body began to transform, growing larger. Just as the child was deforming, Bai Yang gave an order. Baby, stop them. Nianyu turned and shouted. Now's our chance. Retreat. Dihua didn't give them the chance. Chu Zhou, Lu Qingzhu. You two, coordinate with my phantom. Stay here and deal with this biochemical human. They'll go hunt down those two martial artists. Then, Chu Zhou erupted with a powerful aura. Bloodline awakened. Ice Demon Dragon. That monster roared in anger. He and the monster faced each other. Time slowly passed in the impoverished village. Chu Zhou swung his sword, unleashing the Ice Demon Dragon. Shin Huang martial art. Dragon Shadow. The monster didn't back down either. Blue and red clashed. Let's see who will prevail. Taking that opportunity, Chu Zhou flew down from above with his sword drawn. He flashed past the monster, landing dozens of blows. Chu Zhou glanced back thoughtfully. For such a large body, its reactions are so fast. That wound, it's a living creature. Mechanized? It appeared before his eyes. A bunch of plastic wires oozed out from its neck. Chu Zhou dodged the attack. Its speed is too fast. On Heisher's side, he deployed with a deep voice. Demonic Shadow Rush. A series of afterimages surrounded the monster from behind. Just like Chu Zhou, he also slashed through its body. A pair of purple wings fluttered with feathers. Her eyes. Kingzu's eyes lit up. Power accumulation complete. Gene art. Purple nether Sunday flame. Don't even think of running. Monster. At that moment, the sky was covered in purple. A huge energy sphere radiated throughout the village. Elsewhere, in a sewer, Nianyu waded through the water, trying to escape. Damn it. The last time he fled in such a panic was on the battlefield of a drug lord in the Black Triangle. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. His sharp intuition helped him dodge the blow. Dihi's somber voice echoed. As expected, a cowardly rat likes to hide in the sewers. At the same time, in a small alley, Yang was fleeing for her life. She stopped because of the light in front of her. That direction, that's a solemn sight. Jin Shi and Qing Jiao have lost contact. The captain has been killed. Even Yan Yu. Am I the only one left now? What kind of monsters are those 3 kids? No, I can't die. I have to live. Where can I run to now? In her moment of desperation, she remembered something. That's right. Looking towards the pillar of light, Yang mumbled. That ascending moon humanoid isn't a masterpiece of the divine descent heavenly kingdom, is it? I must survive. Even if I have to sacrifice my soul to the devil. I must live. This thing is too creepy. From a distance, He approached with his long sword. You want to rush up there? Yang's eyes widened in horror. I'm in danger. He's caught up. I can't think about it anymore. She desperately climbed the ladder of people, trying to hold on and climb up. But then something made her stop. Because when she reached the top of the ladder, a strange phenomenon appeared. Is that a gate? Slowly, the gate creaked open. Yang was so moved she cried, Dad, I miss you and Mom so much. White light, as if extracted from the moon, flowed down below. A gate opened, followed by eerie silhouettes. He appeared with a ghastly smile on his lips. His figure was half hidden, half visible under the moonlight. He looked towards the flowing light, mumbling a comment. Very good. Divine descent heavenly kingdom. They're using the fear in her heart to create an illusion of me to force her to the moon. How interesting. Currently, the assassination squad sent by Thunder Rock has lost 2 people. The remaining 3 probably would rather die. Calculating the time. The people from the divine descent heavenly kingdom should arrive tomorrow, right? As for Thunder Rock, after losing a base and another team, they most likely won't make a move, so external factors are gone. After working so hard, the play is finally about to begin. Very quickly, the light extraction show also ended. The space once again fell into silence. Silhouettes began to appear on the streets again. Qingzhu crossed her arms and spoke. He, the strangeness of this mission has surpassed our imagination. Do you really want to continue? He sneered as he looked down below and replied. Don't worry, I'm sure. Besides, there aren't just the 3 of us. There's also a powerful ally helping us in secret. It's just that they don't want to show themselves. Hearing this, she finally glanced over. An ally? After all this time of contact, He is definitely not just someone from an ordinary family as his file suggests. In the world of martial artists, bloodline superiority exists. Therefore, high-level martial artists have created a clear gap in life essence compared to ordinary people. He is either the illegitimate son of some powerful martial artist, or the young master of a powerful martial arts clan testing himself. If it's the latter, he definitely has a guardian by his side. This would also explain the ally he mentioned. Now, He continued to explain. Chuzhou, Qingzhu. Today, I have a very important mission to entrust to you two. A powerful red light shone brightly. A shadow clone was instantly created. He spoke up. In a moment, you two will go with my shadow clone and destroy all the clay statues in the city's residential houses. Chuzhou moved out quickly. Only Qingzhu remained, standing rooted to the spot with hesitation. At this moment, Di spoke. Qingzhu, trust me. She didn't answer for a moment. Then, Qingzhu's expression brightened. I believe you. But Di, in the future, you should trust your teammates more. Don't carry everything on your own. The scene shifts to several towering buildings. The doctor bowed his head. My lord, he said respectfully. The day has come. Di quickly dismissed his words. Enough talk. There isn't much time left. We must quickly prepare for battle. They walked to a pit while the man reported. The artificial humans you defeated before are all piled up here. Di replied with satisfaction. Very good. The quantity is more than enough. Anthropomorphic power. The skeleton opened its rib cage, revealing a beating heart within. The monsters were absorbed into that heart. In an instant, they were submerged in a red fluid. The eyes of this body opened wide. Di surveyed the whole scene, muttering his plan. First, use the vampire's SARS virus to resurrect these biochemical bodies. Then, use the progenitor's anthropomorphic authority to grant them anthropomorphic power when needed. They will transform into a massive immortal army that completely obeys my commands. The doctor replied while taking notes. Master, each biochemical unit has been released. They are currently advancing towards the county. He looked at the rising mosquitoes and muttered again. Very good. The bodies of the biochemical mosquitoes contain vampire blood. They will fly into every house and bring them warmth from me. The mosquitoes appeared in ever-increasing numbers. They flew in swarms through the air. He continued to question the doctor. After the infection is complete, go and repair the great Buddha mecha from before. Even though it's been dismantled like this, the chances of repair are not high, but removing and modifying some weapons is still possible, right? The other man quickly replied. Of course. Rest assured, my lord. This information made him smirk with satisfaction. Everything on my end is proceeding. Next, we'll see what my opponent, the Heavenly Kingdom, will do. The scene shifts to several buses. Someone inside was giving a presentation. The Divine Advent Heavenly Kingdom. Its predecessor appeared as soon as the Secret Realm incursions broke out. It is a faction of humanity's fallen, formed within society by a mysterious pontiff carrying terrifying power from a Secret Realm's relic. This has allowed this group of chaotic individuals to grow at an extremely frightening rate. The cult's doctrine is to use demon embryos taken from the Secret Realms. By absorbing the bodies, life force, and souls of living beings to mature, they create a temporary, functional body for a god, leading the backward human civilization into the true Heavenly Kingdom. This place is the most difficult nation to conquer. For the Heavenly Kingdom. Now, it is about to become a part of the Heavenly Kingdom. The divine embryo is about to form. The cultists on the bus began to speak. Archbishop. Ahead is Lynchu County. The divine embryo that the great Archbishop implanted there 4 years ago is in that place. They spoke amongst themselves. The great Archbishop. He contributed so much to our faith, only to be killed by those foolish dragon sparrows in the end. In the end, he never got to see the divine embryo he painstakingly implanted come to maturity. This is truly a terrifying world. A good man with steadfast faith, as compassionate and kind as the great Archbishop, met such an end. His body shattered, his bones crushed. The one who interrupted them was the man called Archbishop. And so, we absolutely cannot let the great Archbishop's sacrifice be in vain. We cannot let this world be occupied any deeper by those fools. Otherwise, this place will become a second domain of sin. The cultists with strange faces roared loudly. We must welcome the god's descent. My children, this is a liberation. We are saving humanity. God descends to the mortal world. Heaven on earth. God descends to the mortal world. Heaven on earth. Fight for God. Just like that. By the second late night, when a face appeared on the moon, an eerie smile. The silhouette of the moon was observed by the sect leader. How exciting. Throughout the entire history of the divine sect, only 2 divine fetuses have hatched successfully. Now, I will make my mark on the history of the divine sect. The first to hatch from the Heavenly Kingdom caused abnormal global climate changes. Tsunamis and volcanic eruptions broke out, giving birth to disaster, causing hundreds of millions to be injured and displaced, and this was just the result of the deity being active for a single cycle. After the second one descended upon the continent, it caused a thick fog to rise in the surrounding sea region and undercurrents. It sealed off the entire continent. After that, there was no after that. The entire continent lost contact. That area was completely empty when investigated by satellite. The actions performed by this being were highly dangerous. The sect leader harms himself. The allied forces of various nations suffered heavy losses. Since then, this dark sea has been classified as an S-rank forbidden life zone. No one sets foot there anymore. Fresh red blood drips onto the crystal stone below. The formation, assisted by the believers, looks extremely eerie. Now, our sect will welcome the descent of the third deity right here. While the believers continued to chant the incantation, the sect leader slowly looked up. A huge portal quickly appeared before him. The sect leader's voice rang out again as he reached his hand forward. O deity on high, please accept my fresh blood. A thought appeared in this person's mind. Move forward. The sect leader's steps were slow as he walked closer. His voice echoed with each step. It's the white divine coffin. The god fiend that the former sect leader nurtured is inside. Now, it has been absorbing nutrients from all the people of Lynchu County for 4 years. The divine fetus is about to mature. My children, let us begin welcoming the deity. The expressions of the believers became indescribably horrified, because the sect leader was slowly descending with the coffin on his shoulder. Yes, yes, Father Sect Leader. They surrounded the coffin, still continuously performing that formation. The sect leader's voice rang out powerfully. O great moon, nightmare god of the illusory dreamscape, your most loyal servant is here, calling out to you. Please allow me to call upon your true name. Moon Nightmare. Bajorge. The bodies of the believers began to transform. They all vanished at once, leaving behind only screams. A pillar of liquid was soon created. Several streams of light appeared along with it. The believers transformed once again. The sect leader looked at the strange phenomenon before him in disbelief and muttered, "What's happening? The spirit bodies, originally pure white, have turned blue?" It was that roar from earlier. Contamination. The spirit bodies? How can this be? How can this be? How could the divine fetus spirit body be contaminated by an unknown roar? Who on earth is playing tricks? Streams of red and blue light intertwined and rushed towards him together. The sect leader shouted in horror. This is bad. The ritual cannot be reversed. These contaminated blue spirits are plotting to contaminate the divine fetus. Now, behind this person, the figure of Ihi appeared. I've kept you waiting. Lord Sect Leader. The sect leader's expression immediately became one of astonishment. Who is it? Ihi furrowed his brows and retorted. In this situation, you still don't recognize who I am. Light continued to form with the appearance of another technique. He used the Azura 3 blades. Second blade. Killing momentum. The attack struck the sect leader directly. Moon of Massacre. I am the demon. At this moment, the church bells tolled ceaselessly. The sect leader, covered in wounds, muttered in a daze. Demon Moon Bajorge. Great. He didn't even look at him as he remarked. So weak. Even with 3 life-saving demonic artifacts on you, it's useless. Now, a voice was heard from behind again. That was an incredible sword strike, young man. Do you want to join the divine sect? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lynchu. I am currently the highest leader of the divine sect in the Xia Kingdom. The person you just killed was my vice sect leader. You probably understand now, don't you? Being a member of our divine sect is an extremely dangerous profession. So, it's reasonable for me to have my subordinate pretend to be the superior on a daily basis, isn't it? He glared at him. So it was a body double. Then, he recklessly charged forward to test him. Lynchu flicked his sleeve lightly and said, a sacred place to welcome the gods. It's not a place you can just leave as you please, or enter as you wish. Right after that, he was held tightly by a liquid substance. He gritted his teeth and hissed. It felt like he was being grabbed by something. Is that psychic power? Jaishin Glijuo. Lynchu was a little surprised. His pupils reflected his image. The figure behind you. Could it be that you've also cultivated a divine art? He raised his hand, gathering lightning. He forcefully struck down at Lynchu. What damn divine art? The reason I wanted to leave was because I just didn't want to fight near this strange coffin. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lynchu snorted coldly. These filthy evil things can't possibly hurt me. As he finished speaking, he blocked the monster with one hand. The explosion then occurred. Smoke rose from the small alleys. Lynchu's body was torn to shreds like scrap paper. But in the blink of an eye, it all grew back. I told you, you can't hurt me. I am one favored by the gods. He clicked his tongue. You can also regenerate this quickly? This is going to be troublesome. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The god descends upon the mortal realm. The heavenly kingdom on earth. The god descends upon the mortal realm. The heavenly kingdom on earth. He looked over, confused. He was surrounded by cultists but wasn't panicked. I almost forgot about you all. They raised the small blades in their hands. We are justice. As soon as they finished speaking, they immolated themselves. He stood in the middle of the circle, muttering to himself. A mass suicide. So this is all these lunatics are capable of. The way these evil cultists think is truly hard to understand. Let's see what other strange tricks these lunatics have up their sleeves. It's here. I can feel a cold, sticky, and wet spiritual energy. From each of their throats, claws ripped their way out. A goat with 2 glowing eyes, taking the form of a devil worshipper. He looked at it with interest. In the end, it's just some strange foreign creature called a demon. He smiled with amusement. A glint appeared in his eyes. These cultists, they really are willing to sell their lives just to summon a demon. They use their own bodies as a pathway. So they're berserk soldiers? A pity. Now I have soldiers to protect me too. I didn't resurrect those plague people for nothing. They are these personified conduits. Lynchu's berserk soldiers charged forward to attack. It was a fierce and bloody battle. He's plague people gained the upper hand. A cultist took off his hood. The leader of the sect was killed in an incomprehensible way. And now a group of giants has appeared. Who in the world are they? He pointed a finger to his forehead and thought, wait, where's that young man in charge? I must quickly use my spiritual vision to search for him. His target is the divine fetus. Stop. Don't get any closer. At this moment, Chu Zhou and Qingzhu appeared at the same time. Your opponent is us. Seeing the two of them, his eyes widened in shock. These people obviously came prepared. Could they be special agents from the Dragon Sparrow? They must have long since discovered the divine sect's plan here, from the beheading to the demon army being blocked by the giant. Now, it'll be difficult for even me to escape. I'm afraid the divine sect's mission this time. He put his hands in his pockets and observed. Just getting close, I can feel an icy chill that seems to freeze the soul. The entity inside this coffin seems to hold great hostility towards me. But that's only natural. After all, I'm the one who seized this divinity. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared. Notification 1. Host has received 5 points of special energy, divinity. Because in the final stage of the God's Advent Heavenly Kingdom ritual, the power of faith that the Heavenly Kingdom had prepared for 4 years, and finally managed to gather, was used to condense a physical body. Half of it was tainted by host He. This tainted power of faith was also taken away by the demon, to construct a body that would allow Yu Yin to operate in the mortal world. This caused it so that when Yu Yin was born, a portion of the divine power was stolen by host He. After hearing this, he nodded. So that's how it is. But then again, those weak people, this God's descent heavenly kingdom, I couldn't care less about it. I have always been the deity related to the moon in this dreamscape, but even if my divine power was stolen by you, even if you are a premature, malnourished child, it's time for you to awaken. Why do you keep hiding in that coffin? He's pupils constricted in surprise. The inside of the coffin was empty. He wondered, what is going on? Why is there nothing here? Boasting about being a deity, yet you still have to hide? It's too quiet. The sounds of slaughter, the roars of the giants and the horde of demons had vanished. I don't know when. The battle between Chu Zhou, Qingzhu, and that vice bishop has also vanished, as if I'm the only one left in the world. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. He snapped his head around. Someone's here. It's you. Lynchu clasped his hands and smiled. Have you forgotten this venerable one? His pupils shrank in shock. The moonlight. It's an illusion technique. Just when did it happen? His eyes flashed brightly. Why don't you guess when you entered the dream?